Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Villian Deku fell in love with Nejire? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Outcast by Marth 747. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Alright class, I've gotten your slips here on your career choices. But what is the point when all of you want to be as heroes? Inside Kashyyyk High School, the students had their final days of school before their Christmas break as they all cheered, showing their excitement. All right, that's enough. Please sit, and they sat back down. Now all of you here made some nice explanations on why you made your choice. But you had to know that getting trained by a hero is a big task and requires massive amounts of training. As the teacher looks through the slips, soon he smirks. Alright. Midoriya. You also applied for internship as well, right? And soon the atmosphere turns dead silent for a moment and they all laughed. The insults. Typical. For the boy sitting in the corner, who even then in middle school is trying his hardest to become a hero. He knew better than to talk back or say it's not fair to be treated this way. But his dream is still there. Izuku tries to calm himself before he was smacked. How fucking typical. The quirkless wants to try to be with the top dogs. Nah, he'll just be here forever. At least his sister has a powerful quirk. There it is again. No wonder his parents don't give a shit about him. I bet heroes aren't going to save his unreliable ass. What do quirkless even do for the world other than being a dead relic of the past? Alright, enough all of you. Now then, to start today's lesson, please turn to page 345 in your history books. And the commotion was over. Izuku may hide it well. But he has a malice growing in his heart. And it's been there since they treated him this way. Izuku. Don't listen. You can be a hero. You can be a hero. Trying his damn best effort to not burst into tears. Izuku. My parents' love. Sis is just going through a phase. It's normal. No pain. No gain. Right. Shaking now. He realized his name has been called. Izuku. What? And soon they snicker among themselves, as his teacher just looks annoyed. Whatever. Mako, what is the answer? Fucking quirkless, he muttered. But it was loud for him to hear it. When will this be over? Once the bell rings, Izuku soon takes a painkiller. As he predicted correct on taking them. Because once he got out of the building he was pulled in by Izuku. Sis. And she throws him into the dumpster, seeing the Bakugos and the Todorokis. Bakugo. Hey you fucking Deku. Still having dreams of being a hero? And once more. He was quiet. He stayed silent. This way it will make them bored. So they'll cut their beating short. Soon he couldn't breath. Izumi. He asked you a question, bro. Holding such venom in those words. Those horrible feelings started to arise once more. Soon he was dropped. Katsumi. Don't be a hero if you know what's good for you, Deku. And she spits at him. And soon they walk away, but not without Shoto freezing his bag, and it was frozen shut now. Izuku. Hate it when he does that. Now standing out in the bitter cold. He just brushes himself off and takes a scenic route home. Soon he walks down a small route leading him towards the storm drain. Then suddenly, everything went black. He wasn't passed out. No, he was dragged into the pipe. As this green slime that oozed and drips off the drain walls. He then sees a large red eye staring right at him. A suitable meat suit. Maybe this will be enough. Soon it started to force itself down his throat. He tried to move. He tried to do something. But as the slime creature holds his limbs down, he couldn't breathe. His throat being forced open. The sensation of drowning. But that's not until he heard a scream. Before he was let go. And he fell to the ground. And he passed out from there. That is, until he felt someone tapping his head. Young man, wake up. Soon he stirs, and he coughs. Soon he sees Izuku. All Might. He was starstruck. His idol. His hero. The one who brought comfort to him since he was 4. The one who gave him hope that he can achieve his dreams. The one who knows better than anyone in this god-forsaken world. He couldn't speak. He was so stunned at seeing him in person. Well, I best not dally on my work. Stay safe. Before he was about to fly off. Izuku. Wait, he muttered out. But then he had a surge of energy now. and he jumps on his leg as he flies off into the sky. Izuku. Wait, and soon he clings on as he was hundreds of feet in the air. Whoa, what on earth are you doing? Let go at once, trying to shake him off. Izuku. No please, if I let go I'll die, and he stops. Whoops. Right, and soon he heads towards a building, but before a small item had fallen out of his belt. The jar that contained the villain. Of course the scolding from the number one hero was one thing. But as he was about to jump again. Izuku. Please. Just let me ask you this. Letting out his tears, trying to hold it back now. This is it. The one moment of truth. The moment that will give him his hope. He just wants to hear it. Just once. Izuku. It's just, throughout my whole life. I wondered if I even existed. That my whole purpose of being here is to just try and save them. But I have to ask. Is it possible to be a hero without a quirk? He yelled out as any longer he would again collapse. But he wants to hear his answer. He wants to hear it. He has to. He has to. Young man. Now tightly squeezing his eyes, he waits. Izuku. Please. Please, I'm sorry young man. You can't be a hero. And that's when it all shattered from there. His eyes shot wide open. As his breathing stuttered. His heart beating nearly coming to a stop. Being a hero is more than just showing off your looks and saving people. It is also a profession that could get you very hurt. And being quirkless. You could become a reliability, if it was already shattered. It has been stomped on, soon. I'm sorry, and he flies off now, and that was just one thing to another. A part of him knew he was going to say it. He just didn't want to believe it. He was hoping that even a small chance, he would say yes. But he didn't. It's no. It's always been no. And what more sorrow could that add to with just a simple sentence? To just explaining why quirkless couldn't be heroes. It wasn't just for him. It was for anyone who's like him. He just lost the gamble. And now he received his prize. Pain. Izumi. That idiot. I hope we didn't go too far. Shoka, however, was arguing with her brother on why he froze his backpack. It's been an uncontrollable situation. Bakugo. Given how much willpower that shitty Deku has, he probably still has hopes. Katsumi. But he can't. He'll get killed. Shoto. Sorry. Shoka. Don't tell me. You tell him when we get back. Izumi then had enough. Okay, I had enough with it. For the whole time since we were kids. We've done nothing but bully him and abused him every way possible. To stop him. No. To try and prove a point. Nope. We've gone too far now. We're stopping this right now. Bakugo. Fine by me, Shoto. Okay, Shoka. Thank you. Katsumi. Good. Soon they turn a corner and soon, she sees a jar break open. Izumi. Huh? And soon, another flesh sack. Always wanted it to be a good quirk. Let's get working. Izuku now finally climbed down the last set of ladders from the fire escape. He just touches the ground and yet he felt like more weight has been thrown on him. Like Atlas holding up the weight of the sky. Izuku. I can be a hero. I can be a hero. I am a hero. I am a hero. He repeated this process to try and keep himself calm. To try and stay away from thinking that way again. He made a promise to his sister. He won't break it. He won't. He walks slowly. His eyes devoid of life. Devoid of hope. He sees a crowd ahead and a roadblock is there. Izuku. What's going on? He asked one person. Some slime villain just got a grasp over some kids, and soon he looks closely. Death arms. Damn it, with those quirks he attained it's impossible to get near them. Soon he looks closely. To see. Izuku. Izumi, sis. He yelled out but Death Arms stopped him. Death Arms. Where do you think you're going? Izuku. Stop, that's my sister. Death Arms. And you'll add to the toll with you interfering, and soon he snaps. Izuku. Huh? He brings out a rock and throws it at his face, causing him to let go. As he now runs, with everything he has, crying out. Izuku. Izumi. Seeing her arm now raising. You. Get out of here, and soon he used her quirk to push him away, He gets up to go for it again. But he was pushed once more. Greater than. God damn it, why won't you leave? Doing it again. He tried getting up, but he couldn't. He forced himself to stand. As he gets near, he tries to pull the slime off her mouth, causing her to gag. Izumi. Deku, what are you doing? Izuku. I just couldn't leave you, sis. Please. I'm trying. Before he was slammed away by the tendrils again. Damn brat. Wait until I take these 4. With these quirks, not even All Might himself will stop me. And he laughs manically. Soon he brings out his All Might pen. And he jumps. Izuku. HRAH. And he stabs the red eye. Gah, now he couldn't use her quirk. But he had the others. He was burned, froze to the ground to then be blasted away again, his shirt having a large burn on his arms, but he still stands up, until AM. Fear not, and out comes the number 1 hero. And then Izuku knew they were safe. He falls down. He sees the way All Might just effortlessly punches and blows the slime away like nothing. The other heroes swoop in to save them. He closed his eyes. Again, for the second time in the day, he woke up to see the heroes patching him up. Mount Lady. Here you go, kid. You alright? Showing concern for him. Izuku remains quiet. Kamui Woods. Crazy thing you did back there, kid. And soon he sees the reporters and everyone coming in, saying how brave the captives were holding up for that long. For their hero to come in. Izuku. Wait. Wait, All Might, he yelled out again. Death Arms. There you are, you little shit. Grabbing his arm, now he was in trouble. Izuku. Hey, let go. Death Arms. You have any idea on how stupid that move was, kid? Sister or not, you should have stayed where you were. Izuku. All Might. Please, yelling to him as he waves at them all. Izuku. Please tell them I helped, please. He cried again. A second chance. He hopes this could prove something to him. He hopes this will change everything. His sister and her friends could only anticipate. And soon. It got quiet. As the crowd now waits for his answer. Like some god is ready to give a speech to his followers. AM. Young man. That reckless thing you did, but I can see you have heart. But it's not that of a hero. You could go for a police officer or fireman. They may not get treated well, but it's a fine job. Smiling still now. Soon. Death Arms, let's go. Seeing how harsh his answer was even for him. Izuku felt time stop, and now the reporters who recorded it and broadcast it on the air. He collapsed down now as they now laugh. Hundreds of voices that enjoy his suffering. He covers his ears trying to block it out. But his sister had her mouth covered as she was shocked at this. The others were speechless as well. Like passing out. His hope shattered a second time. Izuku. I'm a hero. I can be a hero. I can be a hero, he repeated to himself, over and over. Izuku. I can be a hero. I can be a hero. Soon the final pillar to everything he knew. Collapsed. Trapped within his own mind. He let everything out now. But not in a rage-inducing way. No. It was much worse. In fact, some may that this was the moment in time. Izuku. I'm a hero. That Izuku Midoriya, the one who wanted to be a hero no matter what. Izuku. I'm a hero. Dies. Izuku. I'm not a hero. He said it robotically. He uncovered his ears, and now instead of tears, his shell has now been drained of his sorrow and sadness. As he chuckles to himself, he stands up. Before turning, walking away, from the crowd the heroes just let him through. No words. Nothing. He walks along the area for a moment. Izuku. I'm not a hero. I'm not a hero. I'm not a fucking hero. And slams his head into the concrete. He slowly gets up and now he continues to walk. Soon. Hey Deku. He hears his classmate's voice. Poor pathetic Deku. Even the number 1 hero sees you're worthless, as they say. Soon he kept walking. Hey you piece of shit. We're talking to you. What they didn't see was Izuku smiles. But not that of happiness. But insanely. He turns to an alleyway as the two. Also worthless Deku knows what's going to happen. Here you go, fucker. Soon the two students approached him. One took out their phone. And the other got ready to fight him. Izuku. You want to know something, Hiroshi? Asking him. Izuku. You ever wondered why inflicting pain on others always made you worthless lot feel joy? The fuck did you just say? Izuku. Everyone, and everything, are all the same fucking thing. I'd rather be powerless than to ever be the likes of you. My pain is your pain. Ha, what are you talking abo? Cut it off as he was hit over the head with a metal rod. The fuck? Soon he hit again and soon, it was a moment in the time. Felt relieving. For every swing Izuku would inflict on the two boys. He was laughing and crying, going so much as to jamming it downward, and he drops the broken rod before picking up a rusted rod. One looking much sharper and sinister looking, he hits them in a fit of rage. They shown him the truth. The true evil that is here in the world. Heroes. He can see why he can relate with villains so much now. So much more. They're exactly like him. Breathing heavily as he drops the rod. He now just realized what he just did. Looking at their faces, you couldn't tell who they were. Soon Izuku just ditched his jacket and threw it into the sewage drain near him. The area was isolated from All Might appearing. He ran. And soon was born. The villain that the hero world created. Of course you were wonder on how Izuku got home unseen. With how he functions, analyzing everything, he knows how they work. How this pain works, he controls it, and now it's his tool. To make things his way, he's out now to only achieve one thing in his horrible life. Kill All Might. You may think, how does one pathetic little quirkless could even replicate even a fraction of his power? Simple. He will destroy the foundations of the hero world first. He doesn't know how he'll do it, but he will, all the while he makes those who wronged him suffer. Killing is too kind, too quick, too merciful. He just doesn't want to kill them. He wants to break them, until they desire death. He won't give it to them. They'll kill themselves. He will keep them from doing so. He already now has a plan in set. He looks to the other side of the room, and soon takes down all his All Might merchandise. Izuku. No point in destroying trash, when you can just give it back to their rats, but not without a price. Already he made about 500 pictures and posted them on a website where he can sell them. Where he can make a good amount, of course. When it comes to the price, he knows every single item's value. He will not be tricked, ever. Soon he hears a knock on his door. Son, are you here? His mother. Izuku. Yes, I am. You can come in if you wish. Inko. If I wish. Confused, soon she sees the blank and empty spaces on the walls, the flooring, even his shelves are devoid of the items every fanboy wants. Inko. Izuku, what's going on? Izuku. Yes, Inko. Your room. Izuku. Nothing to worry about. Inko. You're selling them. Shocked. Izuku. Is it so surprising? This is scaring her. Inko. I don't. Why? Izuku. You know what happened. The news, now she sees. Inko. Son, I know what they said isn't true, but. Izuku. But what? I should keep hoping, knowing it will never happen at all. Hoping for just the smallest chance of achieving a dream that I can't have because I wasn't born right. The reason why the world hates me. The reason why Dad left. He yelled at her. He never mentioned his father in such a tone. An overseas trip. To turn out she divorced him over something he never understand. But he always had a feeling. It was because of him. Inko. Izuku, please. Izuku. And there's you. Inko. Me. Izuku. Yes, that day. That dreadful fucking day that even my own mother, the who gave birth to this unwanted burden you have, could just say, I'm sorry. Guess what? I'm listening to the voices. I'm listening to them, and now, I want you out of my room, and make sure your daughter stays the fuck away from me as well. Get out. And soon she could only obey. This has changed him for the worst. Izuku. And to top it all off, I'm certain you never knew my birthday, or ever knew I existed, but I do, and I will make people will start to notice, and he slams the door in front of her, making her flinch. She was speechless. She could only cry from this. She saw what he pent up for not just a day, but years. Inko. Izuku. She could only just stare at the door. She walks away. Izuku now then looks up materials, ordering them under his father's name, since he heard he's a big shot in Islands. The perks of being a Yagi. You get benefits from David Shield himself. Of course there was the typical question on what he's going to use the materials for. He knows that his sister is striving to be a hero, so he wrote down on what he knows about them. Izuku. Soon it will all fall together. He looks at his hand. Still having some blood stains on it, he could just pass it off as his own. Knowing how much he bleeds every day, his skin calloused and hardened from not just the burns. The ice, the beatings, the cutting, mangling his body becomes something grotesque. He embraces his image now. No one will love him. No one. He sees the notification on his order. It will be there in 5 days, so for now, he will play the waiting game. And will proceed every step of his plan in a delicate manner, to ensure its effectiveness. He now started training. Of course his fragile body has been badly mangled, that there was nerve damage in certain parts of his body, more so on his arms and torso. Devoid of feeling the pain, he soon noticed that his whole frame has been similar to a swimmer, but it matters not. As he continues on with his routines, he hears a knock on his door. Izuku opens it, to see his sister, and she flinched seeing him suddenly open the door. Izumi. Hey, she said, and he remains silent. Izumi. Mom said dinner's ready. Izuku now just looks over her, to see his parents looking from the stairs, then he looks back at her again. Izumi. You working out? Trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere, of course he was. She sees the sweat on him, and recently. Izumi. And you had a haircut. Seeing his once long and curly green hair, now just a fade, short on the sides, but it was still a bit long on the top, and it was honestly a nice look for him, showing off his facial structure. Seeing how well developed he is, then she noticed the scars on his body. Izumi. Well, dinner is ready, and in response to her statement, he slams the door in front of her, and she jumped as expected, and she just slowly walks downstairs. Yagi. What did he say? And she stayed silent for a moment. Izumi. He's not hungry, and she goes to the kitchen. Inko then just follows along now. They had been feeling nothing but guilt for the past week. Especially since he would only come out to just check the mail and that was it. Frankly, they don't know what he does, but Yagi was in much deeper trouble. He didn't realize the fatal mistake he did, shattering the boy's dream not once, but having it broadcast to the world. It became so popular and infamous it became a new slogan for encouraging discrimination towards the quirkless. It was horrible, and he of course had a fight, which never ends well for him. Even UA, where he works, now has him under a black list, monitoring what he says or does when he works, which makes sense. He regrets saying it to him since then. So once they ate their dinner. Yagi. Izumi. How about in a bit let's go to Dagoba Beach again? Izumi. Sigh this again. Can I come? They suddenly looked at the door to see Izuku standing there. Yagi. Well, Inko then glares at him. Yagi. Sure son, you can, and he then walks back upstairs. Izumi. Is everything alright? Looking at the two. Inko. You'll know soon enough, Izumi, and she had a bad feeling it's horrible news. Of course on the drive there Izuku sat in the trunk of the truck, letting the air breeze through his hair. It felt refreshing. He finally left to go somewhere. Reason he's going with them, knowing it's full of trash. That's a golden ticket for his training. Yagi. You okay son? Trying to yell to him. Izuku stays silent again. Izumi. He's not going to talk dad. Not to us anyway. Saddened at this. Once she told the news to the others, they had the same reaction. Bakugo being Bakugo said finally, to which resulted in both a hot and cold slap and punch from Katsumi and Shoka. They broke him, that's what they did. They didn't deter him or try to show him he couldn't be a hero. They instead broke his mental state so much he became an entirely different person. And not to also say that right after the slime incident apparently 2 of his classmates were murdered, and he just scoffs and snickers at the news and leaves, which makes it all the more disturbing in what they had done. Soon the truck stops. Yagi. Alright, now son you can join in on Izumi's training, but no, it's very difficult. He turns to look back to see he wasn't there. Izumi. Could we add stealth as a talent? They got out of the truck to walk towards the beach. Seeing Izuku now pushing a fridge, he struggles to keep a constant movement. Izumi looks away cringing at the sight. Yagi just deadpans. but he noticed something. Yagi. Son, what's that? Pointing at his jacket, seeing a bulge. Izuku. My weight vest. Yagi. Weight vest. Izuku. Stop playing dumb. Since I'm worthless and useless, I'm doing this to make myself stronger, and don't say I can't otherwise. Yagi. No, we weren't. Izuku. Sure, and he continues on now. Yagi. Well, let's go, sweetheart, and they both head to a different part, leaving it to him. Izuku then glares at them, and he lets that rage give him the determination he needed to achieve his goal. Izumi now was also in the same boat, struggling to push two fridges stacked on top of each other. Yagi. Come on, you can do it, Izumi. Cheering her on. He turns to see Izuku now pulling the fridge and he loads it into the truck. He runs back out again to get another piece of furniture. And he keeps on going. Get one. Drag through hell. Load it up. Repeat. Soon he was showing signs of being sore. But he kept going, breaking through his limits. He grows angry with each representative. Soon he gets about 10 fridges and an oven to the truck, ready to be loaded up. Izuku, now panting heavily, just controls his breathing. He steadies it. And then, back to training. What's next? He's going to run 10 miles on the beach, which is long. He gets his back, and then brings out his training mask. To better his breathing, he now runs full speed, sprinting non-stop, but little did he know was the two were watching him work. The drive. Is he still trying to become a hero? Izumi. Is he? Yagi. We'll ask later. Soon she resumes the training. Now he stops, and he drinks his water. Soon he was done. He jogs back the other way, seeing the other two just barely finishing as well. He walks past them and hops in the back, and then drive home was as expected, silent. Izuku was on his phone looking up something. He then puts it away, and soon Izumi looks back at him, to then looking right at her. She turns back immediately. Izumi. He's changed, not for the better, and thus on his phone he was saving a number, and he smirks. Flashback. Izuku. Hello. Who is this? Izuku. I need help. And why would I give a damn about this? Izuku. It would be beneficial for us both if you do. How so? Izuku. You could get a headline for killing a hero. Question mark, question mark, question mark, quote. Izuku waits it out. Meet me at the Hiyashi Mall. We'll talk there. Izuku. Got it. Don't keep me waiting. And he was sent a schedule on when to meet up. Flashback ends. Izuku. Hey, can you drop me off at the mall? Yagi. Any reason? Izuku. Have some things I want to look for. Yagi. Care to clarify? Izuku. Do I have to? Yagi. To make me turn around, yes. Izuku. I want to pursue a career in being a bartender, and this made Izumi choke on her drink, and Yagi stumbles for a moment. Yagi. Bartender. Izuku. It's time for me to wake up and grow up. I'm done with this whole hero stuff. I want to make sure I can make a living, especially since I'm a damn laughing stock right now, and Yagi felt more guilt now. Izumi. But, aren't you young? Izuku. And who said I asked you? Yagi. Izuku. Izuku. Can you take me there or not, because either way I'm going there. Yagi just sighs now. Yagi. I can drop you off halfway since your mother wants to get picked up. Izuku. Fine by me, and he sits back again. Izumi. Now we've done it, seeing he's completely done with it all. Soon the truck comes to a stop and he jumps off. Yagi. How will you get home? Need one of us to pick you up. Izuku. I can take a train. Just ignore me like you always do, and he walks off, leaving him in shock. Izumi. Hey, don't say that to him. Izuku just ignores her and he walks off, leaving his gear in the truck, just taking his bag and heads off now. He hears them driving off now and he makes a turn to a corner. He takes a detour to a small cafe, and he enters. Hello. The waiter greeting him. Izuku. Hello, is there a bathroom? Sure, just right back there. And he thanks them and head off towards the back. He soon enters, then locks it, and he then takes his clothes off to open the bag to get out black tactical pants, a green turtleneck, and he puts on his boots. Soon he then brings out black leather gloves and puts them on, and once he was done he exits the bathroom. Izuku. Thanks, and he waves goodbye to them. Soon he exits and then throws the bag into a dumpster and he goes towards the mall. As he was looking through the news, he found the report of the 2 young men that were brutally killed last week. He could only smirk and recounts on that moment. He replayed that scenario so many times he never knew how much joy he felt from it. Sure, if he was his old self he would be crying in the corner, turning himself in to be sent to jail. No. He never felt more alive now. Soon he makes it to the mall. And upon entering he sees some people were trying to see if they recognized him. But since he changed his appearance basically over a week, they don't think it's the weak worthless boy with a dead dream. He gets to the message food court and sits on a certain spot. Soon he hears someone sit down behind him, and he then brings out a small card. So, you're who I'm meeting. Izuku. Correct, and I heard you can take care of a certain problem if that is the case. Depends on who I'm dropping. Can't do this shit without me getting killed. Izuku. I know, and I am certain from what I heard, as you can take this one on. Shoot. Izuku. The pro hero. Goes by the name of Captain Celebrity. He's been doing some shady business in the backgrounds. I used to think he was a good person under his persona. But I now see why, and with how he treats these children, the way how he treated his fans who trust and look up to him. Getting betrayed, I rather have them deal with his death, than having to deal with a trauma that will stay with them forever. I see, consider it done then. Izuku. But I have one condition. Izuku. Give him this, setting a container on the floor and the figure picks it up. What is this? Izuku. Let's say it's a type of Viagra that will last him a while, meaning he will have to stay in his household residence when it wears off. That will be your time to strike. You're crazy kid. Sure, I'll bite. Anything else? Izuku. Your payment will be sent once I see the news, and I also in return want a connection to talk to the one who calls himself the hero killer. Might be hard to get in touch. But I'll see what I can do. We're making business kid, know this, and the figure now leaves. Izuku. I know, and he soon gets up and leaves now. Nighttime. In the household, the moon the only light that is shining through the windows. Of course it's not lit entirely, but enough to see a black shadow move in the corner. As Izumi was snoring sleeping, sprawled over the bed. Her shirt lifted a bit to show a bit of her stomach. She doesn't realize that leering over her vulnerable figure, Izuku for the past hour just stood there and stared, like a demon leering over the one who will steal their victim's soul. His eyes were the only thing that lit up in the moonlight. The rest of him was just a shadow. He had in his hand a small knife in his hand. He brushed it over her forehead and she stumbles a bit. She turns over and now she faces the wall. He then looks at the knife, and he puts it away. Izuku. Not yet, not now. Patience is key to everything, he said to himself. Soon he leans down to her ear level. Izuku. I will make sure you wished you were never born. Whispering into her ear, she soon shudders and now she wakes up jolting up. Izumi. And she looks around, to see no one in her room. She felt scared, but she calmed herself telling herself it was just a nightmare. It wasn't real, but without her knowing, the demon still stares at her in the corner of the shadows, smiling. Izuku. In time. Izuku wakes up early. He jumps out of bed to get ready, taking a shower. Of course he felt his muscles telling him to stay in bed, that he is sore, he needs to recover, but he will get nowhere if he does nothing. He will teach them to endure the pain. After all, he is used to it. He gets out a book that teaches him on how to make certain drinks, certain martinis, margaritas, certain drinks that will show him to blend in with the crowd, while in the background he will make sure he will get the training he needs to ensure his skills don't dull. Izuku. The entrance exam for UA is 6 months away. Wonder if I'll be done by then. Soon he looks at his phone again, and he got a message. Your package is located in your spot, and he smirks. Now getting his outfit ready, he walks downstairs and sees his mother there drinking coffee. Inko. Oh Izuku, you're up early. Izuku. I'm going out. Inko. This early. Izuku, the sun's not up yet. Izuku. Want to get a certain item from the shop. I want to ensure I have some form of education. I'll be back quickly, and she nods. Inko. Okay, but please, be careful. Izuku. I will, and he exits now. Inko. Sigh, and she soon texts Toshinori, who is in his all-might form patrolling the area he got the message and now. He makes sure his routine has him in his sights. Seeing him walking along town, he sees him just looking at him phone. Where is he going? Soon he enters the hardware store. Is he going to build something? No, he soon stops on top of a roof. And observes closely, only to see him shake hands with the store owner and he exits. And now he heads for the bookstore, and he enters now. Of course these parlors are known for illegal activities based on how early they open. Toshinori is in disbelief that his son is out here making deals. Soon he exits holding a plastic bag and tells the clerk thank you. He then heads back towards the house now. Now it was his mother's turn, so he sent the message to her, but as Izuku was walking back he stops in front of the bus station, where someone who he can't see comes up to him, and they sit next to him. He now listens in. Izuku. So how's business? The usual, busy, but I know that you are just a novice and I do apologize for calling you here so early, but I must see who I am dealing with before I hire them. Izuku. No problems, I need to wake up anyway. I heard about your little debut and how other jobs aren't taking you in because of that. But know that my work has no tolerance for such behaviors. I will assure you that you will be treated equally, and this will help you in your career. Izuku. Thank you very much, and I know you didn't have take time out of your day to meet up with me. Nonsense, I'm the one who called you here, and for the job, I will have you in an apprenticeship with me. I will teach you everything you need to know about the business and how to satisfy the customers that will come in. I reckoned your answer to be yes. Izuku. Absolutely, I will give only my best efforts, like my life depends on it. Now that's what I needed to hear. You will start training on Friday, will that work for you? Izuku. Yes, it will. Good, I look forward in seeing you shine. Once you come, please talk to the waiter, he will take you to the back to my office. Have a good day, Izuku Midoriya, and he shakes his hand and leaves. So he was getting an interview. Soon Izuku gets up to leave and he then stops, to turn to look right at him, shaking his head. Now he jumps down to his level. Izuku. Why are you here, All Might? Didn't you have enough ridiculing me? My boy, please, I want to apologize for what I said to you. Izuku. Nothing will ever make up for what you did. It's bad enough I deal with the same shit at home. What? Pray tell, what do you mean by that? Izuku. Something you don't have a fucking right to know. Please my ass, my boy, please let me make it up to you. Izuku. If it's about being a hero or some other shit, too bad. I have a new career and I'm sure it's going to be out of your way, you false god. Now excuse me, I have to go work out, and he leaves from there. Nothing will ever fix what's been broken. Seeing him walk away now. Izumi wakes up still tired because she still couldn't stop thinking about that nightmare she had. What was those words that whispered in her ear? It still frightens her. She gets ready for the day. Since her last day of her school break, she decided to hang out with the others. Well, mainly Katsumi and Shoka. The other duo stayed saying they're training for the exams and want no distractions. Well, Shoto didn't had a choice. Recommendations or not. His father is training him. She still looks on her phone to see it now. Izumi. Captain Celebrity. Famed hero. Died in his sleep. What? Seeing this, she was in disbelief. He seemed to be very healthy. As it's mandatory to be in shape at all times for hero work. Just how? Soon she looks over to Izuku's room and opens it to see him missing. He was out somewhere. Again, he's been away from home for so long she's never gotten a chance to tell him how sorry she was for everything. She wants to make it up to him, but that was about to change for the worse as she sees more packages ready to be mailed off. But what caught her eye was the pinned picture of All Might, with a black X covering the whole thing. This told her that he hates him now. The #1 hero's fan hates him, and to be honest, she doesn't even blame him, especially for what he did. But soon. Izuku. What are you doing here? She jumps and squeaks, seeing him right behind her. How did he? Izumi. I was Izuku. Get out, and she obeyed. Izumi. Wait, I need to tell you. But in vain, the door was slammed shut in front of her again. No word has to be said on what the situation is. Izumi. Something. She just sighs and leaves again. Izuku. Good work. Wasn't exactly easy. Had to make sure he didn't look like he was struggling. Izuku. But you did it. Whatever. Now, I heard from a few sources that the hero killer is out for someone again. A fairly new pro hero. Goes by the name of Rook, mainly that his quirk allows him to fortify and create strong barricades, a good defensive quirk. If it weren't for him being subtle that he's a hero for just the money, the hero killer is going to strike. He's been hiding out near Hosu City where he does his work, so I'll send you the place and time of the hero arriving. Izuku. Alright, and he now gets set, but not without taking a nap, and he lays down. He hates sleeping, since he has to deal with that. The dream, as he would put it, is a nightmare come true. He would often just remember and recount all the beatings and pain he had taken since he was little. Even from that time he tried to be like a hero only for them to appear to throw him off balance. He just stares at his younger self, who was crying. Young Izuku. Why do people hate us? Bawling out as he was riddled with the fresh scars that were long old on him. Izuku. Because we're not like them, because we weren't blessed to be like them, because we're weak, because they're oblivious to what they are creating, and soon he turns his back, and he walks off. Young Izuku. But, we wanted to be heroes, me, sis. Kachan and Sumi and Shoto and Shoka. Crying out to him. Izuku solemnly just looks at him. Envy of himself seeing how blind he used to be. To keep on living a lie, he turns his back to him. Izuku. It's time to play our own game now. This time we're making it a long one, and he then wakes up seeing the time. It's about an hour away from the meetup. He gets on his jacket and then bag, and he soon heads out. Sneaking out through his window, turning off the lights, and he leaves. Jumping down into the bushes, he starts walking away, towards the train station on the next ride to Hosu City. In case of anything, he brought a hand axe, a screwdriver, and of course, a hammer, in case things go south. But he knows he's no match for the hero killer. And will likely die from this. But he would rather go out that way than dying alone. At least the hero killer is trying his best to get rid of a corruption no matter the method used. Next stop, Hosu City. The overhead speaker being loud, he ignores it and he looks outside, as it was about to take off. Wait, and then the doors open. Izuku. Come on, and soon he was in awe, seeing in his eyes, the most beautiful girl he's ever seen. Sure, he's being all malicious and hired someone to kill a hero, but he still has his moments with girls. He shies away and looks out the window. Excuse me, and he turns to look at her closely. She seemed about at least a year younger than him. Her light blue hair that seems to go all the way down to her waist. Her cute expression and smile with her looking very kind, made him blush. Izuku. Is there someone sitting here? Or is it already taken? Or maybe you're just wanting to be alone. Or no. Or I'm being awkward again, and she is airheaded. Izuku. No one's sitting here, he said, and she smiles. Okay. And she just plops right next to him, not even caring about her arm brushing up against his. Now the train doors close and it moves. Thanks again for letting me sit here, it's been a tough day today. Izuku. And no problem, damn him and his stuttering. It's okay. I don't bite, only tasty food. Say, have I seen you somewhere? Great. Izuku. I don't know. Maybe at school, or the mall, or the restaurant 2 blocks down from here, or maybe the beach. Oh, maybe the mall. No, I said that already. Shoot. He couldn't help but chuckle. Izuku. Maybe right now. And she giggles. No. That doesn't count. Oh, who am I kidding? What's your name? I'm Nejire Hado. Where are you from? What school do you go to? What year are you in? What's your favorite food? Excited. Izuku. Very energetic, like a child. Izuku. My name is Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. I go to Kashiike High. I'm in my senior year, and I like Katsudon, and yes, it's very nice to meet you, Nejire Hado. Nejire. Ooh, and you managed to hear my questions. Izuku. What about you? Nejire. Oh right. I'm Nejire Hado. Izuku. You said that already. Nejire. Right, Fui. I go to UA High. I'm in my 3rd year, and I like sweets. Izuku. You go to UA. Nejire nods. Yep, and I'm nearing to become an official pro hero. Just 1 more year and I'm set. Izuku. Not to be rude, but what made you want to become a hero? Nejire. I like seeing people happy, and also I'm very intrigued in seeing what people are there. Someone always new to meet and know, like you. Soon he didn't expect her to be all up and close to his face. Izuku. Confused. Nejire. Nice structure, good cheekbones, cute freckles, cool green hair and eyes, and also sniffing. Nejire. Very nice overall. So you go to Kashiike. Did you know that was the school I was gonna go to? Izuku. No. I did not. Nejire. I'm sure I would have met a lot of nice people there as well. Now it was his turn to sneer, which confused her. Izuku. Nice people, he said with venom. Nejire. Yeah. Izuku. Nothing about that place is nice. Nejire. I'm sure there has to be someone. Now it was getting annoying. She's just like the rest of them. Izuku. It's not nice for me. Anywhere really. Want to know why? I'm quirkless. That's why. So go ahead and be all offended and leave because you're sitting next to some worthless rat like me. He blurted out, to which of course surprises her, but then. Nejire. You're quirkless. I can relate. Izuku. Now it was his turn to be confused. Nejire. What I mean is I can relate on how badly you were treated, because I'm a late bloomer. My quirk didn't manifest it until I turned 12 inches. Izuku. So you, Nejire. Yeah, I was mistreated, which showed me what I truly needed to do, become a hero and stop this hate. That's what I want to do. Now he was in awe at this girl. Izuku. Wow, Nejire. Funny thing is that my quirk only manifested when a couple of my bullies were hitting me. I fought back and then it manifested. Since then I realized how fake people are, which is why I'm so interested in them. Why do that? I still can't figure it out. Soon the train stops. Izuku. Well, I hope you can find out your answer. This is my stop. Nejire. Oh, okay. Izuku. Well, it was nice talking to you, Miss Hado. And he gets up to leave, but then he felt a hand grab his, which caused him to flinch. Nejire. Wait, please hand me your phone. And he decided to play along and give it to her. He has two of them in case, but he sees her doing something. Nejire. I put my number in. I want to keep talking to you. So, see ya around, Izuku. And she waves as he gets off. The train doors close and she waves to him still, and he kept staring. Izuku. Why does shit happen to me? Making his way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and he's bound to find himself near where it's located. Izuku. Should be right here, turning a corner, and with perfect timing, he sees the hero killer, beheaded the hero, and he sees him. Izuku, knowing he has nothing left to lose, he walks towards him. Stain. You're treading on thin ice, kid. You want to die. Showing his bloody sword. Izuku. It would be nice. I have nothing left to lose, so it makes no difference in what I'm here for anyways, to which left him stunned by his response. Stain. You seem to be barely 18, kid. You still have a life ahead of you. What do you mean? I see. So you are him. Now he sees it. Izuku. The one who was mocked and embarrassed by the symbol of peace. Stain. I saw that. You didn't deserve that. I used to think All Might was the one and true hero, but I see he's just like the rest of them after that day. Izuku. I know, it was an eye-opener for the both of us. The reason I'm here, is because I want you to teach me how to fight. Stain. You, and how will you manage that I will say no and kill you? Izuku. Because, I know you can see the potential I have. My will. The only thing left in this life is for me to kill All Might. I don't care how I'll do it. I won't stop until his head is displayed all over the world on that fucking tower of his. I will do it. Now Stain kept observing his little speech, and soon he sees that this one isn't like the rest of them. He sees nothing but pain in his eyes, nothing but betrayal, nothing left but just the hate of someone who had lost all hope for this fake society. Yes, this is what he truly needed. Stain. You may seem to lack the training for just basic things, but I can the drive you have. It's like me, my crusade can be put on a hold. If I focus all of my efforts on making you someone worth fearing, only question is how long will you last? Izuku. Until the one thing that stops me is the heroes. Stain now chuckles. Good answer. Alright, I'll bite, kid. I'll teach you, but no, I'm not going to hold back, so you best prepare for a lot of pain. Izuku. I'm used to it, so it shouldn't make a difference for me. Smirking now, Stain brings out a hand, so he grips his and shakes it. Stain. You're now my apprentice. Where did you come from? Izuku. Mustafa. Stain. You know where Dagoba Beach is? Izuku. Yes, Stain. We'll meet there. The sand will prove to be a good conditioning for your legs. For now, head home, kid. Get there before the sun rises. Izuku. Okay, and soon he jumps away as Izuku stares. Soon he heads right back to the station, for he has no more reasons to be there anymore. Soon he realizes that through all of the things he's been doing, he sees it's midnight now. For now he'll let his madness take over for a bit. As he heads back to the train station, he imagines hearing the waltz number 2. He can hear the cellos, every stroke, every sound produced. He made a step, moving his arm, and he made sure each step of the sidewalk ends on his right foot. Before now twirling once to continue on, even those who see him doing this know better than to mess with someone who is dancing with no music. He continues this until he finally makes it to the train station, but even then, he continues his waltz while waiting, until he hears it coming, and then, he continues on, and soon the train stops. He as well stops, and now he heads in, the same spot he talked to Nejire Hado, and he thought back to the number he was given. He'll test it tomorrow. Right now he's tired and would rather get home, and boy will that not end well for him. As expected, he gets off the train, and heads back home, passing the streets to see the heroes in action once more. He sees them trying to capture someone, and he keeps on walking. He gets a phone call from his sister. Izuku just stares and lets the phone ring. As it stops ringing, he finally made it back home, and now he lifts himself up and now he crawls back into his window, and he sets his stuff down, to then the light suddenly turning on to his family, standing there as he just throws his bag on the side of his bed. He lays down. Izuku. What do you want? Yagi. You don't get to talk back. Where were you? Izuku. Out. Why do you care? Inko. Because we're your parents. Izuku. What's going on? Why are you acting like this? Izuku. Hey, you know exactly what's going on. Please, for the first time in years you asked me about my well-being. How pathetic. Izumi. Hey, Yagi. Izuku, please, we want to know what's going on. Why you're acting like this. It's childish. You're a young man and you should try and be a positive idol for your sister, for her friends. And soon he starts laughing. Izuku. Positive idol. Punching bag is more appropriate. I'm trying to get my life together now. I don't need to be your kid any longer. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of being ignored. Tired of being forgotten. Tired of everything, and I want to get away from it all. Inko. What are you saying? We love you, Izuku. Please see what you're doing to yourself. We know that what happened on the news is traumatic, but you have to be strong. You have to overcome it. Izuku. Strong. Izumi said it herself. I'm just a weak, worthless Deku. Her and the rest of her tramp friends can burn in hell for all I care. Now they were shocked, hearing this come right out of him. If they weren't aware on how he feels about his sister, well, they do now, and it broke her heart. She had fucked up big time. She silently cries. Seeing the tears come down, she rarely ever cries, so they know it's bad. Yagi. Izuku, apologize to your sister. As Inko tries to comfort her, Izuku then just glares at him and stood him up. Yagi did the same. Yagi. You say sorry to your sister, and he looks at her. Izuku. I'm sorry. Sorry, I never knew how much of a bitch you are. Yagi. Izuku. He grabs his shoulder only for him to be shoved away. Izuku. Don't touch me, old man. You don't fucking tell me what to do. Yagi. I am your father. I am your parent. You live in our house. You live by our rules. Izuku. My father. My father. You're not my father. My dad left me because I'm quirkless. He left because mom here decided it's a good idea to be with his friend. Yagi. How dare you even suggest that? Inko was speechless. Izumi. Paige. Please, she whimpered out, seeing the two argue, and it grew in intensity as they yell even louder. Izumi. Stop. Stop. Izuku. I don't care what you have to say anymore. I'm moving out. Inko. Izuku please. Izuku. No, I had enough of being treated this way. You think that giving me a small amount of attention will be enough to make me stay? No, I had enough with everyone here. I don't want to be in this hellhole anymore. I am tired of it all. I'm tired. His voice cracking and now tears come out of him, not caring for the strain his throat is in from the yelling. Izuku. I gave you so many signs of how I'm treated. I'm afraid to come home from school. I'm afraid to be at school because how much more do I need to suffer? Exclamation mark. My idol said I couldn't be a hero. He made me not just a laughing stock. But to also narrow down the careers I can try and pursue in. Exclamation mark. No one wants me. No one cares for what happens to me. It's always just about her. And her fucking friends. Exclamation mark. Letting everything out now. They just stood there and listened. Yagi and Inko had no idea this was happening to him. They had no idea on how badly they had fucked up his not just parenting, but for his mental state, thinking that he's just trying to grow up to be independent, while in reality, they were the reasons he had to grow up early. The reason he has been driven to such a state. The reason he hates heroes, and lost faith in everything. He now sits down on his bed, and he tries to control his breathing. He's going through another episode again. Kill them, it's the only option. Let us be free of the weight that held us down for so long. Izuku. No. They let us rot. They let our mind decay. It's only fair we take their lives for the price. Izuku. They will get it soon. Not now. Patience always comes with its reward. Once he calmed himself. Izuku. Are you done gawking? Or are you going to leave? And soon enough, they still tried to process what happened, but to no doubt they had enough as well, leaving the room. Yagi. He was about to say something, but he held his tongue, and closed the door. He then seized the number. Nejire. She even put a happy face on it. Hey, it's midnight and he could care less, so he calls the number. But he also felt like hanging up immediately. What if she gets the wrong idea? Is it okay to call her at this hour? Is it too late, or is he being too bold? Izuku. I'm turning into her and I barely met her for 15 minutes, but soon. Nejire. Hey, it's Nejire. Izuku. Hey Nejire. Nejire. Oh Izuku, what's up? Are you okay? Isn't it late? Aren't you tired? Oh boy. Izuku. No, I'm not okay. Yes, it's late, and yes, I'm very tired, but I just needed someone to talk to. And I know I may be intruding and being a burden to you. But could you listen to me for a couple of minutes? Nejire. Being a burden. No one is a burden, especially if it considers your well-being, and you can talk for as long as you like. Izuku. Oh, okay. Nejire. So what's up? Asking again. Izuku. Nothing much, just from the fact I got in a huge fight with my family. Nejire. Oh no. Who threw the first punch? Izuku. No, as in argument, but I did shove my stepfather. Nejire. Ooh, that is pretty bad. I guess your voice cracking is the result of yelling. Izuku. 15 minutes we know each other and you know me well enough of the situation. Nejire. I have a stepmom, but I don't know what's the difference. But we get into some arguments, mainly about me being distracted easily. Izuku. No, Nejire. But I'm here to focus on you, not me. Are you alright physically? Do you want to meet up? Izuku. Meet up. Nejire. Well, not right now, everyone's sleeping. Well, except for heroes, and villains. And vigilantes, maybe some night owls. Do we count as night owls? Anyways. Izuku. Well, I know you're up late. Nejire. I was playing Bejeweled. I was bored, so you calling made my day. Izuku. Oh, blushing. Nejire. Sue about that hangout. Izuku. Oh right, where do you want to meet up? Nejire. Usually a guy would know where to go, but I'm thinking about the mall. Izuku. Okay. I'm alright with anywhere, honestly. Nejire. Cool, let's make it a date then. Izuku. Date, isn't that too quick? Nejire. Nah, maybe is to test waters, or check water. Who cares? I want to know you more so we can go to other places, is that good with you? Izuku. Yeah, that's fine. Nejire. Cool, will Saturday work for you? Izuku. Yeah, Nejire. Cool, well see ya then Izuku, and you can keep calling me if you want. I like talking so it's good to have someone I can talk to late at night. Izuku. Hee, same. Nejire. See ya then. Izuku. Okay, and she hangs up. Izuku didn't really got to explain what happened, but it's nice to be talking about something else. He wonders if this date is out of pity. He'll know once he gets there. For now, he needs rest, and he is tired. Izuku. I'm nothing but an outcast, an extra gear of a part that never needs to be replaced. Only to just collect dust and slowly corrode until nothing is left. Soon his first day at work. Training with the hero killer. And then he has a date. Busy schedule, but in truth, he's glad he's busy. Helps keep him focused on his goal. This date he's for sure knows it's going to flop. 6 months still. He will train his hardest, but for now, he has to think off his outfit, for showing his face will result in being hunted down. He's had a mask on all his life, what's the difference if he has another one? Now he gets to work, drawing up ideas, in how he'll look. First he thought about wearing a suit and tie, but then again he's going to need mobility. He had a thought on his combat pants and boots. But for the rest of his body he needs some sort of protection. And then he realized something. He can wear a cloak. One that would cover the rest of his body, and he remembers that he has access to receiving certain illegal items from the stores. And to top it off, they can be military gear, but how can he afford it? His job alone will barely pay off just one piece of equipment from just a year's worth of working. He thinks, and tries to find a way. He goes back on his phone, looking for anything that could help him out. Of course, setting up jobs and taking contracts with his partner. They both could make a living from killing heroes, but it still won't be enough. He needs something, some solution to resolve this problem. Then he turns on the news, and it's like God heard him. The new villain organization calling themselves the League of Villains have been spotted working and conspiring in causing trouble. A bunch of low-lives if you ask me. Where they are located is still unknown. But we have heard that they reside somewhere near Camino, otherwise their whereabouts remain unknown. Bingo. He turns the video off and now he looks up Camino Ward. Just a small part of town. He can see they're still constructing a couple buildings and even demolishing them. He looks up the market payment, and sees that with a few tricks he managed to find what he needed. Izuku. August 24th a payment was made to own the apartment complex of Camino Ward where it's been renovated. Under a no name. Has the love all over it. He now prints it and he keeps it to himself. He gets his bag ready again. This time he took a crowbar from the garage, and he tied it to his bag. Now he's ready to leave, and head on out, to seek and get into even more trouble. What you expected from walking around at night with a crowbar is the odd looks they give you, but for Izuku, he seemed to be like a criminal, from the way he's dressed, but either than that, he didn't really show any signs of trouble, yet. Izuku. Camino Ward, still a mile away, and he continues on walking. Of course he would have taken the train, but he would draw too much attention to himself. Even then he's a laughing stock, so he would rather avoid getting recognized. Once he gets there he sees some of the buildings and then the construction site. Cameras are planted everywhere. But he didn't need to sneak in. He sees the building and he will go through the front. With each step he felt his heart beating faster, the sweat producing and dripping off his hair as he was growing nervous each time he went forward. But he tried to put on a brave face. He knows this could get him or possibly worse if he thinks more about it. But then again, he has nothing left to lose, that's it. So he now opens the door and enters, and it was empty. Izuku. What? As his voice echoes in the barren room, dust and cobwebs along with decayed furniture are the only occupants here. Izuku. Did I get it wrong? Looking around now, he gets the crowbar out in case shit goes down. Going through the place, he sees it's been abandoned for quite a while now. why is he even trying? But that all changes when he suddenly falls through the ground, and once he hits the wooden floor, which is actually set it up on top of a stone foundation. Some reason he doesn't know made the impact hurt much more than it needed to be. And like as if God hates him, the crowbar hits his head right after. Izuku. Motherfucker, he had every right to say that. He doesn't swear much, but he felt that this was needed. Such a profound language, but I can let it slide for now. But I have a question on why is a young man such as yourself going around snooping in buildings? He slowly looks up to see a man, well, Flames, who is wearing a really nice suit, who seems to be cleaning the counter of a bar. Izuku. Oh right. I apologize for the sudden impact here, for you see we cannot allow anyone to know the whereabouts of my master's hideout, so I have to ask a few questions, so please come take a seat. Would you like anything to drink? You seem to be still a minor, but I will serve you alcohol if you wish. Izuku. I'm sorry for intruding. Smooth. Well, I'm sure you weren't aware of our hideout location. Probably some explorer who takes videos of abandoned buildings and posts them on YouTube or some other general media you kids are into these days. Izuku. Well, if you're offering the drink, you have spunky monkey. And soon a nice glass cup was put in front of him, and then the man then instead brings out lemons. He cuts it. You know, despite everything, a lot of kids like you would want to try alcohol, but this a nice change of pace. Trying to make small talk. Izuku was actually hypnotized by the way he works, seeing how fluent and smooth his movements are, cutting the lemon to then squeezing it, and then he adds the sugar, small amounts, and then he shakes it up and pours it into the glass, which was cold to the touch, seeing cup fogging up from being out from the freezer too long, and then he puts a small umbrella on it, and then finally, a straw. Here you are, and he tries it. Izuku. Oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever had. Glad you like it. Now then, on to the questions. Izuku. Okay, how did you find this place? Izuku then puts the drink down. I'm trying to locate the love, which I'm guessing it's this nice place, well, nice bar. I appreciate the kind comment on the bar, but how did you acquire the location? Izuku. Simple, I looked into the records of past sellings and loans that have happened here in the past 10 years, and found one that said it was under some unknown name, which raised a lot of red flags, and the fact that this building is the only one that will not be demolished, but instead will have a huge reconstructing and redo of the interior, another red flag. And have you exploited the location whereabouts? Izuku. No, I didn't, and now he raises his eye. He can't tell. So only you know about this so far. Izuku nods. Even if you kill me, your hideout is safe and sound. Okay. Now then, why did you want to find this place? Izuku. Simple, I'm here because I want to join your league, and now he picks up a very old telephone, turning the dial, and soon he waits, holding up a finger to him. Please be patient here for a moment, and then he starts talking. Yes, I find it interesting as well. Seems foolish if you ask me. Indeed he has. Also it's him. Very well. I will send him your way. Soon he waves his hand and a portal is revealed. Izuku. A teleportation quirk. And he was starstruck. Please head in. You may ask any question after your meeting. And he thanks him for the drink and he heads in now. So far nothing special, only that he sees a bunch of very expensive looking medical equipment. Like he could be performing surgery. That's how it looks, until. Hello there, Izuku Midoriya. And he shuddered, and felt like everything stopped for him. And he froze. He felt like cowering. He wanted to vomit. He's alone. With whoever is in the room with him. Turn around, child. It's rather rude to be speaking to someone while their back is turned, and he reluctantly turns around slowly. Soon, he sees him, a man. Or seemingly a devil wearing a suit and tie. He had a large scar covering the entire top part of his face. But that doesn't mean he's someone to be reckoned with. He can see that he's far more dangerous than any villain he's seen. He's pretty sure that Bastard All Might himself would probably lose his smile from this guy, until he sees some of the items he has on him. On his side is a very nice looking poncho and cowboy hat, and some pictures there, but they seem to be blacked out. There we are. Now then, there we go. Izuku. How do you know me? Why, I'm pretty certain everyone knows your name. the clown of Mustafa, and now hearing that coming out of him, fuck who he is. Izuku. You don't call me that. And why not? That is what the people know you by, why should I forbid saying that about you? Izuku. Because I didn't deserve that shit. I don't deserve any of the laughs. Those fucking laughs, I want it to stop. I want everyone who wronged me to feel the same pain I had. I want them to know I will be there in every corner. Every waking moment, to know that they will soon meet their end. I will kill that fucking symbol of peace myself. Yelling out. Look how that's going for you, making him retort back. Izuku. What are you on about? Because all I see is a boy who was still dreaming, a boy who had everything to look forward in life, but instead, he was neglected and abused beyond recognition, your body scarred, your mind trapped within itself, born quirkless that even your own father abandoned you, chuckling. Izuku. Shut up, why did you even fathom the thought of your worthless dream? Izuku. Shut up, even you know that even with the hero killer's training, it won't be enough, you'll be even more of a laughingstock than ever, you'll be outcasted. Izuku starts tearing up. Be quiet, and you will stay in shadow of your sisters, who will be everything you wanted, a hero, having a loving family who supports every choice she makes, friends to fight along with, meet new people, make more friends, and possibly have a family, while you just sit there and rot, like what you always did. Izuku. Shut up, 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 shut up. And how will this story end? Like how all quirkless end. Forgotten, looked over, ignored, casted off like something you just throw away, like a speck, or a piece of dust or lint. Nothing worth crying over at all. Now he's got him. As Izuku now rages and he grabs the crowbar, he jumps and swings it overhead and hits a mirror, for what he saw was an illusion. Izuku. What? He muttered out and he sees the man again. But that's not how you want it to end, I can see it. Nothing is ever worth. Nothing, not even a quirkless. They are all valued at something. The world is afraid of change. They see how heroes are in this heroic society. Fake, like them, but you had ambitions that even All Might himself didn't have. You wanted to save people, just them. You want to free them of pain. You didn't want to bring them the pain you had went through in your life. No. You wanted to rid the world of your pain, until the world denied you your selfless dream, the dream of being a hero, but instead, was forced to become something you didn't want to be, and he looks back at the mirror, seeing his reflection. Shattered, cracked, broken, that is what has remained inside of you, all from one dream, that let you go through a lifetime of pain, is that correct? And he looks down now. Izuku just couldn't stand it. He was right. He's right. Soon he hears a lock click, and the man stands up. But that's not what everyone sees. I see a boy with great potential, a boy who become the one thing the heroes will shiver hearing about, the one heroes will be scared to face. I can turn you into someone that you won't recognize, the weak boy you once were. Feeling his hand on his shoulder, it was comforting, accepting. He felt safe. And I can assure you that no sin goes unpunished. Wouldn't you agree? As his tears still fall, his expression hardened, even with the tears, his now red eyes give off only rage. And malice. But this time, it's much more present. No more hiding, no more dreaming, no more of his childhood dream. He is no longer Izuku Midoriya, the boy who wanted to be a hero. No. He is now Izuku Midoriya, the outcast, the villain, the one whose name will make the heroes fear him, and by doing that, will not just end them mercilessly, he will make them scream. He will make them cry, he will make them cower like how he did. They will feel what he feels. Soon he was enveloped in a hug, and he broke down. You are the one who they will fear. You can end them. No longer are you the cowering boy. You are now a boogeyman to the heroes. Will you, Izuku Midoriya, join the League of Villains, to spread fear, to give back the pain those who wronged you? Holding out his hand, Izuku saw him, like a light, like God himself was giving him this chance to prove to them that the world was the one who made him this way, and that's what they'll get. Izuku now grabs the hand and he grips it like he was being held over a large cliff that descends into nothing but darkness. But this man, this kind man, was the one who emits the light that he so longed for. Izuku. I will join, my teacher, my master, my father, which makes the Mons smirk even more now. You have already proven to me, that you are devoted to me. And to the League, you will be trained by the hero killer, and me personally, in time, when the year of UA starts, you will already be feared, but now it's rather getting late, and you should head home, and know this, they will not be there for long. In time, they too will disappear, for now this is not goodbye, and soon a portal opens, and it leads to Dagoba Beach, seeing his things were organized and ready to go, as the bartender from before helped him. Izuku. Thank you, have a safe trip home young Izuku, make sure no one knows, no one is suspicious, be discreet of the information given, will that be easy to follow? Izuku. Being a quirkless. No one will bat an eye, smirking now, and he walks through, he felt nothing but a huge weight lifted off him. He felt wanted, he felt needed, but most of all, he found someone who he look up to, like a father. Of course, after what seems to be an eternity, Izuku now is back in his class. Of course he had to wake up early for Stain's training. And then running on the beach for a long time, he knows he can do this. But his mind is telling him no. But despite through everything he's gotten much more fit since then. Well, he's getting the mindset already, he still isn't strong enough for anything yet. He had a pretty nice Christmas, to be honest, the whole week went by so fast he didn't realize it. The Christmas was just used as a day to train, but to his sensei however. Him and Kurogiri, who was the bartender and the caretaker for his sensei, gave him a present, he won't say what it is yet. Because he wants Stain to be the first to see it. And of course, Shigaraki, Tamura Shigaraki, the appointed leader of the love to which he needs to kinda grow up. Both of them are close in age, so they both took a look at each other and thought. Friend, maybe, or not, ally, rival, who knows. But what they do know is both of them had a fucked up childhood. Each one's different, but they know pain in someone's eyes when they see it, so they have a mutual respect for each other. Of course this wasn't surprising to Sensei, but Kurogiri had at least expected a rivalry for each other. But then again, they are here to work together, not see who's better than who. The whole hero killer training is best kept secret from Stain and Shigaraki, otherwise he might be in a bit of a bind when it happens. Stain. If you want to learn a specific weapon you have to start with the basics, throwing gloves at him. Stain. You have to learn to master your fist, doesn't matter how good you are with a weapon. When it comes down to being disarmed, you better pray that your reckless swings will hit something. So I will teach you some basics, one of them I learned from someone. A former hero who had a brute fighting style, knowing your hatred. It requires power and strength, and I know this is the style suited for you, and he nods listening in on every word said. Learning it and repeating, it's demanding but that's the point. Endurance plays a very huge role in all of this. Of course you could have the strongest punch in the world, but if you don't have the stamina to do it again, then it's worthless. So like his running, he keeps adding punches and he would do this for not just minutes, but hours on end. He would even walk home with his knuckles busted open. Of course his sensei had a solution. Sensei, your hands have never seen battle. From when used to travel, I came across the Shaolin monks' temple, and they had a method called the Iron Fist. I can teach you this, but no, it will destroy the nerves in your hand, but you will not be stopped by anything. That also hurts. Hitting the bag and keeping it a steady pace. Each hit he felt like someone stabbing his hand, especially the back. Constantly doing this is what makes it pay off. He continues, day and night, non-stop, for on and on, and on. Izuku's phone rings. Oh shoot. My job, and my date. See ya. Running off now. Stain. Psy Kid overworks himself. First month. Stain. Come on. Keep your stance up. Giving him lessons in hand-to-hand combat. From punching, within the first month Izuku had built up in strength. He's been doing this routine non-stop. Stain. You seem to have an abnormal tolerance to pain. Each punch I see it denting the fridge doors even so much as to boring a hole into it. What are you doing? Izuku. I've been doing extra lessons, learning from books ways to make my tolerance to pain become nothing more than just being a scrap to me. Stain. Whatever it is, keep doing it. The more the better, and he continues on. Throughout the training, soon his changes were still hidden. Except when he's at work. Very good kid. You're learning a lot, and keep up with the workout routine you're doing. All the ladies love to come in to get served by a dashing bartender. Izuku. Yes sir, and of course the whole thing with Nejire, he seemed to be good friends with her. Nejire. Wow, you're really working out. What's your secret? What's the load? Will my friends like it? Is it bearable? Will you teach me? Izuku. No secrets, a bunch of trash at Dagoba. If you have the endurance then yes they will like it. And it's bearable after getting into a routine with it. And if you want me to, then sure. Until the second month. Alright class, bring in your assignments. Alright, seeing the students handing in their assignments, all except for one. Sigh. Midoriya. Where is your assignment? Izuku. Why do you care? You're going to fail either way. Not going to give you the satisfaction of failing me. Soon the class, that usual never glances or even look at him. Sees the changes he's done to himself. Wearing the standard uniform. His hair and more defined features, but one thing they noticed. His arms and hands. They are calloused, but he seemed a lot muscular than his weak fragile self. Look at Deku. Thinks that a little working out will make him worth something. Even though he's quirkless, he's kinda hot. But quirkless is a quirkless. No way he's going to make it in life. Soon one of them got up and it was of course. Mako. Mako. You listen here you little shit. No one in this fucking school will ever make it into internship, especially you, but Izuku just scoffs and laughs. Izuku. Is that what it's about? Please, I get it. I gave up. I have other careers to be pursuing, so if you kindly let me go, you're dirtying my outfit, and he then was punched. Izuku looks back. You're running out of material Mako, what's wrong? Can't handle being the top dog. And again. Mako enough. The teacher was yelling at him. Izuku. No keep going. Let the ape vent out his tantrum, and he get angry and punches him again. Mako. You're stupid, you're worthless, useless, quirkless, no point to this world. Izuku. And you keep repeating it, such a damn broken record, pathetic, soon. Mako. Shut up. He activates his quirk. Turning his hand into pure crystal, but instead it was grabbed and then he punches the wall. Then suddenly, he was slammed right into his desk, breaking it in half. The class just stared in shock. The quirkless Deku fought back. And won against their most promised student to get interned. Izuku. If I see you out there with your hero, you better know who's the weak link here, and he then grabs his bag and leaves, of course. Nejire. So you fought him and won. Cool. This Mako guy sounded like a jerk. Izuku. You have no idea. Nejire. But what's the note? Izuku. Oh, don't worry about it. And inside the note was the one sent to his parents. The one he intercepted, that he was expelled from his school, which means, more training time. Third month present. Sensei. The key is to know your enemy. Of course you know this already. But I have prepared something special for you. Soon he brings it out now. Izuku. Whoa, seeing this very large unique looking hammer. The head is in the shape similar to a Roman number 3 wrapped around in barbed wire. And the shaft is made of metal with the pommel being a sharp end. And of course, he can finally show his outfit to Stain. He was wearing a black raincoat with rubber gloves and boot. His black tactical pants along with the stitches and chains in the coat itself. Leaves one more thing to see, a gas mask. But not just an ordinary one. One made by an infamous support gear maker whose name is still unknown. This gas may look ordinary. But its properties are what makes it dangerous. First is the lens protect Izuku from being controlled or under a quirk that requires sight. The mask filters out any type of gas and makes him immune even to quirks with gas-like properties, but one thing that is notable is that over time, Izuku's muscles growing more larger made him look much more menacing than before. He calls himself the Outcast, but at night he would soon make his first mark as a villain. Sensei. Who is this girl here? Showing him a picture. Izuku. She is Ibuki Miyaki, the girl who would torment me. She and Mako would gather up the boys and girls alike to come and do things to me, things I would not want to remember. Sensei. Well, fortunate for you, you will be crash a small hangout she's holding up at her place, while her parents are away. You may do whatever you want, as long as it leaves something behind for the heroes to see. He couldn't see it. But he can tell Izuku was just smiling under that mask. Izuku. Today is a good day, today is a great day. Picking up the hammer, he now exits and leaves. Sensei. I look forward to whatever you may do. HM. In the dead of night, Izuku walks through the dark city. His breathing is raspy and loud, mostly from the mask, but it doesn't mean he's having trouble. As he walks along the street, he is seen by the occasional onlooker. Who immediately moves out of the way. Some even took pictures, but he's so focused on going towards his target, he doesn't care who sees him. Holding the hammer in one hand, he soon makes it. Hearing the laughing and the giggling, he felt his rage rise again. Izuku. Ibuki, the one who toyed with me, like I'm disposable, today marks your pain. Soon he goes up to the fire escape, and he pulls himself up. Each step echoes throughout the area, but it was no use. No one is going to come, by they it will already be too late. Ibuki. So I've been thinking on what type of game we should play. Given off suggestions. Mako. Nah, I don't really care about that. I just want to sleep already. You and your sleep, why scared? Mako. Me ha, as if. Says the one who got his ass handed to him by a quirkless. Mako. You shut up about it, it's been 2 months since then. Now I'm the laughing stock. Ibuki. Speaking of laughing stock, I still find good memes about that whole All Might rejecting him. Still hilarious. Mako. Aw man, you got to still send me the one with him being drawn as a clown. I don't know guys, seems to be a bit old. I thought it'd be a dead meme by then. Nah, you guys are just no fun. Ibuki. Don't worry. Let's do something else. Anyone have any ideas? Mako. Not that I can think of. Nada. Same here. That was until they heard something, like a window was broken into. Ibuki. You heard that right. Whispering, and they nod. Mako. Someone's broke in, he muttered to them. Seeing something like this never happens in this part of town. How could, why? But that was soon to be answered. When Mako stood up to go check out the sound, the others keep watch in case something happens. Turning his hand into a crystal shard, he opens the room to her parents. To see the window open, the cold breeze coming in, and once he felt it, he shivered. He turns around. Mako. There's no one here, but soon the others were shocked and wide-eyed. Mako. What? He doesn't see the towering figure that stood behind him. Once he figured out why they're like this, it was already too late, for the figure grabs him by the neck and manages to lift him up with little to no effort, and he was thrown across the room, now holding his hammer. The others screamed trying to escape, but ended with 2 of them being slammed down with the hammer, disfiguring their heads. Now walking towards Ibuki, who could only cower in fear, as the figure slowly walks towards her dragging the hammer on the floor. Mako. RRAHH. Jumping on his back, but he was grabbed by the head and was in a chokehold, and he slams him into the ground, where he then proceeds to stomp on him repeatedly. Ibuki. Mako. Crying out to her friend, who was bloody. Mako. Run. He groaned out. Then his head turned into mush as now. She screams more. She sees the figure slowly walking towards her now. Before suddenly he sets the hammer down to take off his gas mask to now be in shock. Ibuki. No. Deku. Seeing Izuku in front of her. He was the one who killed her friends, he chuckles. Izuku. Surprised. Ibuki now started to cry. Why? Why are you doing this? Izuku. Hey. I thought I did good showing you guys how I truly feel. Ibuki. Showing? What are you talking about? Izuku. For so long, have I been constantly abused and mistreated? No more. The Deku you knew is gone. Only the outcast remains. Then he puts the gas mask on, and he grabs her foot, screaming and kicking. Ibuki. No. No, I'm sorry Deku, please don't do this. Soon she was held over the fire escape. Ibuki. Please. I'm begging you. Don't do tea. Please, trying her hardest to avoid the outcome, but it has been forever planned. Izuku. Then maybe you should have seen how your methods could get you killed. Have fun in hell, Ibuki. And now. He drops her, hearing her scream before it suddenly stops. Felt so nice to hear. He now walks to the bodies. And he left the little display before he leaves. Jumping down. He lands on her body, disfiguring it more. Now he walks off. Into the night. Leaving no trace. Like a nightmare. Izuku. Sigh. Fuck, groaning out. Collapsing on his bed, exhausted from his training. 3 months so far. 3 months of non-stop training. 3 months, since he ever had a single thought about the family, and he could care less, and 3 months being into the job. He was in his work outfit, dining in, serving the regulars, and the awkward moment Nejire came in with her friends. And they were allowed in because Izuku said it's fine. And got the green light from his boss. They sat down seeing Izuku work. To be honest, he really felt embarrassed. Like he doesn't know if anyone else has this feeling. That he has to show off his skills. With ease, shaking it up and then pouring it well. Izuku. So what brings you guys here today, while still working? The big guy. Blonde hair but with a face that doesn't match at all with his body. Mirio Tagata. Mirio. Nothing much, man. Just came here to see how you're doing, and man, you were great at this. Looking how he does this with ease. Izuku. Really, Nejire? Oh, don't be low on yourself, Zuzu. There it is again. He doesn't really remember when she started calling him that. But it seems to have a very negative reaction with other guys when he hangs out with them. Since he's the only one who has a nickname in the group. Izuku. And you should stop calling me that. Nejire. Phooey. You're the one that has a name that wants to be nicknamed. I like it, although unlike him. He isn't thick-headed. For he can see the faint blush on her cheeks. Then the other boy. The shy one. Black hair and always hiding in his jackie. Tamaki Imajiki. His and Mirio's quirk are both very powerful. In fact, in his opinion, they may be the strongest in the school at this moment. Izuku. So, I'm guessing you're here to take me somewhere? Mirio. Since you're getting off in about 10 minutes, soon his boss comes out. Ah, so you are his friends. Always thought it was just Nejire. Nice to meet you all. Mirio. Oh, and thanks for letting us in. With pleasure. Any friend of my best worker here is always welcome to come here. Izuku. Sigh. While seeing him pat his back. Nejire. Ah, now it was his turn to slightly turn red. It's all right, kid. Clock out early. I can fill in. Need to make sure I don't get rusty, and he nods. Izuku. Thank you, sir, and he walks out to clock out and grabs his bag. Putting on his trench coat and walks out now. Mirio. Man, you sure dress classy. Izuku. Have to. Dress code permits it. Nejire. Must have costed you a lot. Izuku. Not really, had some help. Nejire. Ooh. Who? Do we know them? Is it your parents? Is it other work? Do you have another job? Izuku. Can't say. No, you don't know them. Never my parents. Only job I have right now, and you asked that twice. Mirio. Well then, since you're done, where do you want to go? Nejire. I'm thinking of the Izuku. Other than the mall. We went 3 times last week. Nejire. But, pouting. Tamaki. I don't mind where we go. Soon they head for the mall. Again, for now the 4th time, of course going through the usual route they take. Izuku then sees in the corner of his eye. Mirio. What? And they all look to see it as well. A TV on display, showing the news. TV. And last night remains to be one the police and heroes call the most disturbing murder case. 4 students, one Ibuki Miyake, Meiko Satori, and 2 other students who yet to be identified have been found in the Miyake residence last night. After what seems to be the case of a very maniacal person, this work seems to be not the case of any sort of known villain. It is said that before the possible incident, witnesses have said they had seen a very large man covered from head to toe with a gas mask and a very large hammer. This is the last known photo captured, now showing Izuku in his outfit. Of course the photo has been badly exposed, so it looks very creepy to the others. Mirio. How could anyone do that? What was even their motive? Izuku. Perhaps the person is probably someone they knew, maybe a stalker, or a person they wronged, who knows, showing no emotion to the case. Nejire. Well, it's up to us to stop him, as future heroes in training. We will make sure those students' death are not in vain. Izuku. You should refrain from shouting out your identities. Mirio. Right. Izuku. But either way, good luck on finding this person then. Then they continue on with the hangout, even though the report killed the mood and they couldn't get their mind of it, so Izuku had an idea. Izuku. Hey, let's see if there's anything to watch in the theater. Nejire. Oh, could we go, could we? Looking at the other two. Mirio. For sure, anything to get our minds off this mood. Tamaki. Sure, and they head that way, talking among each other. Izuku of course was talking to Nejire, while the other two are talking about their ideas on what game should they play when they both get home. Nejire. So your boss, seems you're really close with him. Izuku. He's been nothing but kind and fair to me, he taught me everything I needed to know, and so far it's been doing well. Nejire. What about your parents? Izuku. What about them? Nejire. Are you still planning on moving out? Izuku. When I get the money, then yes. Nejire. Well, you see, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Izuku. Nejire. I'm not supposed to be saying this, but UA is going to establish a dorm system, so all three of us are going to stay there. And well, my parents are traveling over the world right now. They won't be back until I graduate, so I was wondering if you would like to just set up shop at my place instead. And this made the two in front of them stop talking and listen in. Mirio. She's really doing it. Whispering to him, and he nods. Izuku. And how long have you been planning this? Nejire. Well, Tamaki. It's been like a month. Nejire. Tamaki. Turning red, and Izuku just chuckles. Izuku. I appreciate the offer, Nejire, but I don't want to be intruding in your home. Nejire. Why you won't be, it's just me right now and Izuku. And you want to spend more time with me, smirking. Nejire. Hey, Izuku. Adorable, and she hides her face. Mirio. Lel. Tamaki. What, Izuku? Well, let me see this place then, and I'll see about it, alright. Nejire. Oh, sure. And they head in now. Of course. There was an event going on, playing movies that are from the Quirkless era, and they are playing a movie called Mirio. Dirty Harry. Izuku. A movie that was made in the Quirkless era. Heard it's a timeless classic, and from what I've been told, is worth watching. Tamaki. Let's do that then. Nejire. Sure. And soon they bought the tickets. Of course he paid. He's the only one with a good paying job, and he felt nice today. Much to their protest, he did it anyway, and once they got in, he received a call from his sister, to which he just ignored, for the 1000th time of the week. He hates this whole trying to check up on his well-being. They had their chance. And they blew it, no more. He turns it off and he continues on, and for some reason, they were the only ones in the theater. Izuku. Not surprising. Mirio. Did we choose wrong? Tamaki. Let's just watch it, and they sat down, of course. Mirio and Tamaki sat next to each other, leaving Nejire sitting next to Izuku, a row above them. Nejire. Ooh, now the movie starts. I know you're thinking, did I fire 6 shots or 5? You honestly, in all this commotion I lost count myself, hearing this. Mirio. Cool. Tamaki. Shish. Nejire. Wow. Izuku. Hey, soon he felt a weight on his shoulder. Nejire. Smiling. Izuku. Nejire. What are you doing? Nejire. Using you as my pillow. Izuku. You should know that being in something like this with me will get you in trouble. Nejire. Why is it important to you? Why are you denying this? You don't like me, are you dating someone else? Izuku. I just worry for your reputation at UA. I won't deny that it's nice. I do like you, and I'm single as always, but I worry for how everyone will see this. I just don't want to bring you unwanted hate. Nejire. Izuku. Izuku. But one question, why me? Why not Mirio? Why not Tamaki? Or some of your other friends who could be a better choice? Is it out of pity, out of spite? Nejire. No. Pity never. Spite. Why do you always think low of yourself? Izuku. I'm quirkless. I went through a lot. Could we talk about this after the movie? And she leans on him again. He caves in and lets her do it. Izuku also remembers. Flashback. Sensei. I know who you're close with Izuku. Izuku. That's why I'm here. Sensei. To know you wanted to inform me with this information further proves your loyalty to the League, but you should know that secrets cannot live long here. Your ties and connection with her only puts you at risk for being caught, and not only that, I can see you care for this girl greatly. Izuku. I know, and I don't know what to do. Sensei. It is quite natural for someone your age to fall in love, or even question why, but you should know that it will draw unwanted attention. Knowing your position in the media, and being occasionally recognized, also to add that she is going into her 3rd year at UA. Are you prepared to face against her, should it happen? Are you prepared to fight her, hurt her, and should I order it, kill her, expecting his answer? Sensei. You don't have to answer now, but know that it will be shown when the time comes. Izuku, remember this. Flashback ends. Izuku. Will I be able to do it? Seeing this girl. This energetic girl. Who he is glad to call her a friend. Someone he's able to tell his problems to. The one who can also be there for her as well. Is he ready to just end it all? With just a swoop of his hammer. Or her killing him with her blast of energy. Either way. It will end with just pain. And grief. What isn't new to him? He stares at her. And she looks at him. Causing him to look back at the movie. Now it's her turn to smirk. She tightens her grip on his arm. Pressing it more into her. And he knows the whole game now. Mirio and Tamaki on the other hand, are trying not to laugh at this. Well, Tamaki was just confused. Once it was over, they still had a lot to think about. Mirio. Man, that was intense, never seen acting like that before. Tamaki. Might be the reason a lot of people don't like it. Nejire. Is it from the way they talked about certain things, the way they are blunt about the violence, or maybe on a very touchy topic, that? Izuku. It shows the quirkless as a hero. Nejire. No, I wasn't going to say that. Izuku. I know. But I'm talking about movies from the quirkless era in general. They're trying so hard to ignore it. But it's really sad to see it. They allow certain types of movies to be aired from the quirkless era. A movie like this would never even be considered. The reason we managed to watch it. It is because the mall here approves of all movies, which why we were allowed to view it, but again it's just my opinion here, but it's what I feel right now. Tamaki. Mirio. And it's totally fine to speak your opinion, man, but well, look at that time, me and Tamaki have a tournament to catch and win. Tamaki. We do. Ga. Having an arm around his shoulder. Mirio. Anyways, we're heading out now, see ya. Running off carrying him as he screams in the distance. Nejire. Haha, they're funny. Izuku. Odd. Nejire. Well, you going to walk me home, or your new home? Izuku. I said I was going. Nejire. I know, and they walk out now. Of course it's dark. And if the cold temperature wasn't a sign, then the moon shining down on them is. Walking over the bridge, seeing the occasional bystander, it's been very quiet. Nejire. So about earlier, when you asked about why I choose you, what did you really mean by that? It's going to look bad on me. Izuku. Look at us, Nejire. I don't think we're going to go far with this. I'm quirkless. You have a hero quirk. If people saw what you in your hero outfit and they see you with me and put 2 and 2 together, then it could look really bad. Nejire. But, Izuku. No. I just want you to understand. God, believe me, to know you feel this way about me. It makes me really happy. To know I can still experience things like this. Here he is crying again. He hates it, but Nejire just hugs him. Nejire. And I don't care about it all. If being with you makes you happy, it makes me happy. I just don't want you to be sad. Because of something you were born with, I want you to be happy. Because in my eyes, you're the one who stole my heart, my periwinkle heart. Izuku. Hee. Is that your way of saying it? Nejire. Yep, and I won't let you do this to yourself. Can't make all the decisions right. Izuku. I guess not. And he returns the hug. A hug. Something felt different about this one. Sure, when his sensei hugged him, it felt hollow. He doesn't know, but with her, he knows that they both feel like this with each other, and that it just makes much more tragic for the two of them. 3 months later. Yagi. All right, Izumi. That's enough, and she plops down on the ground once more, after 6 agonizing months of training. She had cleaned up and made the beach nice and clear now, and to be honest, it was beautiful, so beautiful that onlookers now started to gather around, to see the one who had done it all. Yagi. Now you're ready, Izumi. You are ready to take the torch now, and she scowls, especially when he told her the news. Flashback 3 months ago. Izumi. So Dad, why are we here again? Asking her father. Yagi. Well, as much as I wanted to put this off, but sigh, I guess I have no choice, and soon a puff of smoke comes out of nowhere and then. Izumi. All Might, and thus followed along the generic explanation and one shitstorm. Izumi, after finally calming down, had just did nothing but cry. Izumi. Does Izuku know? Yagi. He doesn't, and again he dodged another punch. Izumi. How could you do that to him? Why would you embarrass him on the media? Her voice cracking. Yagi. I know what I did, Izumi. It was out in the moment. I couldn't tell him yes. I worried he would get himself killed. I didn't want to encourage him, only for him to end up in a body bag. I had to do what I had to do. Izumi. Damn it, Yagi. It was out of his well-being. I didn't want to get him killed. He went through a lot, Izumi. Izumi. No shit, Yagi. Hey, Izumi. Just stop. Flashback ends, and soon she felt him nudge her. Izumi. Right, so what do I need to do? And then. Yagi. Eat this, handing her a piece of his hair. Izumi. What, Yagi? The quirk could only transfer through DNA. Just eat it, and she looks and sees she drank all her water. Oh boy. Izumi. Oh god, and she then eats it, then immediately gags. Izumi. What the hell? And then they realized they had an audience. Who saw the whole weird shit in front of them. Yagi. Hee hee, oh boy. Izumi. You will speak nothing of this. Yelling at them. And they just scattered, leaving them be as she did clean the beach, so they left. Soon she looks back at him. Izumi. So the exam's tomorrow, and he's been. Yagi. I know, but it's no use talking to him anymore. Izumi. Because of us, we pushed him away, and you and Mom are just giving up so easily. Yagi. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. He's always out. He's never home, and now he spends the night somewhere that even me and your mother can't figure out at all. Izumi. You want to know? He's been staying with his new girlfriend, and he choked on his water. Yagi. What, Izumi? Exactly, Yagi. And how did you find out about this? Izumi. Flashback. Bakugo. So the bullshit thing is we can't just go on and blow shit up. We need to also pass the written test. Fucking aid. Katsumi. Just shut up about it already. Shoto. Wait. And they stop. Izumi. And they see in the distance Izuku hugging someone. Shoka. He has a girlfriend. Now stunned. Katsumi. Since who would ever want to love a fucker like him? Growling. Bakugo. I'm going to give that Deku a piece of my mind. About to stomp towards them. Only for Izumi to pull them back. Izumi. Shish. Listen. And they now drop in on the conversation. Nejire. And maybe we can just see where we'll go from there, right? Izuku. I'm pretty sure. Hee. Look, I'm not like other guys. I'm pretty much as weak as they get, but it is with great honor, if you would let me be, Nejire. Be my boyfriend. Izuku. Right, stuttering. Nervously smiling. Nejire. Then that makes me your girlfriend, right? And he nods. Izuku. Yeah, Nejire. I think we should seal that deal then, and soon they both got close to each other, then. Izumi. Oh my god. Shoto. He did it. Shoka. Heartbroken, she muttered. Bakugo. That fucker gets a girlfriend before me. Growling badly now. Nejire. So you still going to move in? Izuku. Oh yeah, definitely. Izumi, Shoto, Shoka, Katsumi. Bakugo. Izumi. What, Shoka? The, Shoto. Actual. Bakugo. Fuck, Katsumi. Deku. Flashback ends. Yagi. So you basically eavesdropped on them. Sigh. Izumi. So we're going to talk to him. Yagi. I have to tell your mother first. God knows she's going to be upset about it. For now let's just get you prepared for the exams, alright? And she nods now. And they get back into the truck, but little did they know. They had someone there listening in on them as well. Izuku. In his villain outfit. Izuku. You will be next soon. For now. I have another rat to kill. Seeing the apartment in front of him, and he walks towards it. Izuku. Irasai, Hitoshi, and Kaoru, the three pricks who tormented me during my middle school year. Aldera. The teachers. I'm here to get my revenge, and he walks towards it now. His hammer stained with dried blood, from his first attack. He's been slowly killing. So far they've been written off as simple murder. Since they all had no ties in with each other, that they can't see so far. He remembers that he killed the teacher from his elementary school. Who was the one that announced his quirkless status to everyone in the school, the one who instigated that quirkless are less than human. He made sure she suffered horribly. Her child was as snobbish as they can get. So how will he make it horrible for her? By killing them in front of her. And she couldn't do anything about it, choking the life out of them. The gagging and begging for life, as she cried out to her child. He then just snapped her neck, and set the place on fire. Izuku. Now it's your turn to feel the wraith, and he barges through the door going up the stairs. Every stomp and every step he takes echoes through the building. The dimmed lighting and lack of sound makes this all the more terrifying for them all. Soon he reaches the doors. He remembers where he lives. He knows where everyone lives. He reaches the door and he hears noises going through it. Now it was time. He now felt his anger rise again. And then, he punches the door and a hole was made. He then grabs it to then rip it off the hinges now, hearing the screws falling and hit the floor. As the rings and bits of wood grain fall, he enters, seeing the family enjoying what seemed to be a game night, and there he is. Izuku. Irasai, he said to him. Irasai. What the? Who the hell are you? Who seems to be the father? His arms expanded and the others now prepared. Izuku. Shush. Taunting them as if he was telling a child to be quiet. He then out of nowhere throws his hammer hitting his father. To now grabbing him. Go. Telling them to hide and they ran off. Irasai. Dad. And his mother pulls them into the other room as the father tried his best to attack him. But it was in vain. As he tried to swing the bat he had gone from behind the chair. It broke once he hits him, but it was to no effect. Izuku soon now grabs him with one hand, choking him as he gags for his dear pathetic life. Trying to punch him, kick him, anything to gasp for the air his lungs so dearly desire. Until a snap is heard, and then Izuku with his free hand twists his head a perfect 180 degrees, the air leaving the constrained windpipe. And the blood leaving him was slammed away by the hammer, and this was a sign to them that Irasai's father didn't make it. The dead silence felt like it lasted for hours. They didn't know why or what this person wanted with Irasai. But he was scared. Soon. The door then burst open as the killer now just goes through it effortlessly. His stuttered breathing. And the blood now coming out of the eye sockets of the mask. Makes it a living nightmare for him. Please. Please leave us alone. Leave us alone. Soon he grabbed his mother. Irasai. Mom. No, please, why are you here? Why? As she was being choked, Irasai tried his best to knock him away. To try and loosen his grip. Only for him to suddenly hear a huge crack. As his mother goes limp and he drops her to the ground in a fit of rage, he attacks his parents' murderer and he then now rips the mask off him. Irasai. Why would you do this? Only to stop now. To see his attacker's face. The green hair. The freckles. The green eyes. And the scars that are present on his face. Irasai. Deku. He muttered out. His face seemingly a calm expression. And now faces him directly. Irasai. Why? Deku. Why would you do this? You said you wanted to be a hero. Just. Why? Why? He was about to punch him only for it to be grabbed and he was thrown at the mirror. Screaming in pain. He tried to get up. He was squealing in fear seeing the kid he used to bully. Now the one who took his parents from him. Irasai. Deku. Please. Please Deku. Only now his face turned into an angered expression. To that of pure hatred. He now slams the hammer on his legs. Hearing a bone snap from the impact. Irasai. Fuck. Fu-ah-ah-ah. Clinging onto his leg he was now held up. Izuku now looks at him in the eyes. Unstarring. Unwavering. His full focus only on him now. Soon he leans into his ear. Izuku. Burn. Een. Heal. He whispered, then suddenly he lifts him up to slam his back on his knee. Breaking it and he does it again. And due to his pure strength, he ends up bifurcating him. Separating his torso from his waist. Dropping him now like a sack of potatoes. He picks up his mask and puts it back on. And he leaves from there. For the last moments Irasai sees is the horrified face of his mother staring right back at him, before he bleed out. Izuku. And I didn't even had to use my hammer for him, worthless as ever. Walking out the apartment. He goes through the side exit, leading into the alleyway, and of course, police sirens are echoing in the distance. Once more he comes in. Kills them. And leaves. A portal opens up in front of him and he enters now, and of course. Shigaraki. Well shit. Scared the hell out of me. Seeing Izuku enter now as Kurogiri looks at him as well. Kurogiri. Good thing I knew where you were at. Honestly, please tell us next time of your current location. Don't want you to be arrested. And he stayed quiet. Ah yes. This time of the day. Shigaraki snaps his finger in front of him. Oi, you heard him. Izuku nods sensei. It's alright Tamura. He just gotten his next kill. So he's here to cool off for the moment. And he just goes back to his game. Kurogiri. So. Your work clothes are in your quarters right now. They've been dried, cleaned and folded properly. But I have to ask that you must change out of your outfit before you even touch the fabric for blood, unlike other dyes. Is extremely difficult to clean off. So much it's rather preferred to get an entirely new attire. And he nods. Soon another portal opens. Sensei. Come in Izuku. I wish to talk to you, and he enters now. Izuku bows and he sees his sensei listening to some songs, and he was having tea. Sensei. Come sit. Seeing a chair pulled out and he takes the offer. Sensei. And take your mask off, and he does, and sets it on his lap. Sensei. How is your little crusade going? Pouring him tea now. Izuku. I'm nearing to completing 10%, but the more I do it, the more attention it brings. So far they think it's some simple criminals doing the killings. Given that there is no ties to them all, except they're working or going to school. Sensei. Good. Now how is your sweetheart, meaning Nejire? Izuku. So far she has no suspicion on who I am. The real Izuku Midoriya. Sensei. And she is a link to UA. Try and exploit any type of information that could be proven useful to us. Izuku. I have not gained any info besides the dorm system from a while back. Sensei. Continue your work. Shigaraki has a plan coming up, and he will notify you when it's near to completion. Izuku. Alright, and the portal opens up again. He enters now. Right into his room back at his quarters. Sensei. Don't want to take too much time Izuku. You best be heading to work. Now he just gets ready. Taking off his outfit. He got his dress pants on and he then stares at himself in the mirror. He sees how much he's changed over the course of 6 months. Stain's training and Sensei's training combined made him a ruthless killer. A ruthless fighter. Kurogiri. I see you're looking back in your past again. Izuku. Huh? Kurogiri. It's been only 6 months and yet I can read you like a book, young Midoriya. You came a long way so far. And I may say that Shigaraki seems to take a liking to you. As a friend in his opinion. Izuku. Charmed? Kurogiri. I do encourage to try and get to know him. He hasn't been quite exposed to social interaction at all. Izuku. That makes 2 of us, Kurogiri. You're an exception because of your job. I would please ask of you to talk with him more. Izuku. Asterisk sigh. Sure, I can do that. You two did a lot for me enough. Least thing I can do is talk with him. Kurogiri. My greatest gratitudes, young Midoriya. Now then, do you wish for me to open a portal to your work? Izuku. Same drop-off. Kurogiri. Same place. Izuku. Please, and then the portal opens now. Izuku. Thanks Kurogiri, and he walks through, and it closes. Kurogiri. Thank you young Midoriya. Izumi. So, this is it, standing in front of the gates of UA. It's a lot more intimidating for some reason. Soon she sees Bakugo. Bakugo. Hi Miss Jedi. The fuck's you're standing out here for? Izumi. Just waiting for the others. Bakugo. The fuck why? Izumi. To be considerate? To be that good friend you like? Bakugo. Whatever. I'm going in, and he heads towards it. Izumi just shakes her head. Shoto. Hey Izumi. Izumi. Ba, jumping, as she sees him pop out of nowhere. Shoka. Sorry. Izumi. No you're good. Where's Katsumi? Shoto. She'll be catching up soon. Shoka. She's late, that's what he meant to say. Izumi. Of course she is. Well let's go in then. Bakugo. Stay the fuck out of my way. Shoving past a girl as she screams. Izumi. Before he kills anyone, walking up now to where Bakugo knocked over a girl. She had a bob-cut hairstyle with brown eyes and hair. With also a permanent blush on her face apparently. Izumi. Hey are you alright? Helping her up with her quirk. Whoa. And she chuckles. Izumi. It's alright. Sorry for using my quirk on you. And please forgive Bakugo. He's really excited for the exams. You call that excited? Shoka. Sadly yes. Shoto. Izumi. So what's your name? Huh. Oh, yeah. My name is Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you Izumi. Izumi. Izumi Yagi. Shoto. Shoto Todoroki. Shoka. Shoka Todoroki. Ochako. Hello. Your siblings? Shoka. Twins to be exact. Ochako. I can see that. Do you have the same quirk? Shoka. Well yes. Shoto. But actually no, Izumi. Well we can explain more later. Let's head in. Ochako. Oh right. And they rush in now. Well except for the twins. Since they're just doing the written exams. Because of recommendations. Katsumi. Of all the fucking times that bastard turns my alarm off, grumbling. As her hair was in a mess and her outfit is messy as well. She was not in a good mood at all. Not to mention she didn't even shower or prepared for this in any sort of way. Until she bumps into someone. Katsumi. Hey watch where you go, but she stops midway. As she sees Deku in front of her. He was wearing a black turtleneck. With his black leather jacket. With his brown combat pants and boots. With gloves on. He honestly looked very hot to her. With his new haircut she never really got a proper look at. And his defined features. Holding an umbrella he just scoffs and continues walking. Katsumi. Hey. Izuku. And he stops and now he just stands there waiting for whatever bullshit question she's going to pull out of her ass. Katsumi. What? What happened to you? You used to be all nice and giddy. The stuttering nerd that used to dream of being a hero. What happened? Besides the whole media thing that fucked up your life from there. Wow. Smooth. He clenches his fist. Just hearing her annoying voice wants to make him slam his hammer onto her head. Rip it right off and just feed the fucking beast to the fishes. Izuku. You fucking know why. You cunt, and he continues to walk. Katsumi. The fuck you say? She was about to stomp towards him until. Nejire. Hey Zuzu. Rushing past her was Nejire and just like a switch being turned on. Izuku. Hey. He immediately changes behavior. Holding her hand and he kisses her, while she stops. She needs to get going anyway. As they walk away, she just couldn't figure it out. Katsumi. Fuck. 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 Punching the ground she just continues her path towards UA. Too pissed off to look at them even more. Izuku just glares at her as she walks away. Nejire noticed it. Nejire. Is she your bully? Childhood friend? Gasp X? Izuku. Yes, she's my bully. And she's my sister's childhood friend. And no. I did not date her. Too young, too violent, and too cruel. Nejire. Oof. Izuku. So, I thought your exams today? Nejire. Oh, it is. It's happening later since the first years have to go first. It's in the title, silly. Izuku. Hee. I guess so, holding the umbrella over the two of them. They walk around for a while talking. Mostly about the situation at her apartment. Sure, he has a new place to stay. But at some point her parents are going to be coming back from their trip. To her she thinks he's going to be homeless. But he reassured her he has a place to stay. But he couldn't tell her, for obvious reasons. Nejire. What about you? Is your orientation today? Izuku. Yeah. But I already know my classes. Don't want to deal with my classmates. A blatant lie since he's expelled and forbid to come anywhere near the school. But that's not important to tell her. Izuku then sees she tugged on his arm. And they both look at the TVs displayed through a tech window. There's also a crowd, and they both look at it. TV. And today's top story. The ruthless killer has struck again. Another home invasion has been reported to have happened last night. At about near midnight, witness said they heard screaming and yelling that have disturbed the residents living in the complex. Police have managed to identify only one of the victims. For the case was, I cannot read it to you. But they has identified the victim as one Irisai Yuko, a student who had went to the same school the other victims went to, which is Kashiike High School. The authorities have found a connection tying into other killings from the past 6 months. And have concluded that this was all done by one individual. Targeting and killing these students, it is advised and recommended for all attending students to stay at home today. Until then, heroes and pros will be monitoring and doubling the amount of pro heroes investigating the area, in hopes to find this monster. If anyone has any information regarding the killer, please contact this number. This is the last known still photo of the killer, showing Izuku in his villain outfit, covered head to toe. Nejire. He looks scary. Is he really that tall? Izuku. I guess so. Didn't know this was that bad. Nejire. How horrible. Izuku. Indeed, now the crowd disperse and Nejire clings on to him even more, which made Izuku flinch. Nejire. If what they say is true, about the murders being tied to Kashiike, you need to stay home. I forbid you from going out. Could you call out? Izuku. Nejire. Nejire. No. I don't want to lose you. Remember we said that we'll watch over each other. Please. I don't want to imagine you somewhere, and I have to be the one to identify you, crying now. Izuku felt guilty, so he wipes the tears off. Izuku. Hey, look at me. I'm going to be fine. They seem to be tied to those with a strong quirk. I can see the pattern, and knowing me, I'm quirkless. This guy probably doesn't even see me as a threat or even a problem. Plus I'm good at hiding. I don't mean to brag, but I can defend myself pretty well, and I have you there, okay? And she hugs him. And he drops the umbrella. Nejire. Okay, I believe you. Sorry for getting us drenched. Izuku. PFFT, is that all you're worried about? And he picks it up, and they continue to walk. PM. Hello there, little listeners. Could I get a hey? Screaming out loud, as the pro hero present mic announces to the students in the auditorium. Of course there was a slight pause for a moment, but then. PM. Tough crowd. Anyways, welcome to UA High's entrance exams. Now they started cheering. PM. That's more like it. And soon he goes into a full-blown explanation on what is to be expected of them in the test, and what they should be expecting in attending. Of course it's to be pro heroes, but he then goes on to explain the whole destroying mechs part. And that seemed to get them hyped up. Since A, they get to use their quirks, and B, they get to destroy shit, along with gaining points in destroying said shit, as the others are now hyped up. Soon. Excuse me, you have not yet to explain what this zero-pointer is. If that is the case, then it is the utmost shameful thing you have done in this speech. And you, pointing to Ochako and Izumi. Ochako. Me, not you. Her, pointing at Izumi. Izumi. You had the same bored expression this entire time. If you have no interest in taking this seriously, then you must leave. Izumi was about to say something and tell Bakugo, why don't you shut the fuck up and listen to the damn speech? Before it could get any worse, Present Mike stopped it in time, as Izumi hid her face in embarrassment. Of course it finally settled down, and now, they head into the first part of the test, the written portion. Izumi. Oh boy, she muttered to herself. And she sees besides her a girl with a ponytail just breeze through the thing no problem, before she opens a book to something else. Izumi. Oh boy, again, she tries her best, and she writes in it, seeing the problems looking very similar to a finals, in an AP class. Bakugo and the others are doing fine. Still no sign of Katsumi, she seems to be sleeping still, until the door busting open wasn't a sign. She made it. Katsumi. Sorry. Clearing her throat, she walks up to Present Mike, who was talking to her about something, and she then nods, having the test handed to her, and she walks up the stairs, and sits next to her, breathing heavily and just groans now, exhausted. Izumi. What happened? Whispering to her, Katsumi. Saw your fucking brother, that's what happened. Izumi. What? Shish. And she stopped. Izumi. We'll talk more about this later. Katsumi. Right, and they continue this for 30 minutes, but to Katsumi it felt like a whole damn hour. Once it was over, they were escorted out to the buses, and they head in now. Katsumi. Holy shit man, your brother. He's really changed. I didn't even recognize him if it weren't for the obvious hot nerd face he has. Izumi. What, Katsumi? Not part of the topic. Anyways. He just scoffs and then calls me cunt, telling me I know why he's like this. Izumi. Whoa, I get it that he's mad. But he doesn't have to call you a cunt. Katsumi. I know, but at the same time, I deserved it. Well, all us deserve to be called a cunt. So anyways, how did your training go? Izumi. Finally cleaned the beach. Did my work. Got stronger. Now I'm just hoping I'll make it. Katsumi. Pleased with what you just did. Fucking yeah girl, you're going to get in no prob. Izumi. Thanks Katsumi. Katsumi. No prob. Hey, my mom told me to give you this, by the way, handing her a small scarf. Izumi. Katsumi. She noticed how cold you've been getting. And with the upcoming winter, you could add it to your hero outfit or something. She said it's made of fireproof material. Don't know how she got it. But hey. I'm not complaining, so take it. And she holds onto it. The black fabric with dark green stitching makes it very unique looking. She smiles. Izumi. Tell Andy thank you. Katsumi. PSSH. You tell her. I'm tired. I wanna go to bed. But I have to get in. My dream is ready to take place. Determined. Izumi. You right. Izuku. You're wrong. Nejire. Izuku. Sorry. Phone. Nejire. Oh, seeing he's talking with someone. She looked around, seeing the nice area he chose to eat at. Pleasant place. Izuku. And your point being, I can't right now. I'm on a date with my beautiful girlfriend that you don't have. I have work this evening. My hands are full. Nejire. Beautiful. Smirking now. Izuku. Look. I'll come by tomorrow. Will that be okay? I can just get up, leave when I get out from school. I'll make a beeline straight over. Is that good for you? Izuku. Good, God. Hanging up now. Nejire. Who was that? A friend. Izuku. Yeah, he's someone I've been talking with at school. Not much of a social person. But he's what I got. Meanwhile, Shigaraki. Motherfucker thinks showing off his girlfriend makes him think he's better than me. Kurogiri. I believe it's called blending in young Tamura. Shigaraki. Shut up, stomping away. Kurogiri. With an attitude like that. No wonder you can't get one yourself, shining his mug. Back to them. Izuku. Seems your exam's coming up. Nejire. Yeah, wish I could just stay a little longer. Izuku. Come on, pulling her up. Nejire. No, trying to put her weight on the table, but Izuku just lifts her up easily and he just bridal carry her. Nejire. I can walk. I have legs, pointing to her feet. Izuku. So do I, and she pouts. Izuku. Just let me have this moment. To piss the others off, seeing some others there, maybe in the same exams as her, who knows. Nejire. So my esteemed knight, you're escorting me to my kingdom. Izuku. Certainly my energetic princess. Nejire. Hee. Izumi. Come on come on. You can do this. Deep breaths, now determined, standing in front of the gates with the others. She is ready, but to the corner of her eye. She sees Ochako really nervous, so she gets through the others. And she tried to reach for her. Only for her hand to be grabbed by the same stuck-up dude from earlier. What are you doing? Are you trying to sabotage this girl's chance of attending? Izumi rips her hand out of his grip. No. I was going to comfort her, since she looks nervous. You know. Like how a normal human acts. God. Passing by him she puts her hand on Ochako's shoulder, making her flinch. Ochako. Oh it's you Izumi. Izumi. Sorry for the scare, you nervous. Ochako. Yeah, Izumi. Deep breaths. Don't think, just do it. Like a meme, let your actions speak. And let's get through this, alright. Holding out her fist and she smiles. Ochako. Sure, soon the gates open now, and Izumi knows what to do, and she grabs Ochako's hands and they run ahead. Ochako. Is she insane? PM. What are you doing? There's no countdown in real life, go go go. And they now run in with red confetti falling out of the gates. PM. Oh, Izuku now stands in front of UA with Nejire. Nejire. So, wish me luck. Izuku. Always, want me to wait for you. Nejire. Nah, it's good, I can meet you at your work later. Izuku. Sure, see ya, giving her another kiss she waves. Nejire. Oh make sure you save that coupon. Izuku. My benefits are better. And she went in and he just laughs. She tried opening the door on the left, which was locked, and then the door was a push not a pull. Nejire. Who put handles on the outside? And she goes in now. Izuku. Amazing. Now his smile disappears as he walks away, passing a building, to then now. Izuku. You're here early, seeing the cloaked figure walking by him. You haven't been giving me contracts since you joined them, bailing out on me. Izuku. No. Never, I thought you would want to keep some targets to yourself, making a living out here. No shit. Seen your gal there, quite the pick you managed to snag. Izuku. Believe me, it was her who wanted a pile of shit. Not into that, Izuku. Figure of speech. So, what's your goal right now? Izuku. Wondering if you want to help out at my work, and the figure laughs. Really? Me? You got to be kidding. Izuku. I don't joke about this, you're the only other person who I can trust. With certain information, having you working there will make gathering info much easier, and it pays good. Being part of the food industry, nah man, I'm good. Izuku. It's not like that, waiters are already set, just needs someone to help finance the store's goods. And what's the description? Izuku. Just ordering good. Cooking, or if you want, pick it up and bribe for them. Either way you can use whatever method that's effective. My boss doesn't see it but he's being cheated out from the quality of the good. I see. Why the hell not? Fine, but about your little love situation, I can join. If only I work under just you. Izuku. That's fine by me. And man, those killings, you really gotten ruthless, haven't you? Izuku. Just showing how it felt for me. Crushing a kid's skull. Izuku. Collateral. Yeesh. Izuku. The leader has a plan conjuring. But knowing him so far, it's going to be thought out recklessly. I'm gonna have to put in a word with my sensei for helping out with minions. You do that. Just give me a holler if you need the help. Izuku. Will do. See ya then kid, and they fade away. Izuku. Never understood that, it's not even their quirk, but hey, he's not judging. He takes a right going to a different towards work. Why? Because in the distance he sees a little girl just standing there in the alleyway, not even moving. Izuku. And he slowly walks towards it. Why would a kid be all alone in this area? In this part of town? He then opens the dumpster to pull out a sledgehammer. Yes, he has bought a good amount of hardware tools and distribute them all over town, and he holds it ready to swing. Izuku. Kid, what's going on? Why are you out here all alone? Asking the basic questions. No answer. Izuku. And he goes up closer. To see. Mouth. Dot was secreting green slime. Izuku. Oh shit. He jumps back, barely dodging a tendril, and soon the child bursts open to the large red eye, all too familiar to him. SV. Looks like I found you finally. Think that it would be the last time you saw me. Izuku. The fuck, man, what is your purpose going after me? SV. To compensate for the embarrassment All Might put me through. Izuku. And your point being? SV. What? Izuku. So what, you're a villain. At least you had a reason. He decided it was a good idea to have become a laughing stock in the whole fucking country. SV. Yeah, I saw that, but I want to strike up a deal, kid. Izuku. What? SV. You see, I've been meaning on finding a new host. And that kid, well, it didn't last long. Izuku. No shit, SV. I want to share bodies with you. Izuku. Sounds pretty gay. SV. Why you? Izuku. Kill me, you have more than trouble going after you. SV. Please, like what? Like me, turning around to see the hero killer now. SV. You. Stain. Surprise, and within a flash, the eye was cut into piece, and the villain screams. Izuku, now irritated, swings the hammer overhead to smash the eye even more now, and he continues to do it for a minute, until he finally stops. Izuku. Fucking dumbass, throwing the broken hammer away. Stain. And you keep getting into trouble. Izuku. Not my fault. Stain. You and I need to talk. Izuku. What's with people talking to me? I'm just trying to get to work. Stain. Good, I'll walk with you there then, and he sighs, today's not giving him a break. Izuku. So, what's the deal? Stain. I know you've been the one killing those people. Izuku. I thought you always knew that, the moment you saw the fighting style. Stain. I know you had a rough life, kid, but taking the blood of an innocent isn't the right way. Taking the lives of the people who wronged you is one thing I could tolerate, but when you add the entire family, it's a whole other story. Izuku. So you just want me to keep it minimum. Stain. If you could just kill them, and leave those to survive, they will live to tell the horrible tale of the villain who came and left, similar to the boogeyman. Izuku. Interesting. The boogeyman, that has a nice ring to it, the one who waltzed into the victim's home. And leaves without a trace, like a nightmare. Yes, it's all coming together now. Izuku. I can what you're saying, and I like it. Stain. Finally. Izuku. So. Any tips on stealth? Stain. Since your face is plastered all over the hero's board, might as well make it sinister. Just perform a curveball. Be there and leave, it's useless to try and hide. But to have sightings, it's going to scare them. To know they cannot catch you, already puts enough tension. To expose those who are willing to do it for the right cause, and those who did it for just fame, and the corrupted, so that's why. Izuku. I'll do it then. No, I won't be so nice with the display, for some are afraid of the monster under their bed, others are scared of the monster in their closet, but only those realize that the real monster sleeps inside them, waiting to be awakened, and I have already embraced the monster inside me, and he leaves from there. Stain. What quote he pulled that shit from? Izumi ran through the place. Of course she helped Ochako get a head start as well, for she's on her own destroying the mech. So far she's managed to get up to 36 points. Using one for all, since she knows they can't really see her real quirk yet, not wanting to draw into much attention. She managed to keep a steady flow off, avoiding and also helping out those who were in trouble. Izumi. Have to do this for Izuku. I will make it up to him, if I can prove that he can become one. Quirk or not. He can become one, fighting through them easily, as she lifted one up to fling it towards another, then uses one for all to punch through another one. Effortlessly, she smiles knowing she's gone far in training for this moment of her whole life. She then flings another one out of the way to then see the ground shake, causing her to fall over and hit the ground. Izumi. What the? She looked around to see the others also were wondering where it came from. Is it an earthquake, a quirk, Bomb. And it was about to answer, from a missile hitting the building beside her causing it to collapse, and she got out of there right away. Izumi. Are they trying to kill us? Yelling out. Barely avoiding the flying debris, the ground shook again, and they realized, it wasn't an earthquake or anything, it was a stomp, and it belonged to what Present Mike said. Izumi. The 0-pointer, seeing in front of her the colossal mech that towers above the buildings, now it starts firing missiles overhead, aiming for the others. She gets up to try and help out the others, to avoid getting crushed. Soon it took notice of her, and now about multiple green lasers lock onto her. Izumi. Oh shit, she stuttered, seeing it look right at her. Now it fires the micro missiles, and using one for all channeling energy into her legs, she jumped ahead avoiding it, each one missing its mark, until the last one was too close and it launched her forward from the force. Izumi. Rolling on the ground now, she then hears screaming, that voice she knows all too well. Izumi. Uraraka. And she runs back now, heading towards the screams. She keeps looking around trying to find the source. Ochako. Izumi. Now she turns to see her trapped under rubble. One of them, the iron rod, even impaled her leg, bounding her to the ground as the concrete traps her broken arm, and her body being crushed by the rest of the rubble, her head barely sticking out. God knows she's in a lot of pain. Izumi now runs to her now, and she slides to her level now. Izumi. Okay, we can get you out of this. Ochako. I don't want to die. Izumi. You're not dying, using her quirk to lift some weight off, to try and ease the pain. Soon came the complex part, the leg. Izumi. Oh man, barely touching it made her groan in pain. Izumi. Sorry. Seeing tears running down now, soon she waves at Katsumi, who sees it, and she runs towards them as well, only for her to point up now. What is she saying? Izumi. What? And now it makes sense. The stomp that shook the ground, and then Ochako groans more from her legs sliding down the rod even more, and the 0-pointer staring right at them. Izumi. Fuck, now seeing this thing up close, she froze, she couldn't snap out of it. Ochako also was in the same trance as well. Soon it lifts its foot up, and it recalibrates to where it's right above them now. Izumi. No, Ochako. Izumi, please help. Now she looks back at her. She was still stuck. She was going to do something and tell Katsumi. Come on, Izumi. No, we can't leave her. Trying to break out of her grip. And Ochako just cried more, and now she had accepted her fate, as Katsumi activates her quirk, launching them away from the danger. She looks right at the mech, and it now grows only bigger, for the slam that came with it wasn't a sign that it meant the one time she wanted to become someone to do good was betrayed and left behind. Izumi. No. Soon it already stomped on Uraraka, and now she just kneeled down. She had failed to save her, failed to save the one in danger. Katsumi. Izumi. She puts a hand on her shoulder to only smack it away. Izumi. Why you fucking bitch? Jumping on her now, pinning her down on the ground. Izumi. I could have saved her. Why did you drag me out of there? Katsumi. Izumi. Why? She then was about to punch her, only for Shoka to pull her off, and she struggled to try and attack her. Katsumi did what she thought was right, but then again, she just wanted to save her friend. She couldn't bear to lose her, right? But at the cost of a life. She could have just distract it, or deter the attention to her, since she was faster, but no. She did neither of that, and it ended with being selfish. It's what she's always been. The news about the recent death of one Ochako Uraraka has been spreading like wildfire throughout the world. Most of it being negative, since the incident. The parents have been trying to sue the school for negligence, and in response, responded with a paper showing her name written on it. It was a waiver that they are not responsible and acknowledge the potential risk of taking the test. Of course they were not notified of this bullshit rule. And that was until a leak was posted, saying that the written portion of the test had it at the end. Meaning that they took this waiver during the exams, and some even didn't know about it when they signed it, but then came another problem. Izumi has been depressed since the incident. She had told Ochako she wasn't going to die. She wasn't going to leave her. but Katsumi swooped in and basically made her back down on her word. So far a shitty day, but to Izuku, he saw something in between the lines, something he wants to check out himself. Izuku. Sensei, you're hearing all right. In his villain outfit, in the nighttime he has wandered over to the same area the zero-pointer killed her. Sensei. Is there a reason you wanted to come here? Talking through the earpiece. Izuku. Something about this isn't adding up, and I want to see the body myself, walking towards the fake city. And like the real deal. It was a complete replica of downtown Tokyo. Something like this must have costed a great amount of money. Heading down the street, he sees the stomp marks the zero-pointer's path took, and he follows it. Each step he sees how something could easily kill them. It's a phenomenon that the damn thing didn't end up killing more of them. Seeing the destruction it left, right there he sees it, the decommissioned zero-pointer. Izuku. Bigger than I imagined, and he walks towards it. He knows the cameras are watching him, but he doesn't care, and he heads towards it. Must have took it apart since the leg is still in the same spot it was left in, and the other parts are leaning against the building. Sensei. Doesn't look too heavy for you. Ah yes, his sarcasm. Even with his strength he probably can't even move this thing an inch, so he looks around for something to move it with, but then. Sensei. Hold on, and then a portal opens, and a purple orb hits it. Sensei. Now hit it, and so he takes the hammer and swings it, and the leg falls apart, like it was brittle. Izuku. What did you do? Sensei. Something that's part of a collection. He didn't want to question it. So he takes the metal sheets off, and the wiring. Brushing everything off, until he sees it. Ochako Uraraka's body. Mangled. If the leg didn't crush her, he's certain her injuries did. But he noticed part of the zero-pointer's leg had put a massive pressure on her body, crushing parts of it, and her limbs just sag. Meaning the bone is completely shattered, likely similar to a glass falling off a counter. Her head seems to cave in on the jaw region. The neck seemed fine, which is odd. He soon takes the debris off with ease, even so much as pulling the rod out of her leg, and he noticed something. When he took it out, she flinched. Izuku. She's still alive, in awe on how much willpower she put in. She really wants to live. Sensei. So, the heroes made a blatant conclusion that she's dead. Now hearing her wheeze, the blood coming out of her eyes, her nose, even the ears, as she struggles to even breath. Izuku. I can relieve her of the pain. Sensei. No. I have something else in plan. Bring her to me. I know someone. Who can turn her into something more. Seeing her wheezing, she tried moving the one arm she had that wasn't completely broken, her crippled hand reaching out to him, as she opens one eye. Ochako. Help. She whimpered out, her speech slurred from the broken jaw she has. He puts the hammer on his back, and kneels to her level. He looks around for any other debris that could cause more damage. So far none. Izuku. I'm going to get you out of here, he said to her. Of course to anyone else he may seem terrifying, but to her. She's looking at her savior. Soon she felt his arms reach underneath her, to gently pick her up. The smallest amount of movement causes her to grunt in pain. Soon he managed to get her in his arms, and now he walks away with her. Ochako. Who? Izuku. Don't talk. Rest. You're going to be fine. I'm not leaving you. There's those words again. She felt compelled to tell him he's lying. The last thing she remembers was Izumi being pulled away. The one who left her, she last saw in her vision. The man with the gas mask, taking her somewhere, and she fell unconscious once more. Moving. Not even providing a breeze, only just the movement. She slowly gets up, looking at her clock. She's waken up 2 hours early. She still has about 3 hours to get to class, the nightmare she had. Seeing Ochako being crushed, replayed over and over in her head. After what she told her parents, they understood why. She had to be comforted by her father, saying it wasn't Katsumi's fault for what she did. It was out of her instinct to protect her. As her friend, or they actually might as well be sisters. Telling her about similar things he's went through. Like he had to watch his mentor die in front of him, and others. She can see why this is so scary for him to consider to give the quirk to Izuku, but he reconsidered it, and thinks it's for his own good. even if he hates him for it. Izumi. God, looking outside. Still dark out, she might as well go jogging. Getting her outfit on. Hopefully this'll help clear her head. She now starts jogging, and she went about through the neighborhood. Running along, letting the breeze hit her face, seeing the night sky turning a dark blue, indicating that the sun is slowly rising up from the horizon as she continues to run, and now transitioning to her sprinting. She sees ahead of her another person running this late, but they seem to just go at a speed she's never seen before. Maybe a quirk. Who knows? Soon she sees the obvious weights on him. Okay. She's seeing someone who's very fit, maybe a pro hero. Who knows? That was about to be answered as they now stop at the beach. Slowing down, she now heads up to them. Izumi. Hey, man, you're relentless. Are you a hero, a pro, or just a bodybuilder? Asking them. Neither, and it's for something else. Izumi, turning around. She sees this person. Was none other than Izumi. Izuku. Izuku stayed quiet, adjusting his weights, and he was tightening them while stretching. Izuku. Heard about what happened yesterday, that girl. Ura something. Izumi. Ochako Uraraka. Yeah. I saw her die right in front of me. Izuku. You sure she's dead? All they did was look over the footage. Typical of the heroes. Izumi. Why would you say that? Don't you see? I saw someone die in front of me. Izuku. People die every day. Get used to it. If you really are planning to become a hero, prepare to see bodies left and right. Izumi now was livid. How could he even say something like this? Izuku. But hey, on the bright side, at least her life insurance covers her parents' debt. Okay, now she was pissed. She felt the electricity crackling off her now, and soon. Izumi. About to punch him, he simply dodges it, and now she was blindly attacking him. She now jumps on him, and she starts punching him. Izuku just smirks through the whole thing. As she keeps showing anger, she wants to wipe that smirk off him. She wants to make him take back those words, but she suddenly stops when she realizes what she just did. Izuku spits out blood. You done? Pushing her off him, as she tried to check on him, but he just shoves her away. Izumi. I didn't. Izuku. You did plenty. You're growing weak, sis. Should have done the world a favor and let yourself be crushed as well. If you can't even handle words like that, you're not ready, because that's what you're going to be facing. And who knows, maybe a new villain might see this and take the opportunity to kill more now. Izumi sees what he did was a test, and she had just fucked up in the worst way possible. Izuku. You best get to school, if you know what's good for you. As he chuckles, walking off now, she just froze, and with that the rising sun now shines down on the beach. Izumi. Izuku wa. Too late, like the shadows fading, so did her brother, for he is nowhere in sight. All she could do now is to keep moving forward, so she heads back now, to get ready for her first day of UA. Izuku. How pathetic, seeing how much weaker she is now compared to him. Soon he receives a text from Nejire, a picture of her in the classroom. Looking very tired, but still gives a smile, to which he just chuckles too. He enters the building, and now he was in the hideout again. Kurogiri. Young Midoriya, sensei wishes to speak with you, along with Tamura. Izuku. No problem, and he goes to the back, entering the room where his sensei is, and Shigaraki is there as well. Sensei. Here you are. Shigaraki now puts the game away. Finally, took you so fucking long. Izuku. Had a minor detour. Now, how's our little adversary? Looking over to the bed, to see Ochako there wrapped up in bandages, her limbs set in place, to avoid any damage. Sensei. Well, Shigaraki. So, you managed to land another lab rat for the doc, huh? Izuku. If that's how you want to put it. I'm simply recycling potential goods. If it weren't for Sensei, I would have just up and killed her. Sensei. And that is where the topic is. You see, you two, I'm devising a project that will better help both of you's mission. Simply because you share the same goal. Come. And the door next to him opens, leading them both into a lab. Izuku. Shigaraki. Same reaction here, seeing nothing but test tubes, some with people, some with some kind of bird-like creatures. Ah, you seem to be here for her, correct? As the doctor comes up, the short man that seems to have the look of a mad scientist all over him. But one thing Izuku's noticed, but he won't address it, and that is the doctor is the same one who had diagnosed him as quirkless that day when he was 4. Izuku. So, you're showing Tamura here your assistance, what does it have to do with me? Doctor. Well, the one you had brought back to me, simply put it, doesn't meet the requirements I would want for turning her into a Nomu. Izuku. A what, doctor? These creatures here, they are simply once human, but by injecting and inserting multiple quirks, the human body cannot handle the amount injected. Some even may die from just having 2. But these ones here, they are nothing more than perfect, having about 6 of them, for now. But this girl you brought back to me, pressing a button to show her in the same test tube, but she had some adjustments put on her. Doctor. She has a quirk. And her body is not capable of handling the process. Simply put it, wasting such a nice and valuable quirk will be proven useless. Izuku. Get on with it, sensei. What he's saying. And my decision here, is to have you train this girl, she will be your apprentice, you will teach her on everything you know so far, and that decision is final, do not worry for the living space, she will be staying here, until then, you should get to work. Izuku. Of course, but it's your orders, and I'm honored you trust me enough to train and be this girl's teacher, I will do my best, sensei. Shigaraki. Nothing but girls with you, sensei. And then there's you, to which he stiffens up. Izuku. Ooh, sensei. You need to rethink on your plans. The one you had given Kurogiri and failed to notify Midoriya will not be good traits of a leader. You will inform him of what you're planning otherwise, and blatant attack on UA just up and front is not the correct way of taking this, and same goes for you Midoriya, if you have any suggestions, you will give it to him. Both of you are not strangers, you are allies both in and out of the field, working together will get you both far, but being divided is a waste not only your time, but mine's as well. Do I have your attention? Shigaraki. Yes, sensei. Izuku. Yes, sir, sensei. Good. Now, while I have been talking a while, you need to get back to work, Midoriya. And Shigaraki, think of what your games teach you, there may be some merit in the time you spend on them. Shigaraki. Yes, sensei, and soon he leaves and in the background Izuku sees the dock empty the tube, by draining it, with a hose. Now the wires come off and Ochako just flops over, the sound literally made him laugh. Izuku. For fuck's sake PFFT, seeing it flop looked like a ragdoll from a game. Shigaraki. Good luck, and he walks off now, oh boy. Izumi. Sigh, she stands in front of the door to her classroom, seeing it makes her nervous. But also shameful on being here in general, but she finally build up the courage to open it, slowly opening it nervously until. Hey, she flinches to see Katsumi there. Izumi. Hey, she noticed she had bags under her eyes, and they were also red, with some stains on her cheeks, she's been crying in recent as well. Izumi. You alright, Katsumi? Not much really. Having nightmares, regretting on how much I fucked up. Izumi. Listen Katsumi Katsumi. No. You were right Izumi, I didn't make the right call yesterday, I thought more about it. And it's horrible, that. Sigh. Soon she was brought into a hug. Izumi. I'm sorry for snapping at you, it was just that I promised her that I wouldn't leave her, but I did, and I'm sorry for making you worry. Please, let's just move on from this, and make sure nothing like this will ever happen again. Katsumi. Couldn't agree any more, and they head in since she had to deal with her brother yelling at some guy with glasses. The class seems to go dead silent when they entered, but right now they don't care, they got to their seat and sat down. Man, this is going to be awesome. Hopefully we can get through this. Please don't jinx it. Enough. And they all stopped talking, trying to find where the source of the voice came from. Izumi. Soon they see the yellow bean bag, or so they thought, rise up, and it turns around to see a person's face. Bah, one of the girls shouted. Quiet, and the bag unzips and now his full figure is seen, a man who is just outright tired, is his existence. Aizawa. I'm your teacher, Mr. Aizawa. I will be the one who will be the same teacher you will have for your whole time here at UA. It took you about 8 full seconds to quiet down. Nothing more than garbage that we can improve on. Now then. I see all of you are here. So far. Get changed and head out to the field. You have about 14 minutes, so move it. And it was still silent, and he pinches his nose. Aizawa. That means, now. Yelling, and that made them scared and now run for their dear life. Izumi was wondering if this is going to be her whole year. She hopes not, but then again, things never seem to go well for her. Ochako. Waking up. Now, she was feeling so groggy. And sore, all over the place, especially her leg. She tried sitting up only to feel the pain come back, and she plops back down on her bed. Ochako. Ow 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 ow. Ouch. Now she didn't want to move. How did she survive? The 0-pointer. Then, the man in the gas mask, came in and brought her somewhere. Is she a hostage, a prisoner, gasp, a slave? Ochako. Okay. Okay Ochako, you can figure out what's going on. Just need to think for a moment, muttering to herself. To then hear doors opening behind the room. She tried to look at it. But looking down really puts a strain on her neck. She decided to see where this goes, and then it opens. To the same masked figure entering, breathing as his wheezing isn't a sign of being a creep in her mind. Ochako. Who are you? Where am I? Asking him, and he sets down a tray, and it seems to have soup and a drink. She smells it. It smells delicious. Izuku. Minestrone and some tea here, since you're pretty much crippled. Seeing him pull up a chair next to her, and soon he takes his mask off. And oh boy, Ochako was not ready to see him. Ochako. Izuku. You seem flustered. Ochako. Who are you again? Slurring out. Izuku. It seems we've gone without introductions. I am Izuku Midoriya, a fellow member of the infamous Love, and she now shivers. This Love doesn't sound good. Ochako. What does it stand for? Izuku. You saw the getup. Guess, and now she looks closer, and she paled now, the stains and the recent blood on him, and in the corner she sees the infamous hammer. Ochako. You're the one who killed those students. Izuku. Students? I just simply repaid a favor to them. Not like you have anything to say about it, since you were pretty much pronounced dead right of the bat. Didn't even wanted to check if you were alive in that rubble. Ochako. Izuku. Why don't you take a look? And he hands her a mirror. With her free hand she grabs it, and soon, gasped at her reflection. She had bandages all over her body, some even showing stitches, and even the fabric was slightly red. What did they do to her? Ochako. What did you do? Izuku. We did nothing, only saving your life. Your injuries weren't easy to treat. Broken bones literally in multiple areas of your body. Multiple ruptured organs. Multiple punctures. Even your left lung was punctured. It was honestly astounding that you were alive. I would have thought you were Russian at first glance. Ochako. So, how? What did they do to me? Izuku. Surgery. They had to do something called a total bone replacement. Basically the doc took out the shattered bone in your arm, leg, jaw, and even your ribs, and he then reinforced it with a titanium steel alloy that would act as a replacement. Your knees also had to have the joints replaced. That a part of your tendon that connects to the leg that overlaps the kneecap was torn almost completely. Have to say, if you were just taken to a regular hospital they would have just said that you were beyond saving, but me and the doc did our fucking best to keep you alive. Ochako. You did all of that for me? Izuku. Yes. Ochako. Why would you do that? Aren't you a villain? Izuku. Because I'm a villain doesn't mean that I have my own morals. If I told you my life story you could see why I committed those crimes, but that's beside the point. Take off your shirt, and she blushes now. Ochako. What? Izuku. Please, you have a bandage covering your entire torso. I need to take a look at the incision that's on you back. I need to make sure it doesn't get infected. Alright, I promise that's the only thing I'm going to do. Showing complete concern for her now. For some reason she felt compelled to just let him do it. He doesn't seem to be lying either. Ochako. Oh, okay, but that's it. Izuku. Fine by me, and soon she slowly takes her shirt off, even though it's not even hers technically, but she did, and he takes out a flashlight to then shine it on her bandages, and he undoes it. Izuku. So what I'm doing is I have to put an antibiotic ointment on your back here, since the stitching here became undone from your little sudden movement of sitting up. Ochako. Sorry, Izuku. It's nothing to be sorry about. You just woke up in some strange place. I don't blame you for anything. Okay. Wiping it on the wound now. She felt his hands. It was very calloused and rough. Seems he's either done a lot of construction work or something else. Ochako. Did you work in construction? Izuku. My hands are scarred. It's not from working. I had gone through a lot. Some things I don't want to talk about. But all I can say is my hands aren't the only limb like this. Everything below my neck is like that. So don't let the face fool you. I'm pretty much a freak of nature. Ochako. But, it means you survived, right? Izuku. What do you mean? Ochako. I mean, you seem to know a lot about it. You can relate with a lot of people. Izuku. I guess, hang on, and soon she grunt in pain. Izuku. Sorry, had to redo the procedure, and the medical tape was stuck to your skin so yeah. Alright, I'm finished, and soon he starts wrapping it around as she sits still for him, and now he was done. Izuku. You can put the shirt back on. That was like, literally the only thing I needed to do, so here you go, handing the food to her. Ochako. Thank you, and she was given a. Izuku. Use a spoon. Learned it's best to try minestrone like this, handing her one, as she scoops it up. And tastes it, she felt relieved. Izuku. I take it meets your standards. Ochako. This is the best thing I've eaten in a while, biting more into it. Izuku. Well you can thank our local mother Kurogiri. I call him that because that's how he acts honestly. Ochako. Well tell him thank you. Izuku. I'll be sure to do that. The reason I'm here, to finally answer your question, it's because I have been appointed your teacher, and you are my apprentice, and she stops. Ochako. Apprentice, you mean for being a villain. Izuku. You could say that. Have you seen what it's like out there? The cruelty of the world, it's suffering to deal with. Ochako. But, why are they making me a villain? Izuku. Because it was either that, or become a guinea pig for the doc's twisted experiment, saying that your body is weak and couldn't even survive the preparation stage. So instead of having you killed, my sensei appointed me as your teacher. This way I'll teach you everything you need to know about fighting, strategic lessons, and to help you recover, because starting tomorrow I need to help you walk. Ochako. Oh, I see, looking down now, is this where her life is leading her? She had dreams of becoming a hero. An aspiring one to help not only her family, but everyone who needs it, and here this boy, telling her that the same people who she aspires to be, just up and left her. Izuku. Let me ask you something, what was the last thing you saw, before that damn zero-pointer stepped on you? And she recounts it instantly. Ochako. I was crying out for help. Screaming, my throat was burning but I didn't care. When that missile hit the building next to me, I was knocked over, and the first debris hits my leg. I tried to use my quirk but then the rest came, rendering me helpless. I cried out to a girl who I met on the way in. Her name is Izumi Yagi. She was the one who came to my aid, telling me she's not going to leave me, but she did. The last thing I saw was her being pulled out of there by her friend, blonde girl, and then I woke up to seeing you, but this time you helped me. Izuku now clenched his fist, even though he's not showing it. But he's now know both sides, and seeing she actually was pulled away by Katsumi. Moreover she had a fucking quirk that could have just lifted up some rubble or hell. Deter its attention away from her. He calms himself down. It's pass on now. Right now she's here alive. And well. Fuck them, fuck the heroes, fuck everyone. He will make sure that she will be the best goddamn fighter in this whole group. He swears it. But then he thought back to Nejire again, knowing she's becoming a hero, becoming a part of them. Izuku. Well then, you best get some rest, alright. Patting her shoulder he gets up now. Ochako. So, it's normally cold down here. Ah. He chuckles. Izuku. I'll have Kurogiri bring up extras sheets. Ochako. Thanks. Izuku. See ya around Ochako, and he exits. Ochako. What just happened? Aizawa. Seems that 14 minutes is not even enough time for all of you to be here in line and quiet. Seeing the massive group just barely making it, he was irritated. Aizawa. So, as much as a first day, I'm willing to let one slide. When I say you go get change, you change. No chit-chat among your friends, or trying to make friends. This is a hero school, and if you cannot follow simple rules such as this, you may as well leave, walking past each one observing them. Izumi was still unfazed. She kept her cool so far. Aizawa. Today is a quirk assessment test, where you all will test and assess the usage of your quirk. And will figure out how you can improve on it. Now I know some of you may have quirks that may not be suitable for these tests, but rest assured you will have a chance to explain on how it can be utilized in your favor, but for now, just treat it like any normal fitness test. Katsumi, you're the one who seemed to score the highest on the test. Step forward into the circle here, and she walks up to him and steps into the circle. Aizawa. Tell me, have you ever thrown a ball to see how far it can go? Katsumi would have said something snarky, but she sees this guy as scary. Katsumi. Yes. Aizawa now hands her a ball. Here. Try that very same test, but this time I want you to use your quirk. And she nods. Soon she concentrated. And she reels back. From the time she was in softball she spins it. And now. Katsumi. HRAH. Letting out a small explosion giving it a boost. Seeing the ball fly off into the distance. She still kept her form up. And she waits. Soon her teacher takes out a device and showed them the results. Aizawa. 748 meters. Of course this would be awesome to know you can use your quirk in the test since it's forbidden to use it in public by law, but that was until. Oh cool, this is going to be so much fun. And then everything went downhill from there. Katsumi and Shoka could only facepalm. As the others now slowly turned to the source of the voice, a girl with pink hair, black eyes with yellow iris and yellow horns seemed to shiver down from this, as Aizawa remains quiet. Aizawa. Would anyone care to repeat what I just heard? And they remained quiet, another wrong move, until. Lita. Sir, I believe one of the students have said it was going to be fun, to which in my viewpoint is not the case for a prestigious school like this. And Aizawa holds his hand up. I asked for what's been said. Not a whole philosophy lesson. No one wanted to say anything now, he turns away. Aizawa. If that's how all of you think of this whole class is going to be like, then I'll make it a game. For the testing coming up you best know that whoever ends up in last place, will be the one I'm sending home. What? That's totally unfair. Another one said. Who had yellow hair and a bolt. Aizawa. Natural disasters, villain attacks, the incident of the zero-pointer malfunctioning. Thieves, murders, and the one who the people reported with the large hammer. Who never has been caught. These sort of things are never fair, for they don't even give us a chance to prepare. Unfair is what it is, and here you all are thinking it's unfair I'm sending a student home. Truth be told, if you can't bring what's expected of you here, might as well send you home alive, then having your family come and try to identify you in a body bag. Know this. And now he brings out his small device. Aizawa. Moving on. Izumi. Sigh. She interiorly felt dead inside. Yeah, she knows he's a teacher in using examples, but as the zero-pointer incident really needed, he could have just said accidents, that was it, but who cares? Aizawa. Yagi, I'm not here to babysit you, get over here, and he's a dick as well. Shigaraki. Izuku. Shigaraki. Izuku. So why am I here, seeing that he's literally watching him play games right now? Shigaraki. I have a plan. Izuku. And it's not half-assed. Shigaraki. Not completely. You want to hear it or not? Izuku. Go for it then. Shigaraki. Alright, I know that bastard All Might is a teacher at that school, and from some sources I heard there's going to be a bunch of reporters and journalists at the front gates, mostly about you-know-who. All Might. And to me, that is an open opportunity. Izuku. To kill him. Shigaraki. Not yet. Hold up, my dear Watson. So the plan is simple here. Inside UA. They spend most their budget on the robot that supposedly killed that girl you're training, and because of it, they have a very, very novice security system, They likely have a data room with the info we need to help better plan for this. Izuku. Alright, so what does it have to do with me? Shigaraki. Your girlfriend, can you ask her to sneak you in, or possibly try to sneak in to put up a facade that you wanted to see her? Izuku. No. She may be airheaded, but she's not stupid, she will find out right away. Shigaraki. So what do you think? Izuku. Well, for starts we have a foundation of a plan, so that's good on your behalf. If I have to guess where this damn data room is, I probably have to say the 5th floor. Shigaraki. Why there? Izuku. Where else do heroes teach? On the 5th floor, with heroes in training. Basically it's a defended area. To them, the reporters, if you can use your quirk to destroy the locks on the gate, the journalist rushing in could provide a long enough distraction to get in and out of there fast. Shigaraki. Then maybe they will send out more heroes to defuse the situation. Your work, is it possible to spread out the rumors of the supposed gathering? Izuku. I could do that, but it has to be discreet about the passing of info, but I'm sure I can pass it along. Shigaraki. But what about your girlfriend, should you end up running into her? Izuku. I'll think of something along the way. Shigaraki. Saying something like that doesn't make it any better for you. Izuku. Whatever, probably just, give a quick one. Shigaraki. Really, fucking dog. Izuku. At least I can say it. Shigaraki. Please. Izuku. Alright, so that's one. What about the cameras? They have to have some form of surveillance. Shigaraki. That is a tricky one for sure. Could a hat be enough, or a mask has to do? Izuku. Likely both. Maybe just my gas mask I can bring along. Hide my face, avoid being influenced by a quirk. Shigaraki. Unneeded protection, but it's better to be safe. So quick recap. After this talk you will go around and spread information about the gathering at U. Regarding All Might's recent employment being a teacher there. Once that gets set up, you and I will be in the middle of the chaos. I will use my quirk to destroy the gates and the lock, and that will let the caravan in to do whatever they need to make a quick buck or story. Once that happens you will sneak off to try and find a way to the 5th floor without being caught. The security cameras, don't worry about it. I'll try and find them to make sure we don't get caught. Get to the data room and steal whatever may seem useful in their systems, and from there we escape via portal, but we'll have to give Kurogiri the coordinates of the area we're in. Izuku. Sounds good to me. Shigaraki. Then once it's done we head back into the hideout, we get the info and plan another attack and get a head start on basically everything. Hell yeah, I'm good. Izuku. Sounds insane, but I think this will really work. Then suddenly they hear clapping in the background. Sensei. Well done you two. I know I had placed my faith you both correctly. You both came up and devised a plan on your goal, proving you were serious about this, no matter what. Izuku and Shigaraki both bow. Sensei. I look forward to seeing how this will play out, you two. Good luck, and it turns off. Izuku. More pressure added, good to you. Shigaraki. Why not? Izuku. Fuck. Hey Midoriya, I need you to do some service. Chop chop, those orders aren't getting out there themselves, as the chef now provides him the apron to make sure he doesn't get his attire dirty. Izuku. Couldn't be any more perfect. He soon brings the food out to the first customers and sets the food down at the table. Izuku. Hello there. Who has ordered the Alfredo? That would be me, sir. Izuku. Ah, here you are, careful, the plate is slightly hot. Any plans for tonight? Nah, just out for dinner. How about you? Heard anything interesting? Izuku. Well, I shouldn't be saying this, but I have hearing that a gathering is going on at UA regarding something about All Might himself being a teacher there. A teacher? I don't believe it. But it doesn't hurt to check, right? I suppose not. Well, thank you for the information, young man. Izuku. Pleasure, sir. Please enjoy the meal, and he heads off now back into the kitchen. Chef. Oi, more orders here. Ringing the bell, he gets it and brings it out now. Izuku. Here we are. I do apologize for the wait. Our cooks are doing their best since tonight's is a bit busy, and so forth. He's continued this for hours and hours on end. And he so far has about 50 people who just confirmed they will be going to this gathering. Hilariously, one of them was an All Might fanboy. Well, funny to him, but a bit cringy. Knowing this used to be him, He snaps out of it. And now he was appointed at the bar once more. His calling. Putting on the whole show for them. Seeing some even getting intoxicated, but he would slip in the word of the gathering. Knowing it will stay there for a bit, might as well make it interesting. Midoriya, I need you back here please, and now he sets down and has the other bartender fill in for him. Izuku. You need me boss. Looking at him, as his white hair making him look like some sort of wizard was one thing. He has a full-on staff in the corner of the office. Now then, I have been hearing things of a gathering going around. And you're spreading the rumor. Izuku. Not what I've been saying but what I've been told, sir. Right, so if I go out there and ask them they'll say they told you this. Izuku. I am certain, sir. I only wish to help out in any way I can with the business. I have no reason to commit such a heinous behavior, sir. Nah. I know you're a good kid. A bit troubled, but a good one. Anyways, not the reason I needed you here. I just got a phone call from your school and they are requesting that you are to be fired, because you attacked a student. What's up with that? Izuku. That was about 3 months ago, sir, and I may add that he attacked me first. That's how things usually go for me there. I can see that. So is that why you have more hours in? You're expelled. Izuku. Yes, sir, but worry not, I am getting the best education I can get from a man who thought I would be worthy of his time. He's been teaching me what I need to know, so rest assured. This will never change anything about work, sir. I can see that. Very well then. Just, let me know. I know there are some boundaries to leave alone, but this is stuff I have to know to figure out your schedule. Izuku. Will do, sir, and he bows before leaving to head back to the bar, but unknowingly he picks up the phone. You caught that, sir? Yes, I did, and from what I can see, is he would make a fine addition to our bar here. Splendid. Make sure you tell him. I need to know his decision. Yes, sir, and he hangs up now. Nejire. Pouting now, puffing up her cheeks as she just stares at the clock, shaking her foot up and down in anticipation. To just get up and rush out of class to go see Izuku, and she just had to wait 1 minute that seems to last an eternity. Nejire. Come on. Agitated. Hey, calm down, girl. Right beside her was her longtime best friend. Well, girl best friend she likes to put it. Yu Haya. Nejire. Sorry Yu, but I just want to leave already. Crying out fake tears. Yu. Please, as if 1 minute is going to be the end of the world for you. Besides, he's not going anywhere. He's got like what, another hour before he leaves for the day. Nejire. That's the point. I just want to pick on him and distract him. Yu. Sigh. That's your only reason. Nejire. Well, I just want to see in him general. Looking at books hurts my eyes. I want to look at something nice and handsome, and green, and cute. Sorry, am I rambling? Yu. No, continue. I want to know his blood type all the way down to the very first molecule that started his existence. Nejire. Phooey. Yu. Honestly, just calm down, it's going to pass over in 30 seconds. Nejire. What? That's the longest 30 seconds ever. Are they slowing the clocks? Do they have a very slow clock? Is the battery dead? Is it just the brand itself? Or are they using it to just mess with us? Yu. I honestly ignored half of those questions. Nejire. See, Yu. And now the bell rings. Mirio. Yeesh, couldn't be any more louder. Nejire. Tamaki. Should have just announced to the world about Midoriya. Yu. I never seen or heard of Midoriya either from you guys. Nay, why don't you talk about him to me? Nejire. I know you're going to evaluate him and then ask him a lot of personal questions that would seem to be out of line probably for him. But since he's able to catch up with the questions I asked, he may have an answer for all of them, so you want to come meet him. Yu. Do you ever breath? Nejire. You asked me that already. Since we were kids. Yu. Yeah. And I still can't figure it out. Now strolling out of the school grounds, of course they would just head home. But the guys want to see Yu's reaction and opinion of Izuku. Mirio. So how you think it's going to go? Tamaki. Don't know. She may like him or not, or just be blunt as usual. Mirio. I put 50 yen she's going to like him. Tamaki. I'm not betting. Mirio. Why not? Tamaki. I want to save, not gamble. Mirio. Oh well. How about on a dare? Say if you win on the bet I will wear anything you will tell me to wear. Tamaki. Alright, and if you win I'll do something, I don't know, you think of it. Mirio. Alright, shake hands to seal the deal, and he shook it. Yuyu. Alright, now let's see this guy. Now they see the restaurant coming up. Nejire. Hey Suji. Waving at the front attendant. Suji. Ah, Miss Hato, hello, and the same goes to you Sir Tagata and Tamaki, and is this person with you? Nejire. Yep, is Izuku around? Suji. Oh dear, I'm very sorry Nejire, but he's not here right now. Nejire. What do you mean he's not here? He's scheduled for today and leaves in 30 minutes. Suji. Well, he's had a talk with the boss about something important, and he's been dismissed for the day. I'm sorry he's not here. Yuyu. Wow. He didn't tell you at all. Nejire. Guess not. Is he mad? Did I do something? Did he do something? Or did we do something? Why am I so scared about this? Is this normal? Mirio. Okay, calm down. Look, let's just call him up and we'll see from there. Suji. Oh my, I forgot. He seemed to have left his phone here, so I kindly ask if you see him please return it to him. Mirio. Sigh, facepalming now. Tamaki. Well, call of the bet for now then. Yuyu. You guys bet on something like this. Mirio. It's something completely different, I promise you the results are going to be worth it. Yuyu. I'm that on to you. Nejire. Now sad. Where did he go? Izuku. So it seems the whole thing is going to happen in an hour. Shigaraki. Not worried about your little dove. Izuku. She's a big girl, sarcastic. Shigaraki. You sure leaving early for this is a good idea? She won't get suspicious about it at all. Izuku. Well, yeah, but hey, the third years get to leave early so the top floor is going to be pretty much empty, so that's a pro. Shigaraki. Stick to the plan. Nothing changes. We go in and out, not problems, no crumbs to follow up on. Izuku. Alright, I got it, so. You ready? Putting on his gas mask and a couple of other items to blend in with the media people. Shigaraki. Let's get this setup mission started then. Izuku and Shigaraki now approach the front gates of Ahai, as they see the crowd they had managed to gather up. It seems enough to cause a huge chaotic mess for the staff. Trying to get through the crowd, navigating to the front where the people are even shoving each other around. As they yell out questions and sometimes a bit of swears, so they manage to get the in not without getting some backlash from the reporters themselves. Wondering who these masked people are, that is until they planted the seed of illusion. For Shigaraki touched the front locks and Izuku then undoing the hinges to the gates themselves. Once it was over, they both kicked it down and now they come rushing forward demanding to see All Might, and soon more of the pros started to come out. Shigaraki looks at Izuku and he nods, giving the signal that it's his turn now. As he slowly branches away from the rest of the crowd he sneaks in another way. Kicking the door open, as it was muted by the crowd's rambling. So he heads on into the school itself, and he got a bit excited. To see how it all looks like, and Tamura was right. Very shitty security. Since he only saw about a couple of cameras that monitor certain areas. So he takes a right and heads through the east staircase leading up. As he managed to get to the third floor he sees a couple of students coming down now. And he avoids them jumping behind the door, hugging the wall. Their conversation lasted a while but they were focused on the topic, not him. He sneaks on by and heads up to the fourth floor, that is until he sees one of the teachers come out of the lobby. The skimpy outfit, the bimbo and whore-like behavior, yep. This is the pro hero Midnight, and she is quite the looker, for some boys. Izuku was fine with Nejire. He would have no one other than her. So far she seemed to be occupied talking to other teachers, even so much as flirting with them, doing odd movements. Izuku. Please, scoffing at her attempts, he managed to sneak by her. As she keeps talking, the other staircase was a bit less used, since the other one he was at lead towards the food court. All kinds of things they can get from just that one area. Now he's seeing some girl with earphone jacks for ears. Izuku. Could be possible she has enhanced hearing, have to be careful now, and he's sure his steps are muted from the amount of noise being made. Then he overhears an alarm going on talking about a level 3 threat. Izuku. Then what's a level 1 if reporters just came in? Leadering. Soon he heads up more, and now he reaches the 5th floor. Thank God. Seeing that it's completely empty just as expected, he didn't worry much about the idea of being caught. Completely. He still sees cameras are literally monitoring his every move. He makes it to the door leading into the data room and he sees it's locked. Picklocking is an option. But it'll take too long. Might as well. He grips the door and breaks the glass window on it. And with one pull, rips it off the hinges, and throws it aside. Now hearing the threat proceeding to level 4. Guessing it's an intruder coming in, he doesn't care. Shigaraki. What the fuck are you doing? Irritated hearing the alarm level going higher. Shigaraki. You're supposed to just receive a file. Not trying to get a 5-star speed run. Izuku. Reasons, and he then sees the computer, and he has no time right now. He rips the computer out and the server itself. He gives the location to Kurogiri and he now jumps out of the window. Not caring now that people are hearing the ruckus. And he runs. His heavy breaths going through the mask may sound like he has a breathing problem. But that's the illusion of it. And he sees the portal, throwing the computer and the server, and he turns to go back for Shigaraki now. Shigaraki. Don't worry about me. I'll find a different way out. But he's not having it. He rushes around the building and he sees the food court is panicking and they are in dismay. This is the future pro heroes of Japan. He shakes his head seeing how pathetic they are. Izuku. Go around the corner. The portal will appear, guiding him through the crowd, worried he's about to get caught. But the reporters are like animals just keeping the heroes completely occupied. Finally they go through it and of course they both collapse to the ground. Shigaraki. Stealth isn't really our thing, not going to lie. Izuku. Agreed. Shigaraki. Next time I'm going to hire someone. Izuku. You do that then. And he gets up holding out his hand to help out. Gripping it but not without lifting his pinky. Knowing his quirk, makes him pretty smug. Izuku soon felt his pockets and now he was reaching into it. Now he started to fidget more, even so much as to look around the bar area. Where he's normally not allowed. Shigaraki. What are you doing? Izuku. I'm trying to look for my phone. Searching more now. And he can't find it. Kurogiri. It's not here if you're wondering. Believe me, during your little mission I cleaned up the place. And found nothing that would belong to you. Izuku. Shit, did I drop it at the school? Now worried. If they find his phone there, it could be bad. Shigaraki. Whatever, I'm going to play games, you deal with it, and he leaves. Izuku. Aw fuck, now he was panicking and Kurogiri brought up the league's phone. Kurogiri. Perhaps you should call your work. Handing it to him and he takes it, so he enters the number and he hears it ringing. Suji. Hello there, this is the Picasso Bar and Grill, how may I help you? Izuku. Suji. Midoriya, are you calling about your phone? And he let out a sigh of relief. Izuku. Yeah, do you have it? Suji. You just missed your girlfriend, she picked it up for you so I would ask her for it, and he face palms again. Izuku. Okay, thank you. Suji. No problem, and he hangs up. Izuku. Well, one good thing is it's not at UA. Second is my girlfriend has it. Kurogiri. Well, that's good. Shall I locate her through her phone? Izuku. Putting a tracker on my girlfriend is beyond fucked up for me. Do it, and he enters in the coordinates and where she is, and she's at Kiyoshi Mall. Izuku. Of course, well then. I'm off now, let me know when something comes up. Kurogiri. No worries, young Midoriya. Just fix up your marital problems. Izuku. What? And he opens a portal and walks through it. Izuku. Sigh, so now he exits, and leaves, running through the streets to get there before they leave. And thus begins another headache for Aizawa. Sure, he's had plenty of them in his life, but this one in particular wanted him to just bundle up in a dark corner and wallow in pain as he and the other staff are there with the principal, and that is Nezu, the small chimera. Nezu. Now then. I see that we had a little intruder in our midst. Aizawa. You don't say. Nezu. Either way it's no problem to me, seeing how reckless they acted, and even so much as to taking the actual server and computer. Don't know why they took the monitor. PM. Well, who were they? Nezu then pulls up a remote, turning on the projector showing the masked intruders, one outside and the other that infiltrated the school. Nezu. So far we don't have a connection to them yet, but there is one crucial detail. Have look at the one who entered the building. Doesn't he seem familiar to you all? And they look closely now. Seeing his towering height. The cloths of course covered every part of his body, not a glimpse of skin showing, and they see him ripping the reinforced door off its hinges. Aizawa. Is it a strength quirk? Nezu. Don't know. But not the point. Keep looking, and now they see it. He turns to the camera and they knew who it was. The villain that they couldn't catch. The one for the past 6 months that has been on a killing spree. They saw his mask and it matched it with the other evidence. Why is he there in the first place? Midnight. How did we not see this? And Nezu switches to another screen showing her flirting with the other staff. Midnight. Oh, Nezu. Oh indeed. Now then, on to the next problem. What they stole was not other than our schedule for the upcoming events we have planned out for the year. USJ, the sports festival, the winter festival, everything. Why they want this particular info is sure to be for the villains. Who they will be we don't know yet. Aizawa. Did anyone see where they went? They obviously made a very loud exit, noting the video of one of them jumping out the window. Nezu. No other than this, showing them another piece of footage, showing them just walk into the wall and disappear. Aizawa. No other angle. Nezu. Only one we have right now. PM. So pretty much a dead end. Nezu. Well, we can see that they are villains in the making possibly. I know we will continue on with the schedule, but to know that it is possible of them to attack at any one of these events, which isn't quite smart to be honest. Aizawa. I'll make note of it. Midnight. Same here. PM. Me 3. Nezu. Good. I also notified the others as well. So don't worry, you are dismissed. And they stood up and left from there. And once they left, Nezu looks back at the one where the door was ripped off with ease, replaying it again, and sees he's struggling to rip it off. Nezu. Interesting. Izumi. God kill me please, tired now. Walking outside through the now destroyed gates. She couldn't believe it. The reporters have infiltrated the school to what? Talk to her father. She can't stand it when people act like this. Of course her and Lita managed to calm down the crowd during lunch. But it doesn't get any better when the threat level went from a 3 to a 4. Meaning that someone's gotten into the school, to where when they went up they saw the window broken on the 5th floor and a door ripped off. With the police there investigating, asking students questions. Even one of her classmates, Kyoka Jiro, didn't notice anything strange during the time. And she had to deal with another problem again. The whole class president thing that went around. Of course Lita got first place. She never understood why she got second. So she ended up giving it to Momo Yaoyorozu. She seemed to be perfect in everyone's eyes. So she thought fuck it. Give it to her. And that's what happened. Walking home now, she runs into an odd display. Katsumi was giving money to Shoka, and she gave it to Shoto. Izumi. And they just looked at her. Katsumi. If you're wondering, I lost a fucking bet. Shoka. It was about who Izuku was going to date. Shoto. She voted on herself. Katsumi said it was someone else, but I said it was someone his age, so I won. Izumi. And why wasn't I notified about this? Bakugo. Because we could not give a flying fuck about it. Izumi. You too, Bakugo. I bet the nerd wasn't going to find anyone. Handing his share to Shoto. Izumi. The nerve of you guys. Shoto. So, what's the plan? Mall as always. Shoka. I mean it's the only other place near the train home. And theirs. Izumi. Oddly enough. A lot of things happen whenever we go there. Katsumi. Hopefully this will be the last. Shoka. Or not. Izumi. Either way, let's go. Heading on towards the area. Of course they're going to have to deal with some drama, again. Izuku now finally reaches the mall. Tired, he enters now. Of course mall was a bit busy since students, specifically UA students, mostly for the things they would get for their training. He could care less, So he heads towards the area where he and the others would normally hang out, and he sees them. The trio and some random girl. Guy, no girl, he goes up to them. Izuku. Nejire, running up to her, and she was going to get up all happy until her friend pulls her down. And now she makes a frown face. So this is the boyfriend I've been hearing about. Izuku looks to the other two and shakes their head. Not wanting to be brought into the crossfire. Izuku. And who are you? Folding his arms now, examining her. Yuyu. Yuyu Haya. You can just call me Haya, and I'm Nejire's best friend since childhood. Izuku. Oh, well, nice to meet you. I'm Yuyu. Izuku Midoriya. We know. Nejire would talk a lot about you. Izuku. And why isn't she talking to me right now? Nejire. Oh, it's because, until a hand was put over her mouth. Yuyu. Because you left your phone at the restaurant and you weren't at her apartment nor anywhere she would guess would be at. She was worried for you. Izuku. Listen. I'm sorry. I really am. But I want to talk to her. Yuyu. Look, I know she's kind of an airhead, and she looks to her now. Nejire. Yuyu. Sorry, but look. I know when I see trouble. And to be honest, I don't like you. Izuku. Oh sweetheart, you have no idea on how many people hate me. Yuyu. Are in trouble with the law. Izuku. No, but technically yes. Yuyu. Examining his every expression and body language. Izuku. This is getting ridiculous, and now he gets a small card out of his pocket. Yuyu. What's that? Izuku. A gift card. Yuyu. Really? That's what you think will make it up to her? Izuku. It's literally enough yens to get her free sweets for the whole week. Nejire. Ooh, she was about to reach for it, but Yuyu stops her. Yuyu whispers in her ear, you're supposed to be upset. Nejire. I am. And she smacks herself seeing this. Izuku. I take it that this conversation isn't exactly how you want it to be. Yuyu. Sigh, and Nejire gets her hand of her mouth. Nejire. Look Yuyu, I know you're looking out for me, but I was only upset for 30 minutes. Plus a daydream, and he's the best boyfriend I ever had. Izuku. Didn't think you thought of that about me. Nejire. Shish, and he stops. Yuyu. Yeah, but you know how these guys are. They only want one thing in life that they truly desire over a lot of things. Izuku. Love. And she just glares at him. Mirio. Wait. I'm like that. Tamaki. I don't even know, dude. Izuku. Here's the thing about your logic here. I could care less about whatever you're suggesting. She and I have started off slow. And have been in a stable relationship. Plus she's the first girlfriend I've ever started dating and I think it's doing well. This just happens to be my fuck up. I forgot my phone, but I called my work and they said you had it. Yuyu. But one question remains. How did you know we were here? Izuku smirks. Simple. I know the normal route and places me and her usually go to. The mall was kind of the last place. Since she likes to turn in early because of school, but at least I found you. Yuyu. Examining him again. Seeing his genuine smile, and Nejire who smiles back. Soon she lets go now. Nejire. Well, I was sad you let work early. Izuku. Well, I had a meeting with my boss. And he let me go home early. Nejire. Did you get fired? Izuku. Nah. Might be something similar to a promotion maybe. Nejire. Do bartenders get promotions, like become a super bartender? Izuku. No clue, might be some bar at an agency, maybe, and he sits by her now, handing her the card, and he holds her hand. Izuku. I am sorry, I didn't mean to make you upset. Nejire. Oh, it's alright. Yuyu was just being overprotective as usual. Yuyu. For good reasons. Izuku. Well, I'm glad blew over our heads then, and he kisses her. Mirio. So are we going to get food or not? Yuyu. Please, you could have gotten food during this debut. Tamaki. But it was getting interesting. Yuyu. Unbelievable. Izuku. Hey, chuckling. Nejire. So you want to get some sweets? Asking him now. Izuku. Yeah, Yuyu. Hey, what about us? Seeing them walk away now. Mirio. Well, I bought last time. Tamaki. Same here. Yu. Why'd I even try? Nejire. So you saw a bunch of reporters at UA. Izuku. Yep, and they managed to get through, I guess. Nejire. Just to ask All Might a few questions. And not schedule an appointment like normal people. Izuku. That's the gist of it. Nejire. Oof. Izuku. Well, let me make it up to you, pulling her in now. Nejire. A bit much in public, Izuku. Let them look. Getting near to her face, she closes her eyes and braces for sweetness. She opens her eyes to see a cookie is in her mouth. Izuku. Bought some from the pastry shop already, and she bites into it more. Nejire. You tease. Soon his phone now rings in her pocket. Nejire. Oh, here you go. This number keeps ringing and I don't know who it is. Handing him his phone and he answers it. Sensei. You forgot to teach your student how to walk. Izuku. Sigh, right now. Sensei. All part of being a great leader and influencer. When you have time, come here. She is resting for the time being. Izuku. Yes, goddamn it. Nejire. Work. Izuku. Nah, I can hold off for now. Let me just have this moment with you, smiling still. Flashback. Sensei. At some point. You will have to cut ties with her. Izuku, pouring a cup of tea. Izuku just stays silent. Sensei. I know you have developed a deep bond with this girl, but you and I both know that she's a danger to your goals, to your path of vengeance. Do you still have the means to kill your family? Izuku. Sensei. Izuku. Why, yes, he admitted. Sensei. Do you still wish to bring wrath and blood to all those who have wronged you? Izuku. Yes, Sensei. Do you still wish to bring the worst of yourself to your sister, and the ones who she calls her friends? The ones who have brought you this low in life and the ones who will be killed by your hand? Izuku. Yes, and he puts a hand on his shoulder again. Sensei. Then you must do what is right, and one final one. I'm going to ask this again. To remind you what you will be facing. Are you willing to kill this girl who you are infatuated with, if she also blocks your path? Again, you do not need to answer now, but know this will happen sooner than you think. Flashback ends. Nejire. Zuzu. Waving her hand in front of him. Izuku. Nejire. You alright? What are you thinking? Is it about work? Or about today? Maybe Yu was too harsh on you, or is it me? Izuku. I'm fine, just thinking on something personal, not about work. And not about today. Yu's means of interrogating me was completely reasonable, and it's never you that's a problem. Nejire. Okay. Izuku just keeps staring at her. He's right. At some point she's going to be a full-fledged pro-hero. And she will be there to save the day, or so she thinks. And he's always going to be the villain, the one who will bring nothing but death. The one who the heroes fear, their very own boogeyman. And he could only imagine her, in a pool of blood. Her eyes staring wide open at nothing, for she is motionless. From his own fear, that she was nothing but a broken husk, that was caused by his own hand, he could even imagine how he'll do it, and how he swings the hammer. Either way, he has to cut ties at some point. It's a nightmare on when, knowing he's going to cause her harm either way, so he did the only reasonable thing he could think of. He hugs her tightly, making a small grunt. She was confused on the sudden gesture, that was until she felt tears hit her cheek. Nejire. Hey, what's going on? Worried for him now, but he just hangs on to her. Ochako. GGRH. Struggling to just sit up from the bed. Just trying to do this action is enough to show that she can do this, until she heard her back pop and she plops back down. Ochako. Oof, grunting in pain, as she didn't want to move again, breathing heavily. So far she can tell that this is really taking a lot of energy, and she has to try, or her muscles will atrophy and she'll get weaker. Ochako. Come on, grunting again, as she sits up once more. Kurogiri. It's wise to just let it be for now. Walking into the room as he pulls out the remote to recline the bed for her, she leans back down. Ochako. Ouch. Kurogiri then has her turn to the left a bit. Kurogiri. Here we are. Now, try to pull on me to sit up more, as she clenches onto his forearm. She then reels herself up now, as she finally sighs in relief. Kurogiri. Good. Ochako. Hee hee, another one for the history books, right? Kurogiri chuckles. If you say, ready for another mark, pulling out the walker now, and he sets in front of her. Ochako. Phew, okay. Kurogiri. I know that Midoriya is supposed to be the one helping you with your therapy. But right now he's going through some personal problems right now, so for the time being I will help you in the meantime. Ochako. Okay, and she now tries to get on to her feet, feeling her legs shaking from just the weight of her body alone. She then grabs the handles, and now she stands up, jolting up to push herself, as Kurogiri now helps out again. Kurogiri. Don't rush, take it slow, you can only do so much right now. Especially with your injuries. Putting down some slippers, she inserts her feet in and now she felt like some old lady she would run into sometimes at the supermarket, but she's not complaining. She owes these people her life, the least thing she could do is to try and make herself useful. Ochako. Okay, Kurogiri. There now try and step forward, head over to where I am. Then try to head back to the bed, and he made sure she can do it, as with each step felt like she was dragging 200-pound weights on her legs. She soon managed to make it to him. Kurogiri. Good, now head back to the bed now, and she turns, of course she can't use her quirk. Her pinkies actually had bandages wrapped around it, so she has to use her strength and can't cheat this. Finally with the final step she makes it and soon she was about to collapse. Kurogiri. I got you, don't worry, come back to bed now. Seeing her sweat from just walking 5 feet she gets back on now. Guess that's how much therapy she needs, from being stepped on by a giant Gundam ripoff machine. Kurogiri. Good, we made some good progress. Now we know that you are capable of walking, and likely will be able to regain your former strength. Possibly more if we keep up with the routine from time to time. Now declining her bed, facing the ceiling. Kurogiri. Here we are, get some rest, you're going to need it, leaving some water for her and within reach as well. Kurogiri. This is the remote to recline or decline the bed, so you don't choke on the water, and here's the pain medicine. Have a good evening, Miss Uraraka. And he takes his leave. Izuku was right. He is like a mother watching over her like this, even so much as to help her with the bed and making sure she's comfortable. She honestly wouldn't think he was a villain at all. Maybe, this will all work out in the end. Izumi. Alright, time to do this, entering the class again. Apparently today is supposed to be an important day, so she's actually wondering what it is. She enters and sees the others there already. Taking her seat she finally lets out a sigh sitting down. Today has already been such a tiring day, especially when she saw what happened. Flashback. Izumi. Hey, walking up to her friends at the mall who were hiding behind a wall spying. Katsumi. Izumi. Come here, whispering to her. Izumi. And she comes closer. Shoka. What's going on with them? Shoto. No idea, and she looks ahead now to see Izuku just hugging Nejire as she comforts him. And he's crying. Are they breaking up? Bakugo. Finally the bitch sees he's worthless, but that earned a smack from Katsumi. Shoka. No. I think it's something else. Seeing that they're continuing their hug he smiles and she smiles as well. Then they see his other friends with them. And one additional one as well. Izumi. Izuku. Sometimes I wonder if you guys wouldn't mind me calling you my own family, and that took a shot to her heart. Nejire. Jumping on him. Mirio. No prob man, we're going to be with each other no matter what man. Yuyu. Since when did I agree to this? Tamaki. Since now. Katsumi looks back at Izumi who started crying, and she runs off. Shoka. Izumi. And they run after her. Flashback ends. Izumi. Katsumi. Hey, sitting by her now. Izumi. Hey, still leaning on her desk. Katsumi. So apparently today's going to be a joint training day. Izumi. And what is it? Katsumi. So it's going to be something similar to Heroes vs Villains, you know, the game we all used to play back then. Fear not. And she rushes to her seat. Izumi. Oh no. For I am coming through the door like a normal person. Seeing All Might himself barging in through the door, while everyone was excited as hell, Izumi on the other hand was downright embarrassed. Izumi. Really? Muttering. And she hid her face. AM. Yes, young students, it is I All Might. And you may be wondering on why I'm here. Because I am here to teach you today's lesson. Kirishima. All Might himself teaching us today's lesson, so manly man. Juro. What? AM. Now then, students. Today's lessons is we are going to do what we call a joint training. If some of you didn't get a chance to know what it is. Basically it's a 2v2 with a team of heroes and villains. Now passing out cards to certain students, as he explains the whole purpose of the lesson being that it should be about teamwork and learning. AM. Now those WHO are curious on why I gave you a card. Because those WHO have one will be a part of the villain team. And you villains get the nice luxury of choosing your partner. Bakugo. Fuck's sake, Shoto. Oh, Lita. Sigh. Soon he opens the door to pull in a rack filled with suitcases. AM. In these cases are your hero costume. Each one has a specific name and it could only open from your ID. Make sure you didn't forget it. Alright, go and get ready and meet me out in the fake city. Away. And he jumps out the window so they all in a single file go up and retrieve their costumes, until Aizawa. Yagi, go to the support department, yours was last, and he leaves. Izumi. Alright. I'll be quick. Lita. Do not be late, Izumi, you may never know if your team will be the first one to go. Izumi. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, and he waves, now walking out the hall she sees ahead. Nejire. Nejire. Oh hey, how's it going? Izumi. Oh, fine, Nejire. Oh right, I'm Nejire of the Big Three. Izumi. The big what now? Nejire. You've never heard of us. We're the Big Three because we're the 3 strongest students in the school, currently. Izumi. Wow, Izuku is dating her. Nejire. Oh, you must be Izumi. Right. Izumi. Yeah. Nejire. Izuku talks a lot about you. Izumi. He does. Nejire. Yeah, although most of it is negative, but I was curious on seeing you in person, so how do you like UA so far? Izumi deadpans, seeing how she just brushes off the whole negative comment thing and seeing that she seems to be quite the airhead. Izumi. It's doing well so far, I'm just heading to the support department to pick up my hero outfit. Nejire. Ooh, well you best hurry then. Teacher or not, I heard All Might can be quite the impatient person. Izumi. You don't know the half of it. Nejire. Well, see ya. And she hops away. Izumi. Sigh, and she continues on, now going down the stairs. She managed to reach it, knocking on the metal door, and she waits. Soon it opens to the teacher, Powerloader. Powerloader. You, Yagi. Looking through a clipboard. Izumi. Yes, and he writes down on the paper and he gestures her to come in. Seeing the class in session. She sees how much work is put into making just one of the pieces to the gear, and she has to admit it, they would be screwed if they didn't exist. Soon Powerloader comes back out with a bag. Powerloader. No fancy suitcase for you, it's fine to be simple. Sign your name here. Handing the clipboard to her and she takes it. Signing her name now and she thanks him and leaves. Now entering the locker room, there was no one, and she takes out the bag and puts on her outfit. Not until she sees a note. Your mother made this for you. Please don't complain when you get home. And she pulls out this green skinsuit with a dark green cloak that seems to go with it. As she puts on her outfit, and the gear she has for it. She looks into the mirror and she has to admit. She looks good, and she smiles. Then thinks back onto the past once more, remembering how Izuku had a whole outfit layout for him and her. But she shakes her head again. God, she's going to have a sore neck after this. So she heads on out, seeing All Might complimenting the others, saying they look the part. And soon some of the boys looked at her. Some with pure lust, well, one from pure lust. Katsumi. Damn girl, you look fine, whistling. Izumi. Shut up, and she laughs. Katsumi. There we go. And now they listen in on the teams being made. She apparently has to go against Lita, who choose Shoto to be his teammate, and as for her, she had Katsumi as her partner. Katsumi. Fuck ya man, let's get them. AM. Heroes and villains, you may start you battle plan. And the villain team goes into the building. Katsumi. Knowing Shoto, he's likely to just rush in and freeze everything like his training, but with me and you he has 2 disadvantages. One being that I can just blast them away, and you could stop Lita from running with your quirk. I can handle Shoto while you could try and get the flag if you want. Izumi. Well, I never sparred against Lita before, so it's a bit unpredictable if I'm able to beat him. I know you and Shoto can be lengthy with your sparring. Worst come to plan, you should take the bomb. Katsumi. Our little plan B. I can dig it. Now they get ready, as the others watch from the observatory room located in the entrance of the fake city. AM. All right heroes, you may now enter. And the bell rings. Izumi. My guess is the bomb is located on the middle floor. Being that going through the top is way too easy since you and I can fly right up there no problem, I say we should go through the front. Katsumi. Plain and simple. I like it, let's do this, and they rush in now. Izuku. Wake up, smacking her with the pillow and then turns on the light, hissing. Ochako. Why? Agonizing. Izuku. Oh please, you can do this, try and sit up, and she groans, now she got it a little quicker than yesterday. Izuku. Good, now, today me and you are going to train your quirk. I brought a wheelchair for you to sit in, after that we can do the walker. Sound good? Ochako. Crystal. Izuku. Good. Now come on, lifting her up out of the bed and he sets her down on the chair as she adjusts herself. Ochako. So what happened with yesterday? Izuku. Had some personal problems I had to deal with, don't worry about it. Now taking her out of the room he heads into the back rooms passing the bar and the other rooms. Seeing Shigaraki there playing game he's pissed as usual. Izuku. You need to stop playing that, it makes you bitchy the whole day. Shigaraki. I have just about 2 more challenges to go, once I get that shit over with I'm moving on to Dark Souls. Izuku. Really, Ochako? Isn't that a rage game? Izuku. Whatever, and he keeps going. Ochako. So how's your day going? Izuku. So far it's okay. Not as boring as yours, but hey, I'm trying to help make it interesting now. Opening the door and they enter this big training room. And to be honest, it could pass off as an actual gym. Izuku. Alright, let's get you over here. Now heading to the middle he sets up the locks so she doesn't roll away. Izuku. I heard that through your file you can make things float. Ochako. Right, but it depends on how long I can use it, which if I overdo it, I can get really sick. Izuku. Nausea. Ochako. Something like that. Izuku. Alright, now we're going to be doing a lot of that, so, setting a trash can right in front of her. Ochako. Oh boy. Izuku hands her a couple of baseballs. Now he walks to the end of the room to set up a target, and even one with a bottle on one end. Izuku. Alright, I want you to throw that ball over there, using your quirk, so you have to be precise. And we won't leave this room until you hit them. Ochako. Oh boy. Izuku. It's going to be fine. I brought some illness medicines here. Most involving with motion sickness. Now I don't know how your nausea works with your quirk, but I'm going to be monitoring your every step of the way, and make sure you don't wear away your enamel, but again your jawline is completely metal. Ochako. Hey, Izuku. Joking, alright, let's get started. Izumi. Come on. Now the room they were in was shrouded in darkness. Reason is Katsumi's ongoing battle with Shoto caused part of the building to collapse, making it difficult for her to use her quirk, until that as she heard the generic evil laughter. Lita. You think you can win this hero? Izumi. Really? Deadpanning, knowing how villains work when they monologue, she just flings him away. Lita. Hey, and he runs off now. Izumi. Damn it, she keeps her guard up. Hearing noises left and right, she closes her eyes and focuses on the sound. Waiting for the perfect time to strike. Activating one for all, she then flicks her finger to clear some of the debris, then the sunlight shines on Lita's armor. Izumi. Bingo, and she then pulls him forward. How to win this effortlessly. Lita. Damn it, he's done for, only for his helmet to be taken off, as she plants a kiss on his cheek. Lita. You, and in the observation room. Yagi. Sigh. Mina. Well, that's bold. Juro. That better not work. Kaminari. And if it does? Kirishima. I don't want to know. Back to them. Lita was a bit startled from this gesture, and that was until. Izumi. See ya later, villain. and soon he falls through the floor as Katsumi blasts it from below and she heads for the bomb. Lita. Whoa, Katsumi. Now Izumi. Blasting again to destroy Shoto's ice barrage, and now, she made contact with it, and it fell apart. Izumi. Huh, even the others were confused. Shoto. It's made of paper. Of course it is. You think we would use a real bomb? No, too expensive and dangerous, makes sense. Oh right. Ahem. Heroes win. Izumi. Hey Lita. You alright? Sorry about that back there, holding out her hand. Lita. Yes, very well done Izumi, I have to admit I wasn't expecting that. Katsumi. I don't think anyone was. Shoto. Yep. Izumi. Sigh. Alright, now who do you think was the MVP of this match? Soon. Momo. It was Izumi All Might. She has shown her skills in planning and had a working plan to execute it through their teamwork. Although Izumi's gesture on Lita was a bit odd, it was proven to be effective to stun Tenya long enough to have Katsumi create a trapfall for him. Yep, anyone else? No. Anyone. Right. On to the next team. This is going to take a while. Ochako was breathing heavily, tired from the training. And had one huge headache, mostly from the amount of fluids she let out. She had an IV inserted after 30 minutes into a 4-hour training session. Izuku is what she expected him to be like. Ruthless, he did not go easy on her at all. Izuku. Now then, we're done for the day. I rather have you keep your teeth. Ochako didn't want to say anything knowing it could make it worse for her. She then even wheeled herself back to her room. Izuku. Hey, and she enters her room. Now she lays down, though struggled to get into a comfortable position. Ochako. Worst first day. Izuku. Well, think about this. The more we do this, the easier it's going to get, and once that gets easier, we'll work even harder. Ochako. Are you trying to kill me? Izuku. This is basic training from my routine. Don't get me wrong, but I was the same way with you as well. Tired, didn't want to do it anymore, but I kept going. And look at me. Ochako. Yep, still ruthless. Izuku. Oh well. Anyways, you best head to sleep. I'm going now. See ya tomorrow. Ochako. Sigh, finally, seeing him walk out now, about to relax then. Ochako. What did you mean by tomorrow? Nejire. Ruffling around the sheets. She didn't want to get up, seeing the sun shine in through her dorm. There's a reason the top floors have a skylight on top, with the sun's rays shining down on her. She tried to cover herself up, groaning. She didn't want to wake up today. Sure, she's an energetic girl, but on a weekend, and having a day off for some reason. She's not letting this go to waste. Trying to snuggle up to the pillow, she grunts, trying to adjust herself, and sleeps in. Finally she found that position, and she was about to fall asleep, until her phone rings. Nejire. Ggrrrrrr. Growling. Of all times to ring. She reaches out of her sheets and tries to find it, not wanting to move anymore. Ends up knocking over items, hearing it thud and scatter. That is, she realized she fell asleep watching a movie, so she looks around and found it. It was Izuku, and answers. Nejire. Mellow. Muffling under the sheets. Izuku. He, you sure are different on the weekend. Nejire. It's a nice day to sleep in. Don't you have work today? Izuku. Nope, off, and for good reasons. I'm not working there anymore, and now she sits up instantly. Nejire. What? Yelling through it. Izuku. That woke you up. Nejire. Oh no, did you get fired? Did they let you go? Are you in trouble? Is it something you did? Did you do something? Why did they fire you? You need me to come get you. What's the address? Izuku. Nejire, and she keeps spewing out questions, rambling on and on. Izuku. Sigh. Nejire. And she kept rambling, and then, he plays a horn over the phone, catching her off guard. Nejire. Izuku. There we go. Now then, the reason I'm not working there is, well, that's a surprise. Come meet me at the restaurant in the evening. Don't worry about it being bad. It's not, okay. Nejire. Oh, okay then. Love you, and she hangs up, plopping back down on the bed. Great of all the times to be told this. She doesn't even know what it is, maybe it's her being nosy. But she wants to know, what is going on? Nejire. Now I can't fall asleep, pouting now. Now she has to get up and get ready like a normal person. As if falling off the bed wasn't a sign. She gets ready. Hopping into the dormitory showers, cleaning herself up and putting on some regular clothing. She was feeling annoyed, so she just tied her hair back into an extremely long ponytail. Nejire. Wonder if I should cut it, maybe. Or maybe not. Meh. And she walks out, sitting on the couch in the commons. She thought back on her encounter with Izumi, how she seemed normal. She has no clue. Izuku wouldn't go much more into the details, but she leaves it be. She hopes he's doing fine, and she is curious again on what this surprise is. Izuku now hangs up the phone as he now has his outfit on, hammer and all. Shigaraki. All right, let me go in first, then you. Izuku nods and he now opens the door to a bunch of villains, mostly common criminals, thugs, murderers, well, mostly murderers, least about 100 of them. Shigaraki. Good, I see we have found some pawns to throw away, talking to Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Watch what you say in front of them. Any wrong wording will cause us the plan. Shigaraki. Right, and now he gets up to the podium where the villains now stop talking. Shigaraki. I can see that a lot of you are wondering why you've been set free from prison. Or broke out, or as much as being tracked down by my associate here, and I'll tell you, is that you should consider this offer, and two of them kept talking in the back. Shigaraki. What I can grant you is freedom, expenses, and most of all, the joy of killing without remorse or punishments, and now some of them grew interested but more started to talk among themselves. Shigaraki. And yet here you all are ignoring me, as per usual. I would not advise disrespecting me, and that's when one of them gets up now. Or what, pipsqueak, walking right up to him, like he owns the place. Shigaraki chuckles. As if I'll waste energy on a moron like you. What did you say? Now he gets closer and more also followed. What we should do is kill you and take over this hideout. Has everything, get some girls and that's going to be the life, and some cheered. Shigaraki shakes his head in disappointment. Shigaraki. I warned you, sigh. Or else what? Shigaraki. Why don't you show them what I mean? And the door opens to Izuku walking in, slowly, holding the hammer in his hand. Of course a lot of them recognized who he is. Holy shit. It's him. Child killer. He seems like a coward targeting children. Let's kill them both. That statement was cut short as Izuku with just one hand grabbed the one close to Shigaraki by the neck and he started to gag, hearing his wheezing cries to breath. Shigaraki. Now I know what you're thinking. Why do this? He's not strong enough. He kills kids. Those aren't just kids. You see, they are the very same people who made his life a living hell. The one who had everything to look forward to, until they made this. Society created their own bogeyman. He will be lurking in the dark. He will be what the heroes fear. But hey, if you want to attack him, go ahead. He'll kill you faster than you could imagine. And he is merciless, unlike me. And now they see Izuku drop the hammer, and with one grab, he reaches into the thug's stomach, creating a massive cavity in it, slowly sinking in, and now he lets go. His scream in agony as Izuku just watches him scream, made him tilt his head, intrigued by the reaction. Soon he picks up the hammer and he just smashes the top part on his head, killing him, hearing the scream abruptly stop. Shigaraki. Anyways, we are not here to kill you, except for that guy. But you know to behave. You see, we have a plan in set, and that is to invade UA, and kill the symbol of peace himself. Now they all now stayed silent, not wanting to make a wrong move knowing that Freak is there. Shigaraki. The Unseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, is a place where All Might is scheduled to teach the class of heroes in training, and we will come in and kill them. Now I know some of you may die, or even get captured. But it's a sacrifice I am willing to make. If he could just smack him, he would. Izuku just rolls his eyes under the mask. Now explaining the real plan, he soon caught attention to one detail. What about the students? Will they try to call for help? Shigaraki. That has already been taken care of. You see, in the plan we will set up a small portable jammer, intercepting and scrambling the radio waves in the area, making phones useless, and for their quirks. They're kids, you can probably take them on. Izuku. Quite the understatement, after a whole hour speech, which was boring as hell. Shigaraki now made sure to make them feel welcomed. Shigaraki. You are free to stay here if you wish. But know that these phones here are for you to message Kurogiri here and for you to not forget this mission, and for that we must purpose a toast. Now seeing some small portals open to multiple large cups of alcohol and they all grab it. Shigaraki. To the fall. Off the symbol of peace. To the fall. Death to the heroes. And they hold them up now. Izuku just drags the body away from the room. Maybe he should have just ripped his head off. Because not only did he damage the spleen and the other organs, he ended up opening the small intestines, which made the whole room smell like shit, and some other unknown scent that was unholy to even breath in. Dumping it into the incinerator he leaves now. He keeps the outfit on. Knowing if they find out the so-called bogey man is a quirkless kid, he's sure to lose respect that way, so for now he just observes the whole thing, while Shigaraki immediately retreats back to his room. After that whole speech, he enters his room. Shigaraki. This is off limits, oh hey, and he sees him downing a coke. Izuku. Don't like alcohol. Shigaraki. Messes up my throat. Izuku. You mean mess it up more. Shigaraki. Fuck you. Izuku. So, any idea on how to deal with the students? Shigaraki. Well, I'm sure you want revenge on a certain group of bitches. Izuku. Always. But death is too merciful for them. I want to make them suffer mentally, begging for death. But even then, I may or may not give it to them. Shigaraki. Holy shit, you can turn evil fast. Izuku. Learned it the hard way. Soon they hear cheering and some screaming. Shigaraki. Aw fuck, and he opens the door and he turns to him. Izuku. What is it? And he looks to see. Hell yeah, he's the best. Look how cute she looks. She's going to be so used up. Fucking her would make my day. I call the mouth. Ochako. No, no. Seeing that her clothes are about to be ripped off, a smashing sound is heard and they all stop. Shigaraki. And what do you think you're doing? Seeing Izuku walk past them all with his hammer. Izuku. Who is the one that took her out? He said calmly. He asserts authority. And Ochako was afraid. Izuku. Who took her out of the room? He repeated, and soon he looks to the ones that were closest to her. One had a hand on her private area, feeling her out as she whimpers. Come on man, let loose. You could have told us she was your private bitch. Izuku then growls and shoves him away. With his strength made him fly a couple feet away from him. The others move out of the way. Ochako just got picked up and he walks back to her room, and he slams the door shut. Ochako. Who are they? Scared for her life. Izuku now makes sure the doors lock. And he checked around for anyone else. Izuku. Villains that we hired to attack UA tomorrow, and she gasped. Ochako. Tomorrow. Izuku. Do you know who came in? Ochako. All I know is I saw a bunch of thugs and criminals comes into my room and lift me out of bed like they discovered treasure. Izuku. Tonight I have plans. I might have to cancel if this fucking act keeps going. Kurogiri. I'm here to inform you that I can bring her to Sensei. He wishes to talk to her. Do not worry, she'll be safe. Ochako. Sensei. Izuku. The true leader of the love. Although Shigaraki is proving himself to be a leader, he still needs practice, but for now, I'm sure he's gonna want to see you. Ochako. Okay, Kurogiri. I will make sure everything is in order when you get back. Izuku. Thanks. Now changing out of his outfit, he takes a portal out to the area he was going to meet Nejire. Izuku. And hey, don't worry, I won't let them touch you again, and if they do, tell me. Ochako nods. Izuku. Good kid, and he walks through. Kurogiri. First time I seen him have concern for someone other than his friends. Nejire now walks through town. As she sees the air she's supposed to meet Izuku at, she wanders for a bit, curious on what's going on. That is until Izuku. Hey, and she screams. Nejire. Don't do that. Crying out. Izuku. I'm sorry. I had to do it. Laughing, he just hugs her. Nejire. Jerk. Izuku. Come on. Sigh, I'm sorry, and she pouts, looking away still. Izuku. I'm really sorry, still not budging. Izuku now just gets on his knees. I'm so very sorry for tainting your image, Princess Hado, and she turns around. Nejire. Sticking her tongue out and turns back. Izuku. Sigh, I'm sorry, now it was genuine. Nejire. Apology accepted. Zuzu. Izuku. You just wanted me to embarrass myself. Nejire. Maybe a little. Izuku. Oh well, but in any case, I have some news to give to you. Nejire. Okay, Izuku. I got promoted, and she gasped in delight. Nejire. Really? And she jumps on him. Izuku. Hey. Nejire. Oh, I'm so happy for you, Zuzu. Rubbing her cheek on his face. Izuku. Nejire, embarrassed now. Nejire. So when are you going to start? Is it going to be close? Are you gonna have to move? When did you find out? How are you going to get there? And he puts a finger over her mouth. Izuku. I start next week, and it's a bit far, but it's still bearable to walk there. And I have discussed and talked here and there about getting an apartment. I found out today, and I'm still going to take the train and walk. Nejire. I'm sorry for being talky, but I'm just so excited. Gasp, we should celebrate. Izuku. That's why I brought you here. Turning around to see, she sees some of his company worker, and the others. Nejire. Ooh, and she now just kisses him while the others cheer and tease him. Izuku. Great, Nejire. I always believe in you, Zuzu. Izuku. I know, thank you, and from a distance. Shigaraki. He better not forget the plan. Kurogiri. He won't. Trust in him, young Tamura. I know he won't. Walking off now. Shigaraki. I have no clue what sensei sees in you, but I hope your stats are high enough to beat the shit out of the heroes, even if your skill points are in charisma, and he walks off. The first thing Izumi witnessed was Aizawa coming in and telling her and the class are going to a place called USJ, which of course she knew ahead of time of what it is, for her father told her while riding the bus she sat by Katsumi. Izumi. Well, you ready? Katsumi. Ready to kick ass then, fuck yeah. Then the girl in front of them, the local frog girl Suyu, turns back to them. Suyu. Hey Izumi, I have a question. Kiro. Izumi. Sure, what? Suyu. Sometimes I may be a bit blunt, but I noticed that your quirk seems to be similar to All Might's. Are you two related? And Izumi kind of got a little nervous. Izumi. Huh, what do you mean? No way I could be related to him. You know a ton of quirks can some be similar to another, like fire-type quirks. Katsumi. Why yeah, like Izuku's dad, he had a fire-breathing quirk and Shoto's fire, he. Suyu. Who's Izuku? And Izumi smacks Katsumi's head upside. Katsumi. Fuck, bitch. Izumi. I'm sorry, Sue. Izuku is my brother. Mina. You have a brother. Toru. Oh wow. Is he as powerful as you? Mina. Is he hot? Izumi. What? Katsumi. As if she'll talk about her brother like that, you fucks. This isn't Alabama. Bakugo. Shut the fuck up. Lita. Language. Chopping his arm in the air. Momo. And please lower the noise. Aizawa. Shut up. And they all quiet down as he just grumbles. Izumi. Yeah. He's my brother, but we're not on good terms right now, without her knowing. Aizawa twitched his eye, and he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Aizawa. They have a son, that has been hidden from everyone. He has to tell Nezu about this, and soon. Because he will not have any of this shit, at all. Fuck this job, he continues on, now grumbling about not taking his morning coffee. Juro. Say. You think your brother would be cool to hang with? Izumi. Well, I don't know. He does hang out with his friends Mirio, Tamaki, and Nejire, before she was suddenly cut off. Mineta. You mean the goddess Nejire Hado? Going up to her face all wide-eyed until Juro pries him off. You damn pervert. Kaminari. How does he know the beauty queen of UA? Izumi. Yua, she's his girlfriend, and that's when they both collapse crying. Mineta. Why to have such bad luck? Kaminari. He doesn't deserve to bask in her pure beauty. And then the bus suddenly stops and they fling forward. Aizawa. Everyone out. We're here, and he gets off as they arrive in front of this giant building and they see a figure in front of them, wearing a space suit. Mina. Ooh, it's the space hero 13. Seeing the hero. 13. Hello there students, now I know you are all excited to know what's going to happen for today's lesson. So the lesson today is rescue lessons, and they soon got pumped up now, ready to learn how to save those who they protect. 13. Now the USJ, which is Unseen Simulation Joint for short, is a multi-environmental simulation that would recreate certain situations you may encounter, like being on a boat, a plane, a forest, and a city. What kind it may differ, which is why we have to train you to adapt quickly to it. We have some ways to simulate on the rescue victims. Being a dummy, but right now we just want to walk you through the scenarios you're going to go through today. Izumi was listening closely. As they were focused on this all, they didn't realize the black portal that opens up behind them, and now she snapped out of it. She nudges Katsumi and she sees it as well. Katsumi. Sensei. Pointing behind them now. As they all look, they see a hand that pops out of it, and now walks out of it, stumbling a little. A man wearing multiple hands on his body as he grunts, hearing his raspy voice. Shigaraki. Had it fucking 2 feet above the ground, goddamn it, and now more portals appear as more of them come out now and along a man who seems to be made of flames in a bartender's outfit. Kirishima. Cool. You even have fake villains. This lesson's going to be awesome, having stars in his eyes in awe. But it was obviously cut short as Aizawa jumps in front of them along with 13. Aizawa. Those aren't fake, they're real villains. Now the thrill and excitement took a fucking rain check, and now fear and worry fills the room now, as the main guy, who seems to be the hand guy, just walks back and forth observing each student. Izumi. We need to get the heroes, but she sees Jiro is trying to listen in on their conversation. Jiro. Shit. There's more of them. Don't know how many. Shigaraki. About 80 squirt, and she now flinches hearing this. They know about their quirks and they seem to be great in numbers as they look, and they could only try and put up a brave face, however. Bakugo. You fuckers want to go. Katsumi. You forget that we got 2 great fucking heroes with us. No way you stand a chance. Kurogiri. I see. Quite the obvious, since we are here in UA where only the most talented and those with powerful quirks could only enter, but you do forget the one thing heroes fear. Aizawa. No, he didn't. 13. Oh no, Momo. What does he mean by that? Then a portal opens up behind them, as they now turn to look at the most intimidating figure ever, the wheezing breathing, the large figure, the blood coming out of the eyes of the gas mask he's wearing, and of course, who could forget the hammer, that bloody hammer that has claimed many lives before them. Kurogiri. None could put a brave face on when facing the one and only boogeyman, seeing the villain just standing there. Izumi now turns. So this is the one who killed those students, a lot of new pro heroes, nearing the count of the hero killer himself. Kirishima. Shit, muttering in his breath. Aizawa now turns to try and wrap his scarf around the figure, which seems to work. Katsumi. Ha, take that fucker, thinking it was going to be okay. Shigaraki. Stop fooling around, and now the boogeyman starts growling as he breaks free of the scarf easily. He now holds out his hand about to reach for one of the students, only to be pushed back by Izumi. Izumi. Go, flinging a door open as Lita was the first to go, the others then started falling through a portal underneath them. Kurogiri. Now, we can't just up and leave. It is rather rude to leave on such an important even for you heroes in training. Correct. Now taunting them, Aizawa now sees the other villains going through the portal as well, and he sees the boogeyman was gone as well. He prays that whoever is stuck with him lives. The portal opening above the ceiling, and then Mineta. Ah. Tsuyu. Hiro. Shoka. Ah. As the 3. Now fell into water. Of course it was salt tasting and it was nasty. Coming up, Shoka gasps, making an ice buoy so the others could grab. Except for a certain someone, as she felt something on her chest. She paled and then lifts up. Mineta. Such nice cold pillows. Then it cuts to him being thrown onto the boat as Suyu pries him off her so both of them get on the boat. AI. Welcome to the Oceanic Getaway Simulation. Please press the button to begin the simulation, but that was cut off as the villains now come out from more portals, each one now closing in on them. Get them. Come on, kill them. We're going to get ya, ha ha ha. I'm going to have me some frog. Get the fuck over here. Yelling and stilling the fear as they laugh and scream, running at them out of sheer panic. Shoka makes a wall of ice and surrounds them in it, trying to buy some time. Shoka. Shit. We need to think of something. Mineta. DD, did you hear what they said? His voice cracking from the sheer terror of the villain's remarks, crying out blood. Mineta. They want to kill me and possibly Raw, before he was smacked. Suyu. Enough, Kiro. We have to think of a plan. Before a bang was heard. Come out, little ladies. Don't be shy, we're all gentlemen here. We'll make sure you're well pampered. Trying to break it, she freezes it more, so they discussed one another to try and make sense of what to do. Meanwhile, same as the group before, the portal opens as the trio of students fall right through. Bakugo. Motherfucker. Groaning. Shoto. Who was that other villain behind us? Kirishima. The one who killed those students. Didn't get the memo. AI. Welcome to the downtown simulation. Please press the button to begin the simulation. Then more portals open to villains dropping down now. Get those fuckers. I'm going to enjoy this. But was cut off as Bakugo blasts a lot of the away. Shoto then freezes the surrounding area to keep it at bay. Then another wave of them as they keep them at bay. Punching them and getting rid of them. They manage to get them trapped, for now. Bakugo. Fuck yeah. Bastards can't fuck me. Until another villain pops up from behind, with a sword, and he tried to jump on him. Shoto. Bakugo. And he turns out of instinct, to let out a huge blast, concentrated on his torso, then. Splatter. Kills him from the explosion, seeing his arms flying. And the guts and everything fly. The worst of it was the smell. He wanted to vomit. He stands there shocked, as he now stumbles back, realizing what he just did. Bakugo. Fuck. Trying to wipe it off him, getting the small pieces of flesh and tissue off him. Shoto was quiet. Kirishima. Bakugo, you okay? Bakugo. What does it look to you, shitty hair? He just took a life. He doesn't know how to feel about it. He can't describe it. It felt horrible. He needs air. He needs it. How terrible, poor little Katsuki taking a life. They turn around to see the bogeyman standing there, head tilting and looking horrific as ever, unmoving, only hearing the wheezing. Izuku. Now you can taste what it feels like, and have to say, after all of the things you claim to be, can't handle a little blood on it. Ha ha hey 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 hey, how will Izumi feel? How will your family feel, knowing you're a murderer? Before sinking into the ground. Kirishima. What the? As Shoto tried to freeze him. But was too late. What the fuck did they just witnessed? Moments later, again for the third fucking time, the portal opens up to our favorite trio that's been in almost every story, not a wall break here. Seeing the three students fall out screaming, hitting the ground. Momo. Ow. Juro. Well, that could have been worse, until. Kaminari. Ga. Falling on top of the two. Juro. You got to be fucking joking. Pushing him off. Kaminari. Well, excuse me for not realizing a portal was appearing. Momo. Where are we at? AI. Welcome to the cliffside environmental scenario. Please press the button to begin the simulation. Juro. There's your answer, straightening her back. Momo. Alright. Knowing those villains. They might come through, since multiple portals can be opened up at once. Looking to the left, they see the villains. Already there. But instead of screaming and shouting profanities at them, they lay there motionless, some even dismembered, and some hanging from the ceiling. Juro. What could have caused this? Kaminari. Nothing good, obviously. Correct. And they turn around to see the boogeyman there, all bloody. Momo. Did you do this? Izuku. They outgrow their usefulness. Walking around them. Each step making a loud bang, echoing in the facility. Izuku. Like sheep they'll follow their leader, but are mindless if they aren't trained, so I the shepherd, did what was illogical, either way they can just be replaced. Juro. Throwing away their lives. Like nothing. Izuku. Don't tell me you're concerned with the lives of criminals, if so that's pathetic. Momo. There could be a reason for this. Every life has a purpose, they could have been forced to do this. Kaminari. Bro, why do this? Do you feel anything from the horrors you did? Izuku just chuckles. Why, they always ask why. Not about what I will do next. Just, why? He, as if they had a reason to justify their sins ha 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 ha. This was sick. They can clearly see he enjoys this, enjoys seeing the suffering of others. It's almost sickening. Izuku suddenly stops laughing and stiffens altogether, freaking them out. Izuku. Now then, he whispers to them, only noise they hear is the sound of his gloves crinking, a sign of him tightening his grip on that godforsaken hammer, as he holds it with two hands now. Izuku. Let's see how loud. You can scream, and he slowly walks towards them, each step. They took a step back. Kaminari out of instinct he lets out an electric charge. But, it had no effect on him. Kaminari. What? And he just swings his fist to the side, knocking him out of the way, walking slowly. Momo out of desperate attempts makes a metal pipe and shield. Momo. Stay back. Juro now tries to jab her jacks towards him only for them to be grabbed. Juro. Fuck. And she was pulled in. Momo. Juro. Screaming for her. Juro. No. Before he swings her over and slams her into the ground, she slightly bounced off and he pulls again, slamming her once more, and he does this for 2 more times. Each one being much worse than the last, and he lets go, as her breathing is weakly heard, and he keeps walking, she now charges in. Momo. HRAH. Screaming out now and with one swing of his hammer. Bends her shield, the force taken going into her wrist. Broke it. Hearing the popping sound as she collapsed in pain she tried to swing the rod, but to her horror, break on impact, hurting her other wrist. Izuku. Please, and he grabs her ponytail. Momo. Ah, screaming in pain as he lifts her up by her hair. The tension of each strand pulling on her scalp she starts crying. Izuku. Do you feel it? Do you feel pain? Do you feel how much it hurts? How much you want it to stop? How much suffering the world feels? How much? I felt, you probably don't. For your whole life, you lived in luxury. The only problem you would cry about is likely about failing a test, or scoring 1 less point on an exam, while others out here suffer worse. It weighs down on you, until you finally get crushed from all the weight pulling you down. Before dropping her, he punches her face, picking her up to punch her gut. Izuku. And how appealing are you trying to make yourself? Because of your quirk, or is it for the sexual appeal? Momo. My quirk. Ga. Getting kicked to the floor. Izuku turns around, and grabs Joris Jax, groaning in pain feeling the pull. Similar to having your earlobes pulled, but you're getting dragged across the floor. He soon wraps it around Momo's neck. And he pulls hearing her gag for air. Izuku. Just let it escape. Let your efforts be in vain. Call yourself a whore. And I might just loosen the grip, and she struggled, and struggled, kicking the air, but he lifts her up. No hopes off getting out of this. Momo. I'm a gag. Who, whore. Izuku. I didn't hear that, and she tried, but she feels her strength fading, her legs moving less and less frantic. Momo. Before she was about to die. He lets go, causing her to wheeze and gasp for air, coughing, making a noise that isn't normal. He grabs her by her neck and now drags her through the portal that is forming in front of her. Izuku. Let's show everyone what you are, and he walks through now. Juro. Momo. Kaminari. And no, groaning out. He just went and defeated them like nothing, like flies. No wonder those victims couldn't stand a chance in hell against the demon himself. Like a nightmare you couldn't run away from. A nightmare you couldn't combat against. No matter how much you try, he will win. After their long battle Izumi and the others managed to defeat the villains. They managed to avoid the portals altogether, hoping that Lita will make it in time for getting help. Since they couldn't get a cell phone signal, or any help at all. completely relying on their skills alone. Aizawa was having trouble with them. Since these criminals are just acting frantically based off their desire to kill animals he likes to compare them to. 13 was down. He did his best to protect them. Izumi helped out, pulling 13 in with her quirk, to make sure nothing harms them. Katsumi releases concentrated bursts of explosions, almost to being like a stun grenade, then finishes it with a much stronger explosion, knocking them back. As they work together, she and Izumi manage to hold them off, while Tokiyami and Dark Shadow does their part, that is until Shigaraki. Oh for fucks. Sake. Should have brought more pawns to dispose, bah. Waste of money for sure. Kurogiri. Shall we release Sir Shigaraki? Not yet, until All Might gets here. I want to see his face when we introduce it to all of them. Tire them out. Then strike, it's the perfect plan, ha ha ha. Huh. Then Kurogiri opens a portal, for the boogeyman to walk through. Shigaraki. Well, look who's finally. He stops to see he's dragging one of the students with him. Izuku now sees Izumi, who stops as well. Izumi. Momo. Katsumi turns around to see her being held captive. She's all bloodied and bruised, and he holds her up. Izuku. Enough, and Aizawa finishes the last of the villains, and he turns to see him holding his student hostage. Aizawa. Damn it, Katsumi. You fucking coward. Izuku then tightens his grip, hearing her gag. Izuku. Watch your mouth. Otherwise you'll see her head pop right off her shoulders. Izumi. Shit. She didn't know what to do. Izumi. Let her go. Izuku. You of all people have no right to give orders. Izumi. Damn it, face us one-on-one. Izuku. Is that what you call it? It should be familiar grounds for you two to gang up on someone, correct? And now they flinched a little. Aizawa. What is he talking about? Izuku. Maybe you didn't know. Soon the doors bust open to the other students entering in and running. Shoto. Oh no, Shoka. Momo. Mineta. Not her. She has the biggest bust of them all. Then his attention diverts to the midget. Izuku. And the world wonders, why are heroes becoming less and less relevant with each year? This girl. And him. Are perfect examples of why that is happening. A corruption that has been growing, and the world that treats people like me. Him. The lot of us black sheep that are not meant to be with the herd. We are the ones that are cast off into the wild. To fend for our own, to try and survive, hoping with each coming day will be better than the last. Where are your shepherds that accept them no matter what? Where are your dogs that will protect the herd, even those who are cast away from society? They are nowhere. For they are told from the beginning that we are not important, that we are expendable, we're not supposed to exist, worthless, useless, a liability, like the boy who had the world crushed above him, the weight that dragged him into the abyss. Izumi. Is he talking about Izuku? Katsumi. He's talking about Deku. Bakugo. That fucking Deku caught this bastard's attention. Aizawa. He must be talking about that Midoriya kid. Izuku. And with each step of the way, not only have I killed those who have brought pain to me, I brought fear to the people. I have become a nightmare to the heroes. Afraid that if they sleep that I will be there when I strike my hammer down on them. Children will utter my name and they will be scared of a living nightmare that will come and get them. Praying to the heroes in hopes I go away, even if you kill me. Imprison me, banish me, erase me, know that I become a nightmare and live on in your dreams. You will see me. You will never escape me, and you will wish to never have met me at all. Hearing this shows how much of a threat he is. And it is true, new and freshly started pro heroes have begun to show fear for him, too afraid to go out patrolling in areas he has killed, wondering if they'll become the next victim. The schools, too afraid to even let them go home alone, too afraid to have them away from their homes, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He will be there, like a bad dream, that you can't wake up from. Izumi. Not all heroes. Hearing his student yell out. Izumi. Just because you instilled fear into the heroes, doesn't mean the same goes to us, with all of us working together. We will stop you all. And soon another portal opens. But it was much larger than the last one. Aizawa. More villains. But that was the opposite no. This was a large beast, having a yellow beak, with teeth, looking a little goofy by that was not without the large wide open eyes that have no eyelids, and the top part of the head, had its brain exposed in the open air, not seeming to have an effect on it. Its twitching and frantic moving makes it seem like a massive chain is holding it back, like holding back a dog by its collar. Shigaraki. You love it. I call it a Nomu, a perfect bio-weapon I call it. Might as well say. You'll find out either way, but this one will be the creature that will end All Might's life. Before laughing. Izuku. Either way. All you can do now is wait patiently for your cough. Help. Not knowing what to do. He has Momo hostage. Jiro and Kaminari are nowhere to be seen, likely dead, and this boogeyman has shown to them that he isn't just some common thug. No, he has a motive. To kill all heroes and spread fear to all. With how he's holding Momo he has tremendous strength. And he knows about all their quirks and weaknesses, and like on cue, the door busts off its hinges, and then. Fear not, for I am here. And they all felt hope again. Kirishima. All Might. Mina. He's here. Mineta. He's going to save us. Crying out. Izumi. Dad. Katsumi. Finally. Aizawa. What took you so long? Had a bit of trouble getting here. Young Tenya was calm telling us the situation, and we had to prepare. Aizawa. For what? For us. Seeing behind them all of the pro heroes and others coming in now in one huge squad. Snipe. It's over you villains. Shigaraki now scratches his neck. Finally. And he walks a little forward. Shigaraki. You fraud. And you're a villain. But they also noticed. Midnight. It's him, seeing Izuku there. Snipe. The boogeyman. Izuku. Glad to know someone knows me. Snipe aims his weapon. Let her go. Izuku. Try me, shoot me, it won't do a thing. Only that I will separate this girl's jaw from her head. Now grabbing the jaw and the top part of her mouth forcing it open. She falls into hysteria frantically breathing heavily, wondering if this is her last moments in life. You fiend. Izuku. You have no business with me, it's with him. Shigaraki. Thank you, I always hated that goddamn smile. That fake smile trying to show the world your fake sense of comfort. You know what you are. You know why people are becoming more and more selfish each day. Why they grow weaker, becoming sheep. Nomu. Kill All Might. Seeing the beast now charging ahead towards All Might does the same as they both reach near to each other. They had collided fists, causing a huge shockwave to even shake the ground beneath them, as they fought valiantly with punch so fast it could barely be seen. Shigaraki. Come on Nomu. The fucking doc better make this work. Izuku still holding on to Momo he lets go, and he glances to the others, as they are distracted with and the battle of course the fucking heroes are also invested, while some are dragging the other villains away. He chuckles, he kneels down to her ear level. Izuku. You know, after all of this shit that's been happening, you're the only hostage that's behaved so well, so much I might be willing to let you go, if you tell me why you want to become a hero. Kurogiri noticed and he was keeping an ear out for him. Momo. After all, why you've done. Groaning out. Izuku. I may be a sadistic killer. But even I have morals against to those who didn't wrong me yet, and I am giving you a chance, alright. With that last word, likely setting up a false sense of comfort but she couldn't help but feel safe. She doesn't know anymore. That punch to the face might have unscrewed some shit in her head. Momo. The reason I want to join. Was because I wanted to see the world. I always was kept isolated in my home. Yes, I may be served anything I wanted. And my quirk. But it always felt unfair to me to have all that. And while those who have nothing, I just wanted to give to those who never could experience that in life. I want to save people and give them hope. Izuku. And he stops for a moment, and it felt like an eternity, if it weren't for the occasional scream and grunt, along with a little explosion. Izuku. And are you sure about that? And she nods. Momo. Yes, seeing the tears going over her open wounds. Hurts a lot. But she couldn't make a sound, sure that it'd make him want to kill her. Izuku. So fragile, such a dream that could sound simple. Ha 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 ha, you amuse me, before throwing her towards them. Izumi. Momo, running to her. Shigaraki. You moron, you just let her go. Izuku. She has no worth. Yet, I will pry it out of her. In time it will be proven useful to us. Kurogiri. Quite the unique you have here. Izuku then just stares at them as they carry her off, and she takes one more look at him, before shivering at him once more, after what seemed like a long time. Punching the beast as it doesn't budge now, and it grabs his hand to throw him over. As he dodges it, he then headbutts it and pushes it back. A formidable foe. Yelling out and then attacks it again. As the Nomu screeches, it honestly sounds like it has 3 people screaming, and it felt unnerving to him. He then uppercuts it and it goes up as he keeps barraging it with his attacks, grabbing it to then slam the thing into the ground. And in retaliation the Nomu stands up to then lunge at him, and he grabs his foot to throw him and then dropkick him. As he keeps on going, the Nomu somehow manage to find an opening and then strike him down in Florida State. Izumi. Ouch. Kirishima. Why? As AM groans a little, he then barely dodges a fist to the face, as he then now charges up more power. Detroit Smash. And knocks it back. Shigaraki. Ha 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 ha, how pathetic. You should know that it has been enhanced with shock absorption HAHAHAH. And then Izuku and Kurogiri at the same time, just facepalms. Shigaraki. What? And he now hears AM laughing. Yes, shock absorption. Not nullification. And he then charges the Nomu, and now he jumps very high through the ceiling trying to bite his head. The Nomu tried to break free of his grip, now he charges his punch up to 80%. Montana Smash. With all his might, punching the abdomen, separating it as the Nomu screeches and both halves of it fly away in different areas. As he keeps smiling now, he lands back into the USJ, seeing the clouds separated creating a perfect ring, as the wind and shock wave catches up with him. As the students are in awe of the amount of strength he has. Izumi. That's why he's number 1. Izuku. I'm still quite a ways from beating you, All Might. You are finished villains. Izuku. You know something funny? I used to think you were the greatest person alive, but that went away from the moment you had broken that boy's dreams a while back. Talking about Izuku again. What? Izuku? And believe me, he wishes you were dead. Ha 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 ha. Heard him say it. He wants to start some drama. Might as well. Izumi. What? Scared? Her brother wants him dead. Izuku. But alas, we were quite unprepared and underestimate your strength. So for now, we're going to partake our leave, until next time, Might. Then he pushes Shigaraki with his free hand, avoiding a bullet. Snipe. Stay where you are. Izuku. Pathetic. And they all sink, as they now leave the area. AM now starts to steam, so he took his leave right away. Izumi. What did he mean? Katsumi. I don't know. Bakugo. That Deku wants him dead. Shoka. But, why? Shoto. Because of what he did to him. Izumi. I need to talk to him. As the portal forms up, all 3 members come out fine. Shigaraki. Fuck. Throwing one of the mug glasses and seeing it break. Kurogiri. I would rather prefer if you don't destroy the property here, young Tamura. Shigaraki. Shut up. And he stomps away. Kurogiri. Give him time. Sensei will handle it. Izuku nods, now taking off his mask. He takes his glove off and notices the obvious cut on his hand. Taking out a small knife, he digs into it and finds a small tracker. Izuku. That fucking rich bitch, crushing it easily now. Kurogiri. I believe you being injured will raise suspicions. Izuku. And I have a plan for that. Get Shigaraki. He needs some venting. Pulling out a crowbar from the counter, he heads into the torture room they have, with a shot glass and some vodka. Sensei. He much more committed than I have previously expected. Kurogiri. He is going to such lengths to keep everything under the shadows. Izuku. Tamura. I know a way how to vent your fucking rage, and he opens the door, giving the crowbar to him. Shigaraki. The fuck you want? Izuku. I've been injured. I cannot go out like this, it will raise suspicion. Ochako. And she comes running out. Ochako. Yes, Izuku. Come with me, she looks at his arm. Ochako. Gasp, what happened? Shigaraki. He's going to do some fuck shit, and they head down another level, where a chair is. Izuku pushes it aside. Izuku. Hit me, Shigaraki. What, Ochako? What are you saying? Izuku. I need you to make it look like I got jumped. Shigaraki. For fucking what? Izuku. Otherwise walking out there with this is, what do you mean what I just fucking explained it to you? Ochako. But, does sensei have a healing quirk? Izuku. No time, I have work in about 20 minutes and if I arrive there looking like I got mugged then I can play it off so I need this to work. Now shut up and hit me. Now Shigaraki gets enraged and throws the crowbar down. Shigaraki. Just because the mission was a fuck up doesn't mean I'm going to fucking take it out on you. Izuku got mad now, and of course it's a rare sight to see, since he always has a mask on. Breathing fast, he now heads over to the wall, breaths a couple, and then reels his head back and slams his face right into the stone wall. And it wasn't just a smooth wall. This wall was like jagged. And had some bumps, so this ended with him breaking his nose, seeing the blood coming out and he groans. Izuku. Motherfucker. And he now punches it trying to make it seem like he tried to fight. Shigaraki. Stop, trying to hold him back as Ochako now uses her quirk on him. Izuku. Enough Ochako, let me down. Ochako. No. No I can't, don't do this to yourself. Izuku. I need to, otherwise what is the point of this group if we cannot follow the plan correctly? Now releasing him he points his hand, and he now twists his wrist breaking it now. Shigaraki now finally caves in and he starts beating him with the crowbar, each hit in anger, as Ochako couldn't do nothing, but watch. Ochako. They are insane. Then Shigaraki picks him up and punches him in the face now, even hitting him with the chair, and he was done. Izuku. Fuck, cough. Seeing the blood coming out his mouth and nose, the wounds on him as he looked like he was just mugged. Izuku. Kurogiri. Open a portal, outside my work. Then a portal appears, he stumbles trying to get up, and then. Shigaraki. You fucking crazy bastard. Izuku. You as well, and he turns to Ochako who looks away. Izuku. Hey, and she slowly turns. Izuku. I'm fine, it had to be done, I'm sorry for dragging you into this, I'll be fine, I've had worse, and she just sees him smile now, despite what he just did to himself, seems to just shrug it off like nothing. Izuku. Be up tomorrow, I'm going to teach you some things. Ochako nods as he now walks through the portal, he now appears in an alleyway, now he fell over now, and he forgot how much it hurts breaking the wrist, he now stumbles into the restaurant and he sees his boss there. Izuku. Be boss, and now he fell over, and he collapsed, as he sees them rush over to him, while his other co-worker calls the police and heroes. Momo. What? Looking around, she sees nothing but the dark, she tries to move but she couldn't, looking around to see Juro and Kaminari in the distance. Momo. Juro, Kaminari, trying to yell out to them. As they are seen talking to each other she now was about to move, but suddenly she was in a building now, seeing that is still talking to each other, she tries to run to them. Only for a gate to separate her from them, only a few feet away from them. Kaminari. And how about that Momo him? Seems crazy a girl like her wanted to be a hero. Juro. Yeah but she's just, I don't know a bit weak, what? Momo. What? What are you saying? Kaminari. I mean as hot as she is. That's all she really has to offer honestly. Juro. Says a lot with her hero outfit. Momo. No. But she then noticed the door opens up, and that all too familiar stomping soon out of nowhere the hammer comes out and hits Kaminari. Juro. Denki. But then the boogeyman comes in and grabs her. Momo. No. Juro. Kaminari. Watching him come in she tries to open it shaking the gate, trying to pull it with all her strength, but it was too late, as he looks at her he snaps her neck, and then, slams the hammer on his head, seeing it split open, the groan that came out, then he walks to the gate, she stumbles back landing on the floor breathing frantically. His breathing the only thing that could be heard. And with one pull rips the gate off the hinges and he now walks slowly towards her. Momo. Stay back, crying out. Soon he gets a good grip on his hammer now. Momo. Please. Before he swings it overhead and the last thing she sees is the hammer about to come down, screaming, until she woke up. Momo. Ah, screaming loudly, gasping for air, as she looks around to see she was in the hospital, then the door busts open. Are you alright? The guard they're coming in and she just cries. Out of the way, and she see recovery girl coming. RG. Just breath dearie, trying to calm her down as she just panics and tried to get out of bed. Momo. He's after me, RG. He's not here. SHSHSHSH. It's all over now. You're safe dearie, feeling her wrinkled hands in hers, provided comfort. Like a grandma helping her grandchild from a bad dream, she cries. Momo. All I see is him. RG. And he's gone. He's gone dearie. Then her teacher comes in. Aizawa. Looks like you're okay physically, coming to her bed, sitting on the edge. Aizawa. How are you holding up? RG. She's having nightmares, and he nods. Momo. Is Kaminari and Jiro. Aizawa. They're okay. They're alive and well. They just need rest right now. Momo. Thank God, whimpering out. Aizawa couldn't help but just feel enraged. This man, or monster, leaves his students traumatized, along with the others. He failed them, he failed in protecting them. Hey, is she here? Looking to the door to see Nejire Hado, one of the big three. Aizawa. She's still a bit shaken right now, it would be wise to leave her be. Nejire. But I have to make sure she's going to be safe, it could help from a student like me. RG. Let her come in Shota, and he sighs. Aizawa. Alright, make it quick, and she thanks him and enters now. Momo flinched just from the door opening. Nejire. Hey, how are your wounds doing? Knowing it's useless to say how are you doing, but rather ask physically. Momo. They're healing. Who are you? Nejire. Oh, I'm Nejire Hado. I'm one of the big three, you have heard of us, right? Momo. I wasn't aware. Nejire. Phooey. Oh well, I heard about your encounter against Momo. The boogeyman. Nejire. That's what he calls himself. I can see why from the way you're shaken up. Do you want to talk about it? I can lend a shoulder to. Momo just hesitates for a moment, but she is a student here. And she is full of concern, similar to a big sister. Momo. It was horrible. I dreamed that he killed my friends. While I couldn't do anything, while they talked about how I offer nothing as a hero. Then seeing him rise out from the shadows, with that hammer, I couldn't help but scream. I remember how inhumane his strength is. It didn't seem like a quirk at all. Like he was just running off from fear and anger all at once. That mask. That bleeding mask that may seem harmless to own. But it's nothing short hiding the monster's true face. Wearing a mon's skin. Sob. Crying again. Nejire reaches over to hug her, rubbing her back as she collapses into her, full on bawling. Nejire. It's alright. I'm going to be here, don't worry, after a while. Momo stops now. Still sniffling, she makes a tissue box and blows into it. Momo. Sorry for ruining your uniform. Nejire. OP Shaw, don't worry about it. Hey, I have an idea. Since you're going to be here, why don't I call my boyfriend to help cheer you up? Momo. Boyfriend. Oh right, Izumi's brother. Momo. But how will he make it better? Nejire giggles. He's quite the nice guy. And hey, the more the merrier, right? Momo. I guess that's true, and she quietly shouts yes. And she takes her phone and starts dialing his number now. Nejire. HM, humming a song he would normally sing to himself. Very catchy. Momo doesn't recognize it, but the phone picks up. Nejire. Hey Zuzu, I was wondering if, but she stops, as her bubbly and friendly nature. Now turns into full-on concern, and shock, gasping a little. Momo. What's going on? And she holds her hand up. She stands up and covers her mouth. Now it was her turn to start crying. Nejire. Could I see him? Okay, thank you, and now she hangs up. Momo. What's wrong? Nejire. He just got jumped. And he's in the hospital. Talk about shitty timing. As sad this is. She reached over to now hug her. Seems to be a back and forth thing they have. Momo. I'm sure he's a strong guy. I'm sure he's going to be okay. Nejire. I know, but he can be a bit reckless at times. But this was out of the blue. Mirio. Nay, did you? And she sees another guy come in, her friend. Momo. Who? Mirio. Sorry, I'm a friend of hers. Did she hear what happened to Nejire? Yes. Tamaki now comes in. We're going to see him. Want to come? Nejire nods. I'm sorry I had all of this planned. But Momo. It's all right. I know he's important to you. I don't blame you. Go see him. I hope we can talk again soon. Nejire. Definitely. Okay, let's go. And they rush out of the room now. RG. Poor girl. She's been having it rough for a while now. Momo. Why? RG. Because of her boyfriend, of course. Momo. Is he abusive? RG. Dear heavens, no. He's the nicest there is. Pretty sure a lot of girls want to be with him. But I'm pretty certain it took longer for him to get to a hospital that would actually help him. Momo. What do you mean by that? Aren't they supposed to help everyone? RG. Not that simple, dearie. Her boyfriend. Izuku Midoriya. He's a quirkless. And now she gasped hearing this. It makes sense, since quirkless aren't really looked at equally. And they are always treated lower than the average person. Like a plague. People deny it, but she could see it's just a cycle of discrimination against them. This Izuku is a quirkless that was born like that, which makes the treatment worse, she guesses. RG. And you may not know this, and please don't repeat it to anyone, but Nejire Hato is a late bloomer as well. She didn't manifest her quirk until she turned 12. Momo. A late bloomer. Then she knows. RG. Yep, she knows how badly the quirkless are treated, and even with her quirk. She never lets it deter her path from trying to help them all. Momo. That's very admirable. RG. Yep, I know this is sudden, but would you like me to stay here with you so you won't be alone? Momo. You don't have to do that. RG. Nonsense. I know you're just recovering. Can't act almighty now. Either way, I need to make sure you don't mess up your IV. Momo. I guess that makes sense. Oh, okay. RG. Good. Just let me know if you need anything, okay? And she nods. Laying back down in the bed. She can't sleep. She was too afraid to fall asleep, fearing that she'll end up back in that dream again. He was right after all. He is a nightmare that will lurk in your dreams. Nejire was running as fast as she could. Mirio. Wait up. Seeing the two running from behind. This was the fastest they have ever seen her run. Ignoring all the stairs and with the two following, kind of raised some suspicions. But it made sense when Mirio said they're going to see their friend at the hospital. And they moved along. So now she goes into a full sprint. She managed to make it to the Mustafa Hospital, where she enters the emergency room and she reaches the front desk. Nejire. Izuku Midoriya, is he here? Yelling, and she was calm. Yes, he's here. I'm guessing you're the one they call Nejire, right? And she nods, worried. He's quite the fighter. Here, take this to security and they'll take you to him. Are those two with you? And she nods, as well as Mirio and Tamaki, out of breath. Nejire and the two now head to security, where they checked in their bags and they enter now. She fiddles with her fingers, worried. Mirio. If we know anything about Midoriya, is that he is a fighter no matter what. Tamaki. He's going to be okay, Nejire. And now they manage to reach his room, where a doctor comes out. Nejire. Is he? Doctor. You must be the one that called. He's awake right now, so please, don't jump on him. Mirio. What happened exactly? Doctor. Well, your friend seemed to have been attacked by several people. So far his nose, wrist and a couple of ribs are fractured. Multiple bruising and mild internal bleeding. Course we had to flush it out and put on a cast. So for now he's been refusing pain meds. He wouldn't say why, and they thank the doctor and enter now. Nejire slowly walks in, seeing her boyfriend on the hospital bed, and he turns to look at her and he smiles. Izuku. Hey, he said, and she now starts crying and runs up to him, and he grips her hand. Nejire gently hugs him, worried any more pressure will break him. Izuku. I'm okay, I am okay. Mirio. Hey man. Izuku. Hey guys. Nejire. What happened? Izuku. It was a pretty bad mugging crew. Tried to take my shit, especially when they figured out I was quirkless, beat me with a crowbar, but I wasn't strong enough. Mirio. Not strong enough, dude, you could have eaten that crowbar. Izuku. Not when I was hit from behind. Tamaki. Oh. Nejire. Do you need anything? Are you sure you're okay? Do I need to bring back the doctor? Why didn't I call sooner? How could I just leave you alone? I'm such a bad girlfriend. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku. Nejire. I'm fine. I don't need anything, you being here is enough. You didn't know about this. I wasn't alone, my co-workers helped me. You're not a bad girlfriend. And don't be sorry. It wasn't your fault. Bringing her in with his free arm, as she cries into his chest. Mirio. We'll give you some space. Tamaki. We are. And he was pushed out of the room and they just sit there for now. Izuku. I'm sorry for worrying you like this. Nejire. Just sniff like you said, it's not your fault. Izuku. But I'm sure in a few days I'll be discharged, I'll be okay. Nejire. But what about your work? Your school, are they going to be okay with that? Izuku. Since my boss was the one that saw me, he said to not come back until I'm ready, and by that I mean at least 2 weeks, he'll have me be a waiter. Nejire. Okay, as he wipes her tears off, she holds his hand on her cheek. Izuku. What about you? How was your day? Nejire. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Izuku. Try me. Nejire. Apparently the USJ, where first years would go on their first week, they were attacked. Izuku. Okay, that is unbelievable. Nejire. Right? Then I heard that this big mean person who calls himself the Boogeyman, he terrorized the students, and I talked with one of them. Her name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku. Daughter of the Yaoyorozu Corp family, wow. Nejire. She had it the worse, he held her captive and did God knows what to her. Izuku. I see. Nejire. I just. And then when I tried to call you, that's when I heard the news of you being attacked, then I ran all the way here. Izuku. Oh, Nejire. But. I know this is out of topic, but. Are you willing to come to UA to at least cheer them up? Try to. Show off your quirk analyzing skills and whatnot. Izuku. To cheer them up. Isn't that the point of trying to be a hero? Nejire. Izu please, begging him now. Izuku. Sigh, sure. Why not? Nejire. Yay, thank you. Izuku. No problem, though it's kinda ironic really, wonder how much fear he instilled in them. 3 days later, TV. Today's news, we have received confirmation and detail about the proclaimed attack at the USJ facility that had occurred 3 days ago, ending with the largest arrest in the past 5 years. 0.84 villains that go from common thugs, murders, and kidnappers have been detained and been shipped off to the imprisonment faculty located down in Tokyo for their ongoing charges. The leader of the so-called love they had left at the site. Meaning the League of Villains, not a very bright name choice. But that doesn't mean that they are a threat, one is the leader. Who seems to be this individual with the multiple hands on his body. Police have begun digging and finding the identity of this person, and that goes for his partner, who seems to be made of flames. The heroes have said that this one in particular has a teleportation quirk, and can open portals almost anywhere. A drawback has not been stated yet, but one person remains, and that is the infamous Boogeyman that the heroes now named him, showing a picture of Izuku in his villain outfit. TV. This individual has been the same one that has been on a 6-month killing spree since the first sighting. We have advised that this villain is still lurking around and has been sighted in multiple areas. No name has come up or what his quirk may be, but it may be related to having some immunity to certain things in the environment, such as electricity, fire, or other hazardous substance. We advise you to please stay in your homes after curfew. If you see anything suspicious, please call this number that will be displayed now. This is Mustafa News, and the TV turns off now. Shigaraki. Any word on the incident yet? Ochako. No statement so far, as she sets the remote down. Kurogiri. Well, it may take some time since the attack was just recent. They're trying to conjure up some believable statements so they won't make the public panic. Ochako. Makes sense, Shigaraki. And yet the incident with you being crushed was ignored. Ochako. Jerks. Anyway, how's Izuku doing? Kurogiri. He is at the hospital. I made sure Dr. Ojiko is monitoring him, of course with Sensei's approval to use some medication that is much better than the modern day stuff. Shigaraki. So how long until he can come back? Kurogiri. Since he just started the treatment, I give it about a week until his bones heal. Shigaraki. Still long. Ochako. Well, that's good. Despite you beating him with a crowbar. Shigaraki. Just shut up, and he walks off now, leaving her to it. Ochako. Oh well, standing up now. Kurogiri. All right, come to the training room. Since you have your basic training for hand-to-hand combat, you can now add a weapon to the mix. Ochako. Weapon. Kurogiri. Of course, if you don't want to that's fine, but it's a big consideration for your stature. Ochako. Sure. Kurogiri. Splendid, let us head in now. Opening the door and she walks in first. Turning on the lights, there was a small metal table with a layout of various melee weapons, each being different. Ochako. Whoa, looking at the different types. Kurogiri. Right here are weapons that I chose for you to pick. Of course there are more. But a lot of them are physically demanding. Which is why I choose these ones here. You may pick anyone you like, and she walks up to it, picking up each one and just speculates them, from a knife, to a tanto, for the elegant sharp weapons, even an ice pick was part of it. She then looks at the other ones, being labeled, blunt weapons, no shit, and she picks up a claw hammer or mallet, if she wants to toy with her enemies, or knock them out. She also sees a mace, a nightstick. Ochako looks a little to the left. And sees it, she picks it up. And it just felt right to have in her arsenal. She turns to him. Ochako. This one, and he of course observes it, and he nods. Kurogiri. Very good choice you made, Miss Uraraka. Please follow me and I will teach you the basics. Now she was excited. Learning something new now. What type of weapon she picked? Well, that happens to be Kurogiri. So in order to learn the basics of the chakram you need to know about how much you can hurt yourself with them. From the pros to the cons, with your quirk. You would know that throwing them, with little to no effort, will be easy, but it's based off of the amount of strength that will make sure it will cut into the enemy. Let's try it now. Have you ever thrown a frisbee before, Miss Uraraka? Ochako. Yeah. I used to play in middle school. A lot of students would pick me because my quirk allows it to stay in the air longer. Kurogiri. I see. Well, in this you must be careful then when throwing it, which is why I will be providing you some gloves to avoid harming yourself. So, let us begin. The first day back at school was nice. Izumi and the others are still shaken up from what happened back at USJ. Especially with Momo, Jiro and Kaminari, they had it pretty bad. Bakugo ended up taking a life and it's been eating away at him. And Mitsuki has been doing her best to help him cope. But he only seems to talk to Shoto's father a lot. To their surprise had actually given him advice on it. Why it happened. And why it wasn't his fault, which in turn pissed the twins off. Along with Natsuo, Fuyumi on the other hand was glad he was able to help him. As taking another life is a life-changing experience and here is no way to turn the clocks back for it. Izuku on the other hand. She heard he got jumped. And she was about to go to the hospital until she ran into Nejire. She said he doesn't want to see them at all. And it was getting ridiculous now. He needed to know that the boogeyman knows about his pains. And is using it as a reason to take more lives. Her father also agreed. So later they are going to visit him at the hospital. Izumi. Morning. Seeing Momo sitting down, just the slightest bang of the door caused her to flinch. Like a beaten dog she is, very scared of the noises. Of course the others were there to help her, but it still wasn't enough. She's been having nightmares ever since, showing how much of threat that monster is. As they said before, they will stop at nothing to take this bastard down. But one thing stood out to her, from what she heard from Kaminari. Was when he tried to shock him. It had no effect. And also went the same with Juro, despite him stomping around. He also was quiet on his feet, not quiet enough for she could still hear him. Barely, but if it were anyone else, they wouldn't know about it. Another danger, and with Momo, she would stutter about. But she explained that his strength is nothing short of inhuman. It wasn't a quirk. And she said it felt like it all comes from his hatred and anger he has, which is enough to put her into submission, and he made her call herself a whore. It was so bad that even Mineta comforted her, not even saying anything perverted for the whole day. Shoka and Tsuyu had to deal with the scary things the villains would shout. Like maniacs they tried to break her ice, but with their plan managed to take them down. Izumi. I wonder what's going to happen. As Mr. Aizawa walks in now, he brings out some paper and then neatly sets them down on the desk. Aizawa. Class begins now. You're already quiet, which I'm sure is an obvious reason why. 4 days now. You have been in one of the worst villain attack in this school's history. I know a lot of you are going through a lot right now, dealing with your own fears about the hero world. But in my years of being here, this too was a game changer for me as well. And I'm sure I can speak for most of the other teachers as well, which is why there will be no lesson today, just to try and talk and speak out about what can we do, what I can do as your teacher, to help you cope. Mina. Did anyone find out who the boogeyman is? Aizawa. So far no information has been sent out yet, which is no. Lita. Are we going to continue on tomorrow's lesson then? Aizawa. You may freely do that on your own if you need to take your mind off on the situation. Tenya. Under your desk you will find some forms of put there, taking them out now as they read over it. Aizawa. This is a transfer slip. I know a lot of you came in to become heroes in training. But with what happened I felt this was necessary to give you. You may keep this slip on you or bring it home, but what it is if you as a student don't feel comfortable at all, or in fact don't want to be a part of this course anymore, just sign your name and you will be transferred to the general's course. You won't be graded. You won't be judged for your choices. All I can ask is if you would please give me another chance to teach you, which shocked them. Momo. But it wasn't, why your fault? Aizawa. But it was my duty as your teacher, your mentor, your hero, to watch over you and make sure nothing would befall on you, and look what happened. Lita. But we don't blame you for anything that happened, Mr. Aizawa. You didn't know surely, it can't just all fall to you. And he sets down his cup of coffee. Aizawa. About 3 years ago. I had a bunch of students like you, well-trained, energetic, determined to be heroes. I had to expel the entire class, because through the whole 20 students, I lost one, on the line of duty, in a villain attack. I swore to myself I would not let the same thing happen again, but it brought back a lot of bad memories. Momo. Do you dream about him too? Asking him now. Aizawa. Ever since his first killing spree. Juro. We can't let him roam. If we quit and leave, then, he would be correct then, saying that we're cowards and we won't let him have his way. Kaminari. Yeah, just because he's a man wearing a mask and holding a hammer, he isn't invincible. We'll make him pay for what he did to us. Kirishima. Right, he's not going to keep playing fear with us. We will take him down. All of us, together, right? And he looks at the other. Izumi. I agree. Katsumi. Count me in. Shoto. Sure. Shoka. Shoto. Sai. Right. Bakugo. Right. Juro. You damn right I'm going to join in. Lita. Language. But I agree Juro. Tsuyu. Right Kiro. Sato. Same here. Siro. Right. Tokiyami. He is the nightmare reborn, but he cannot control the darkness. Dark Shadow. He means right. Mina. Yup. Toru. Right. Ojiro. Right. Mineta. Are right. And now Momo was a little shaken still. But. Momo. Are right. And they smiled now. Aizawa. Well then, can't say I'm not proud. But, no I can't always be there. You have to train and improve. I know all of you. With enough teamwork. Enough training. Can bring this threat down, and you won't be alone. You have us. know that, and they agree, hyping up the mood, as they now talk among each other now. Aizawa couldn't help but grin at this. Aizawa. Wonder what you would think of this Emmy. Nejire. Hey, you alright? Seeing him standing up looking out the window. Izuku. Oh yeah, I'm just looking out. Nurse said I had a vitamin C deficiency so I need the sunlight. Nejire. Wowee, so, you healing up okay? Izuku. It's been great. Dr. Ojiko's been helping me a lot. He said if I keep up the therapy, I might be able to go back home. Nejire. Cool, Izuku. Hee. Anyways, you feeling alright? Nejire. Knowing you're fine, just made me feel relieved, but I want to give Sho a gift. Izuku. Nejire, stern now. Nejire. Oh come on. It's for the 5 of us, see. Showing him tickets too. Izuku. The sports festival. Nejire. You. A is still holding their sports festival. I was hoping when you get out you can come with us, that is. Okay right, I can ask another person if you don't want to. Izuku. No, it's fine. I'm happy to go. Nejire. Sweet, so it's in a week right now, but I also just set up a date for us to hang out with the Class 1A students. Gritting his teeth, Izuku smiles. Izuku. That's great. Nejire. Yeah. They went through a lot, and I don't want to sound insensitive, but I was hoping, if you're able to at least give them some tips on how to cope. Mine aren't very great actually. Just talk someone's ear off. Izuku. No, that's fine. I already agreed to it. Don't worry, I'll be there to help, and to be honest, I'm excited, for a different reason obviously. Nejire. Alright. So see you then. Izuku. See you then, and she kisses him goodbye and leaves now. Dr. Ojiko. Seems your dove is quite the specimen. Izuku. Lay a finger on her. Dr. Ojiko. Oh no, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't even handle the first stages of the program. I'm here to give you something sensei wanted me to handle, bringing out a syringe. Izuku. What is it? Dr. Ojiko. It's still a prototype. But this is a refined DNA extracted from a pro-hero with a regeneration quirk. It's not that great. But it's enough to at least stop your bleeding, cuts, and possibly minor fractures. Once I get the other one from him, your route to becoming an enhanced Nomu will be set. Izuku. Alright, injecting it in. He can feel the pain of the quirk intermingling with his DNA, his cells. Dr. Ojiko. Oh, and the regeneration quirk's drawback is you will feel it. Izuku. Of course you tell me now, asshole. Ojiko. As expected from yesterday's results, seems your wounds healed much faster than I have originally expected to heal. Looking at the X-rays, to then looking at Izuku who was in his gown. And he had no cast on or bandages as on the X-ray, was his fractures have completely healed on their own. Ojiko. Until I suggest you head out and check in with the league, you have some new plans coming in, from sensei himself. Izuku. Alright, he was just tempted to kill this smug bastard. This bastard was one of the people who wronged him. During his appointment, those fucking words he said to him. Not yet, otherwise sensei will lose his assets. Izuku now gets up and he puts on his outfit, and he takes his leave. Ojiko. Oh, and one more thing. Try not to break any more bones. Tissue is easy and requires no effort to heal. But bones, stop it, and he just flips him off and leaves. Izuku. Not like I'm going to do that all the fucking time. Jesus, and he exits the building, of course in some form of bad luck. Izuku. Great, Izumi. Izuku. Seeing both Izumi and the twats with her. Yagi. Son. Izuku remains quiet as he clench on the metal railing. Inko. Izuku. We heard you were here, and we thought you. Izuku. What that I'm injured. Please, say what you want. Izumi. I know you heard about the USJ attack that happened a couple of days ago. Izuku. Heard. Nurses looking after my wrist wouldn't shut up about it. Yagi. Son. Izuku. I'm not your goddamn son, what the fuck do you want? Izumi. Izuku. When we were attacked, we saw the villain. Who calls himself the boogeyman, he said things, that, well. Yagi. He talked about your incident at the slime attack. And mentioned about your undying hatred for All Might. You wanted him dead. Izuku raised his eyebrow. Never thought someone would hear it. Izumi. So it's true. Izuku. So what? Why the fuck do you even care? Not like you're related to him. Then came the shivers. Oof. Yagi. Look, so, I mean Izuku, you can't say things like that out in public. I know we all have our opinions, but that is something dangerous to do. It could make you a target, someone to put the blame on. Izuku. Please, I'm already a laughingstock. A lot of people don't forget what is hilarious and stupid to them. Mindless rats that would believe anything they hear. Just like All Might, being the one who acts like some false god. Can't believe I used to admire him. I had enough. Get out of the way. I need to meet with someone. Inko. Please Izuku. Just give us one chance to reconnect with you. We want to fix everything. We could also talk about your father. Izuku. Interesting. The fact you bring up that man shows how desperate you are. No. I'm going to meet that fucker on my own terms. Not with you in the picture. Get out of my way. Walking past them now. Izumi. Grr, but Yagi raised his hand. Yagi. Leave him be. Watching him shrinking. Seeing him go over the hill. He then looks back to the metal railing, where his hand was. And sees the thing bend all to hell. Yagi. He's been training hard. Solemn. Noticing the major change in his physical strength. He remembered that he could barely even move a small fridge at the beach. Now, he could possibly lift like 5 of them in each arm. Izumi. Since when could he do that? Yagi. He may be still looking for a chance of becoming a hero on his own terms. How he'll do it, who knows, and she receives a call. Izumi. Hello, Katsumi. The fuck you doing? Izumi. I was talking to my brother, trying. Katsumi. Well, you better hurry up. Everyone's waiting for you, and she flinches. Izumi. Oh no, right, and she turns to tell her parents and she full-on sprints towards the mall. Inko. Hopefully she can master it. Yagi. I hope so, looking to the side, watching the newspaper headline with a picture of the love in it. Nejire. So, what do you want to do first? Looking at the rest of the class, a lot of the boys were fawning over her, but others are excited to be hanging out with the 3 strongest students in UA. Mirio. We may be the biggest group yet. Tamaki was a bit nervous, being around this much people at the same time. Mina was excited as well, seeing everyone here. This is going to help lift their spirits up. Momo, however, was still trying to calm herself, paranoid, and for a good reason. Mineta. Well, I'm heading off to the hero store real quick. Kaminari. Oh yeah man, I'm coming with. Kirishima. Why not? And the 3 head out towards that way while others like Lita and Sato along with Suyu went to go look for items that will help them train for the sports festival. Juro. Well then, Nejire. Guess that leaves you and us. Seeing that Momo and Mina are there as well, the 4 just hangs out and look around. That would help Momo out actually. Nejire. Wowie, I forgot this was here. Mina. Don't you come here every day? Nejire. Oh, reason I forgot was because she can't help it because I'm the one guiding them. They turn to see Nejire. Gasp, and she runs to him. Izuku. Hey nay. Nejire. Zuzu, and she jumps on him and groans. Izuku. Oh wow. Nejire. Oh sorry. What are you doing here? Are your bones still broken? Izuku. Don't worry about it. I had a lot of help from the doc. Brought in someone who had a regeneration quirk. My wrist still needs some time to heal. Because of the multiple bones in it, but my ribs are fine, so I'm good. Mina. Ooh. So this is the boyfriend. Checking him out. Izuku. Oh, you must be the first-year students, correct? Mina. That's right. I'm Mina Ishido and this is Juro. Kyoka Juro. And this is. She stopped for a moment as Momo was wide-eyed. When Izuku walked up to hold out to handshake them, she couldn't help but see the boogeyman reaching out to her. Like her dream. Like USJ. She gasped and she stumbles back now. Juro. Whoa. Mina. Mo. And she breaths heavily. Izuku. Are you alright? Holding out his hand to help her up, she tries to crawl back, not caring about her skirt rising up looking indecent. She really is frightened. Izuku holds his hand up. I don't know what I did. Jiro. It's alright Yaomomo. Come on get up. Your skirt, and she noticed it and she dusts herself off. Momo. I'm sorry for how I acted, it's just, Izuku. Nejire told me about what happened, I didn't mean to. Momo. No it's alright. Could we start over? Izuku. Sure, as you heard. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nejire's current boyfriend, holding out his hand and she shakes her head, and she shakes it. Momo. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, and I do apologize for the display. Izuku. You had a traumatic experience. No one blames you for your actions. Momo. I see your wounds also healed. Izuku. I see Nejire told you about my recent attack. Mina. You were attacked. Izuku. Just some thug. Don't worry about it. Jiro. Bro you just got attacked, and we're heroes in training. Izuku. I'm aware. Mina. Shouldn't you be like resting? Izuku. And miss out on this hangout, nah. Momo. You definitely have a strong, build. Izuku. Thank you, Nejire. Anyways, Izu and I have been together since, Izuku. Since that train ride. Nejire. Oh right, so, you guys said you want to go where again? Mina. We just told you. Izuku. That's Nejire alright. Hee, putting his hand around her waist pulling her in as she makes a small oomph noise, she still smiles. Mina. Ooh. Physical are we? Izuku. Date me for a few months and this is the result, of course I'm only dedicated to her. Mina. Oh well, come on let's go. And they head off now. Nejire. They seem to be fond of you, I think. Is it flirting? Or maybe, they like you. Izuku. No clue about that stuff. Mirio. Aw man look at that. Seeing the newest All Might figure, one where he's holding a heroic pose, with that big smile. Kirishima. Bro check this out. Seeing the Red Riot shirt, the latest item that's been released. Kaminari. You see what I'm seeing. As he and Mineta are oogling at this Mount Lady figurine as she was seen doing a rather odd pose, something that even the average person wouldn't display openly in their room. Mineta. It's quite the stature, but the bust is a little off. But I'm not complaining about that ass. Soon around the corner came up Nejire and the others. Kirishima. Yo. Jiro then went up to jab her earphones on the two perverts. Kaminari. Ow, can't we just browse in peace? Jiro. Yeah and you'll take forever, hurry up. Hato's boyfriend's here, and now they were curious, releasing a small aura of jealousy. They want to see the person who managed to score someone like Nejire, the hottest babe in UA, in the 3rd year. Mineta. I bet this guy doesn't even have the privilege to be in her presence alone. Kaminari. More so I want him to teach me on how to score a babe like that. Kirishima. Oh awesome. Been meaning to see him. Mirio. Midoriya is a pretty awesome dude, and they round the corner. And see him there, as his towering stature wasn't intimidating to the two perverts, makes sense since he was older than them. Izuku. Oh hey Mirio. Mirio. What's doing good man? You gave us quite the scare when I heard about you in the hospital. Kirishima. Bro. What happened? Izuku. Nothing much, just got jumped. Don't have to worry about it, I'm sure the thug was caught. Kirishima. And the brace? Izuku. I have a small fracture in my wrist. So it's going to take a while to heal up, but it doesn't mean I'm going to leave you guys hanging. Kirishima. So manly bro, going through that pain like nothing. Izuku. It's not really a big deal, but then again it guess it's a bit concerning. Kirishima. Either way man, you got to, but he was cut off as Mineta jumps on him close to his face. Mineta. How did you manage to score a hot babe like her? Kaminari. Teach us your ways. Kneeling begging. Like he was some starving beggar during the medieval times. Izuku irritated flicks Mineta's forehead causing him to fly back and hit Kaminari. Mina. Whoa, Jiro. You sure have quite the strength quirk, why didn't you apply for UA? I'm pretty sure you could be a great hero. Nejire. Juro. Mina. Yeah dude. You just fling that creep back easily. With just the flick of your finger. Momo. Ashido. Again they were ignored. Mirio. Guys. Kirishima. Come on man. Lifting weights would make you a beast man. Izuku. Huh? Those are pretty good jokes the lot of you just said. Look, I don't have a strength quirk. Or anything, I'm quirkless, oh no. Juro. You're a quirkless. Mina. Then. How did you manage to be that strong? Izuku. Hard work and dedication, but I was going to apply for UA. But I lost interest, so I pursue a different career. Momo pinches her nose, annoyed at them right now. Mina. But I don't get it, you sure it's not a quirk? Nejire now grew worried. Along with Mirio. Tamaki was hiding somewhere, and the others are doing their own thing. Izuku's eye twitched and his hand was starting to twitch as well. He felt his inner rage building up, as he just wanted to just rip that fucking bitch's head off, and then choke Juro with her own jacks. Like USJ, he soon let out this horrific aura that seemed to make the others freeze. Izuku. Don't judge people based on their appearance alone. You don't know everybody. You don't have a right to tell anyone what they can or can't do. Mina. Right. Sorry. Juro. Why yeah, and soon it just disappears, and he smiles happily. Izuku. It's not a problem. Mina. Juro. Scary. Momo however, shivered from this. She can tell he's been through a whole lot, to just build up this level of malice, and it barely seems to scratch the surface of his true feelings. Nejire. Are you okay? Izuku. Yeah. Listen. I'm going to get a breather, I'll meet up at the food court later, alright? Nejire. Okay, don't want me to go along. Izuku. Nah, it's good. Just need to make a call at work as well. Nejire. Alright then, and he kisses her before heading off. Mirio whistles. Well, I can't say that you just answered all the right questions to not push his temper. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.